Chapter 720. Luo Tian had long guessed that the 10 immortal sects were not good people. They were all sinister and despicable people. The reason why he brought 2 demons to the southern heavenly gate was to provide more support to the Huashan immortal sect. This was his trump card. It would be fine if the 10 immortal sects did not appear. Once they did, blood would flow like a river. Those demons already had a deep hatred for the 10 immortal sects. Now that they saw it, it was like firewood touching fire. Luo Tian did not reveal any expression. He laughed coldly and said, "Good, you 10 immortal sects are really sinister and despicable. To scheme against my Huashan immortal sect. You really think highly of me, Luo Tian. Since everything is out in the open, then let's fight. I'll say the same thing. I'll challenge the 10 immortal sects alone." Arrogant, quite arrogant. Challenging the 10 immortal sects alone? This tone was too arrogant. However, Luo Tian was just that arrogant. He was just that savage. So what if Morong Wanjian challenged 18 people alone? If I want to do it, I'll do it big. Since the 10 immortal sects want to deal with me, I'll challenge the 10 immortal sects alone. Venerable Lai Yang frowned. Looking at Luo Tian, he could not help but have a bad premonition. But now that the arrow was on the bow, he could not care so much. He immediately shouted, "You dog, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." All of a sudden, the aura on Venerable Lai Yang's body suddenly moved. The aura of a level 8 profound god was completely released. The aura of the entire southern heavenly gate tightened, as if the air was rapidly being sucked out. At the same time, Lin Wuxian was also moved. The 8 immortal sect masters moved as well. 10 people. The 10 immortal sect masters. All of them were above the 5th level of the profound god realm, and every one of them was an overlord in the profound sky continent. Other than the hidden profound god realm experts, the 10 of them could be considered the strongest 10 people in the profound sky continent. The entire southern heavenly gate immediately went into an uproar. The surrounding crowd began to stir. "Ha ha ha," Erdan laughed wildly. "Finally, the fight is about to start. I couldn't wait any longer." King Kong also laughed wildly. "After suffering so much, I finally made my move. I must send all of them flying. These people, none of them were afraid of trouble, and all of them were warlike. Each and every one of them was arrogant and despotic, as if they were afraid that this disciple challenge would pass peacefully. However, at this moment, the instant the battle was about to erupt, a woman walked out from Soul Palace's side. One step was like 10,000 miles. He instantly landed on the arena and glanced at Luo Tian. Luo Tian bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Auntie." Violet said expressionlessly, "You've grown so big." It was just a light sentence. The look in her eyes made Luo Tian shiver. His memories of this body when he was young were very vague, but he still remembered Zi Luolan's extremely cold eyes. Those eyes were branded in his mind. This was also the reason why Luo Tian, who had transmigrated, could not forget. He didn't expect that pair of cold eyes to appear again. Zi Luolan didn't look at Luo Tian again. She glanced around coldly and finally looked at Yexilo. She said, "My people lost. A loss is a loss. Soul Palace isn't that stingy. We don't need to be biased. It doesn't matter if it's the Imperial Immortal Sect or the Xinghai Celestial Sect." As for what the referee said, "I can only say that he deserves to die." A voice that was cold to the bone. The aura on her body was extremely cold. Then, Zi Luolan raised his eyes slightly, looked at Spiritual Master Liang and said, "Sect Master Liang, please give me some face and continue the competition. I am here to enjoy the competition. I don't want to give up halfway. As for what happens after the competition, I, Zi Luolan, will definitely not interfere in the slightest." The people of Soul Palace stood out, and it was the mother of the female phoenix. This was something that Spiritual Master Liang and Lin Wuxian did not expect, according to the information they received. Soul Palace also hoped that Luo Tian would die in the disciple challenge. Why did he stand out now? They did not understand. However, they did not look confused. They smiled faintly and said, "Since Madame Zi Luolon has spoken, I, Liang, will naturally obey." However, Luo Tian killed the referee after all. This matter should be explained. After all, if they did not even say anything after killing someone from the divine reigning immortal sect, it would chill the hearts of the disciples of the divine reigning immortal sect. Zi Luolon flipped her right hand, and a cold sword appeared in her hand. The body of the sword flickered with light, and one could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary item. She gently loosened her right hand, and the cold sword landed accurately in front of Spiritual Master Liang. She said, "This freezing sky sword is my apology to him. Sect Master Liang, are you satisfied?" Freezing sky sword. There was an uproar in the venue. One of the 10 great swords of the Tianqian continent, freezing sky sword? Soul Palace is indeed Soul Palace. They took out such a high-grade divine weapon. A mystic Emperor Realm Elder in exchange for a divine weapon. No matter how you look at it, the divine reigning immortal sect has profited. Luo Tian was also slightly taken aback. He did not know why Zi Luolon suddenly stood out and took out the freezing sky sword. It should be known that this was a very powerful high-grade divine weapon, and it had become famous 10,000 years ago. What did she mean by this? According to what he knew from Cold Frost, Zi Luolon hated him very much. Why did she help him at this time? Was she helping him? Or was there something else? Luo Tian thought about it crazily, but he could not figure it out. Spiritual Master Liang suppressed the joy in his heart. He stared at Luo Tian and sneered. "You bastard, consider yourself lucky. I'll let you live for a few more hours. After a few hours, I'll rip your head off." While they were talking, Spiritual Master Liang took the freezing sky sword in front of him and said softly, "Madam, this sword," Zi Luolon said, "take it." Then she did not look at Spiritual Master Liang. Luo Tian did not know what Zi Luolon wanted to do, but she stood out for him, so it was reasonable for him to thank her. He said seriously, "Thank you, Auntie." Of course, it did not matter to him whether Zi Luolon stood out or not. This battle would have to be fought sooner or later. However, if his people won the Disciple Challenge competition, it would increase the luck of the Huashan Immortal Sect. To the Huashan Immortal Sect, they should thank her and let the competition continue. Zi Luolon did not have any expression and said softly, "Luo Tian, let's make a deal." Zi Luolon looked at Luo Tian. She looked at Luo Tian very seriously. Her cold eyes revealed a trace of warmth. However, this trace of warmth was not a good sign for Luo Tian. Luo Tian said calmly, "Auntie, please speak." Zi Luolon looked at Luo Tian and said calmly, "I know you like Shui, but you are not worthy of her. I hope you can leave her." Chapter 5. The Old Cow was still writing. Chapter 7:21. You're not worthy of her. His voice wasn't loud, but it was like a clap of thunder that struck Luo Tian's heart. Very painful, very painful. The pain of being unable to breathe. Luo Tian's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Li Xuan'er's mother, when she said such words, it was a huge blow to Luo Tian. After all, she was Xuan'er's mother. Luo Tian's face changed slightly. He quickly calmed down, forced a smile, and said, "Have you asked Xuan'er?" Zi Luolon said, "I'm her mother. I know what her future will be like. She's too young to know how to distinguish between evil and evil. I have to consider her future. Luo Tian, you're really extraordinary. In just a few years, you've achieved so much. It's not simple, but the harder it is to come by, the more you should cherish it, and not touch things that you can't touch and things that you shouldn't touch. Xuan'er is not suitable for you. She is the reincarnation of a female phoenix, and in this life, she can only marry a man as noble as him. In this world, only Moron Wanjian, one of the true dragons, is worthy of her. I know she has a good impression of you, but I advise her not to listen. I hope you can consider her future and leave her." Word by word, every sentence was like a steel needle that pierced Luo Tian's heart. If it was anyone else, Luo Tian would not hesitate to destroy him with a single palm. But facing Li Xuan'er's mother, even if he was angry, he could not do anything. The words "you're not worthy of her" were really hurtful, very painful. It was even more uncomfortable than enduring 100,000 attacks from the spiritual master of the scorching sun. Luo Tian laughed bitterly, lowered his head, and muttered, "It's just like the movies in my previous life. I never thought that I would experience such a thing. I really feel that it's funny. It's really funny, ha ha ha." Then Luo Tian raised his eyes slightly and said, "I'm very curious. I want to ask, how can I be worthy of Shuai?" Luolan frowned slightly and said, "I just said that in this world, only the son of the true dragon, Morong Wanjian, is worthy of her. The true dragon and the female phoenix are a match made in heaven. This is the will of heaven." "Son of the true dragon, Morong Wanjian, ha ha ha!" Luo Tian suddenly raised his head and laughed wildly. He roared in his heart, "Morong Wanjian and the son of the true dragon, I really want to see how powerful you are." Boundless rage. From the very beginning, Morong Wanjian was like a huge mountain crushing his heart. In order to traverse this mountain, he had risked his life to work hard, to struggle, to kill, to barge into Corpse City, to enter the Gnome tribe, to fight the heavenly soul demon monarch, to enter the immortal gate, to the dark north, to enter the heavenly palace and the celestial race, to enter the primordial battlefield, to enter the great desolation realm. He had done all of this in order to improve himself. In order to save Li Xuer and Morong Wanjian during the wedding of Li Xuer and Morong Wanjian, he had to trample Morong Wanjian under his feet. In order to achieve this goal, he had worked hard. He had constantly broken through and continuously attacked the huge mountain that was Morong Wanjian. Before he could trample Morong Wanjian under his feet, Luolan had said that he was not worthy of her. The fate of a female phoenix was to marry the son of the true dragon. This was no different from giving him a sword and sending him to the 18th level of hell. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Luo Tian sneered and said, "I will trample the son of the true dragon, Morong Wanjian, under my feet." Luolan frowned again. At this time, she couldn't help but reveal a trace of disdain and coldly said, "Luo Tian, do you think you are Morong Wanjian's opponent? Do you know who his master is? Heavenly Sovereign Yushin, Heaven Concealing Dragon, Mystic Emperor Supreme Realm. Do you know who Shuai's master is? Star Ocean Old Ancestor is also at the Mystic Emperor Supreme Realm. Do you think you are still their opponent? I am only here to remind you not to do stupid things. Don't do things you can't do. This can be considered as me repaying the favor of your father for saving Shuai." Morong Wanjian, Mystic Emperor Supreme Realm, Concealing Dragon. Mystic Emperor Supreme Realm Star Ocean Old Ancestor. Luo Tian lightly smiled. There was no trace of fear in his heart. On the contrary, his heart became abnormally strong at this moment. He couldn't help but laugh wildly in his heart. How many good items will they drop? It must be the existence of a super boss. I will definitely kill them. Seeing Luo Tian lightly smile, Luolan thought he was hiding something and couldn't help but say, "As long as you agree, I will let you obtain first place in this immortal sect competition and increase the Huashan immortal sect's luck. My soul hull has a way to increase the immortal sect's luck. As long as you agree." Luo Tian did not reply. Instead, he asked, "Why did you appear? Why did you deliberately come to find me?" "Because you are afraid. Your soul hull's soul king is afraid. The Imperial Immortal Sect is afraid. As for Morong Wanjian, he is also afraid. Afraid that I will stop this marriage. You are all afraid of me, ha ha ha." Luolan's expression changed once again. This time it became very ugly. This marriage could not be ruined by anyone. No one could. That was why she had appeared. Indeed, Luo Tian had hit the sore spot in her heart. Many people were afraid that he would ruin this marriage. For this reason, Zi Luolan was furious. Her expression became even more sinister, and her originally beautiful appearance became somewhat sinister. Her two eyes stared straight at Luo Tian and said, "Luo Tian, you are really too arrogant, no one is afraid of you, to Soul Hall Imperial Immortal Sect. You are too weak, even weaker than an ant. If you appear, you will only die." Luo Tian said, "Regardless of whether I die or not, I will respect Sister Er's choice, no." At this point, Luo Tian suddenly denied it and said, "No matter what choice she makes, I will bring her away. I will definitely stop this marriage. I swear to you. Just wait and see my mother-in-law." "You!" Zi Luolan flew into a rage, out of humiliation. The sharp killing intent on his body wantonly flew out. His gaze was slightly sinister as it landed on Azura Ye's body. The killing intent was as strong as a substance. Azura Yeshio was crushed to death, and his body began to rot inch by inch. It was extremely cold. Azura Yi could be considered an expert of the 4th level of Profound God, but he didn't even have the slightest bit of resistance, and was directly crushed by this killing intent, showing how terrifying Zi Luolan was. "Luo Tian, since you won't listen, then just wait for your death today. The people I send out next will definitely not be trash like Azura Yi." Finished, Zi Luolan walked down the stage, his expression furious. Luo Tian could not help but laugh and said, "Thank you, Auntie, for your freezing sky sword, but I will return this sword to you, no matter how powerful your Soul Hall's experts are. They will still be trampled under my brother's feet. Do you want me to ask them to show mercy and spare their lives? Ha ha ha!" Zi Luolan did not reply. Returning to his seat, his expression was abnormally sinister, cold, and gloomy as he said, "If you meet anyone from the Huashan Immortal Sect again, kill them, no matter what price you have to pay. Even if you have to detonate your primordial spirit, you have to kill them." This woman was extremely vicious. In an instant, this immortal sect disciple challenge became abnormally dangerous. Chapter 6. This chapter is for the good brother, Love's return line, 10,000 book coins, Piao Hong's reward, and update chapter. The old cow thanks again. In addition, thanks to the fall of prosperity, the death of a city, good brother, 10,000 book coins, Piao Hong's reward and support, is also a brother who often rewards. The old cow thanks again. He still owes 2 chapters, both of which are Piao Hong's reward and update chapters. Today, the 6 chapters have been completed. The old cow went to bring Nyo Nyo. The distance between the monthly votes has been pulled closer. The brothers of the Chrysanthemum team. Please explode with firepower. Please get a monthly vote. Chapter 7:22. The plot of a soap opera happened to Luo Tian. To be honest, Luo Tian was very unhappy. If Zi Luolan wasn't Li Shuer's mother, she would have been killed on the spot. But after all, she was her mother. No matter what, she couldn't easily make a move. Things calmed down. Luo Tian returned to his seat. His expression became very solemn. Next, when you meet the people from Soul Palace, you must be careful. They are all death warriors. They can do anything. It doesn't matter if you admit defeat. You must not be injured by them. Murong Bai healed the wound on his chest and also said, "Sword slaves only listen to orders. They will do anything for their goals. If necessary, they will even self-destruct their primordial spirit. You all must be careful." Zi Luolan was very vicious. From her expression, Luo Tian knew in his heart that this woman was very fierce. No matter what, he couldn't let the people around him get hurt. Cold Frost's brows trembled slightly. She looked in the direction of Soul Palace and muttered, "Madam wasn't like this in the past. Why did she become like this now? I don't know if young Miss is here. If young Miss is here," she couldn't help but worry. She was the only one here who knew a little more. The mother and daughter pair had quarreled because of Luo Tian's matter. Li Shuer had never seen her mother in this period of time. Even when her mother went to Xinghai Immortal Sect to see her, she didn't want to see her. In Li Shuer's heart, it was also painful. In the direction of Imperial Immortal Sect. The corner of Spiritual Master Liang's mouth revealed a mocking expression, saying, "This time, Luo Tian has even less fun, Brother Lin. Even if Luo Tian grew 10 pairs of wings, he can't fly out of our inescapable net. Once they die, Huashan Immortal Sect will be destroyed. Everything on them will be ours, hee. Thinking of the divine artifacts on them, Spiritual Master Liang's eyes became sinister. Lin Wuxian couldn't help but sneer. Suddenly, Spiritual Master Liang frowned slightly. When he started talking about how the alliance of the 10 immortal sects had besieged the Mount Hua Immortal Sect, Luo Tian's expression did not change at all. Spiritual Master Liang's heart sank. He immediately said to an elder, "Go to the Mount Hua Immortal Sect and see how junior brother Tianyang is doing." Understood. One of the elders disappeared without a trace. Lin Wuxian was slightly taken aback. He could not help but laugh. Brother Liang is indeed meticulous in his work. The Huashan Immortal Sect is completely powerless against the alliance of the 10 major immortal sects. Luo Tian's maniacal laughter is just to hide the worry in his heart. Just watch. He will definitely want to end the competition as soon as possible. It's useless even if we end the battle quickly. If we let him rush back now, I'm afraid there won't be a single person left alive in the Huashan Immortal Sect. Ha ha ha! Lin Wuxian and Venerable Liang laughed at the same time. He revealed a sinister and despicable face. A new referee walked out. This time, it was an elder from the Star Ocean Immortal Sect. It was very surprising. This time, he took out 2 name lists from the box. There were no disciples from the Huashan Immortal Sect, Imperial Immortal Sect, or Flowing Cloud Sect. The 2 of them had just entered the arena. The Flowing Cloud Sect disciple immediately admitted defeat, saying, "I've lost." Not a single move was made. He directly admitted defeat with a face full of smiles. What was even more surprising was that the Flowing Cloud Immortal Sect disciple strength was a level higher than the Imperial Immortal Sect disciples. He could definitely win the competition, but he directly admitted defeat. The crowd was puzzled. What was even more puzzling was that in the next few matches, as long as they encountered people from the Imperial Immortal Sect or the Star Ocean Immortal Sect, they would directly admit defeat. There were a few matches in a row where they did not fight and directly admitted defeat. This inevitably caused the surrounding audience to have some objections. The referee walked up to the arena again and took out 2 name lists. His expression was slightly stunned as he looked in the direction of the Imperial Immortal Sect. He then said, "Morong Wanjian of the Imperial Immortal Sect. Whoosh! Morong Wanjian is here! My idol is here. Oh my God, I didn't expect him to really come. I came here to see him, a dragon among men, the son of the true dragon, the #1 person in the profound sky continent, an existence that no one has been able to surpass in the past 10,000 years. He has never lost a match before. Whether it was the Immortal Sect's Disciple Challenge or the Imperial Immortal Sect's Inner Sect Assessment, he has never lost a match. He is also handsome and has a high cultivation. If only I were that female phoenix." The venue was in an uproar. Luo Tian's expression also changed. He couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he thought to himself, "Morong Wanjian, you're finally here." Luo Tian had been waiting for this day for almost 3 years. Only when Morong Wanjian appeared today would he not let him go no matter what. Coincidentally, Li Shuer's mother was present. He would defeat Morong Wanjian in front of her and use his strength to prove everything. At this moment, the fighting spirit in Luo Tian's heart was suddenly ignited, and his heart was faintly excited. Cold Frost frowned and said, "He's really here? He wasn't even in the Tianxian continent a month ago. Could he have appeared this time?" Everyone was discussing this proud son of heaven. Morong Wanjian's influence was too strong. The hope of the human race. The hope of the Tianxian continent. He was hailed as the person most likely to reach the mystic Darch realm within 100 years. He was the only person who could break through the void within 10,000 years. It was just that, when the referee read out Morong Wanjian's name, the square formation of the Imperial Immortal Sect was also in a heated discussion, causing a commotion. Everyone was looking around. Even they weren't sure if Morong Wanjian had come. Venerable Lai Yang's lips moved slightly. The referee's pupils contracted slightly. He immediately opened another name list and read out, Vast Heaven Immortal Sect, Zhou Shan. I admit defeat. Just as the referee finished speaking, a disciple of the Vast Heaven Immortal Sect stood up and shouted. The whole process was in an uproar again. Zhou Shan stood up and said again, Can I admit defeat? I am an admirer of Senior Brother Morong. How can I be his opponent? I admit defeat directly. Senior Brother Morong has won this match. He even admitted defeat to this extent. Was there a need to manipulate the competition like this? The referee also immediately announced, Morong Wanjian wins this match. He advances. Damn. Dan immediately said unhappily, he won without even showing up. Could it be that the Imperial Immortal Sect wants Morong Wanjian to be the strongest disciple in the sect? He can be the champion without even showing up. Isn't this too mocking? That's right. That was Venerable Lai Yang's plan. This was what the Heavenly Dragon of the Imperial Immortal Sect asked him to do. He didn't ask about the assembly. He was only in charge of adding Morong Wanjian's name and then instructing them to admit defeat as long as they faced Morong Wanjian. The main thing was that if they defeated the Huashan Immortal Sect, Morong Wanjian could still become the #1 disciple in the sect. Immediately after, the referee didn't explain and hurriedly drew the lots for the next match. Thunder Heaven Immortal Sects, Jin and I against. At this point, he suddenly looked up at Lin Wuxian and slowly said, Against Li Shuer. The female phoenix was here, or not? Luo Tian couldn't help but stand up. His chrysanthemum was destroyed. It hurt so much. He was only 6 votes away. Brothers, can you help me get it back? Thank you to my good brother. Bubue. 10,000 book coins. Piao Hong's reward. Old Bull will also add 1 more chapter to express his gratitude. Chapter 7:23. She's here? She didn't come? Just like Morong Wanjian, the female phoenix, Li Shuer, also had a strong influence, beauty, intelligence, and what was even more terrifying was her cultivation. She was the only one in the entire profound sky continent who had fused with the power of stars. Very strong. A woman who was not weaker than Morong Wanjian at all. There was probably no other person in this world. However, these discussions had nothing to do with Luo Tian. As long as they talked about the female phoenix, they would naturally talk about Morong Wanjian. The venue was in an uproar. Li Shuer did not appear. Luo Tian had been paying attention to Lin Wuxian the entire time, and realized that his expression was slightly startled, as if Li Shuer should have appeared. But why didn't she appear? Luo Tian couldn't help but be startled. At this time, Lin Wuxian's lips moved slightly. Thunder Heaven Immortal Sects, Jin 2 immediately stood up and shouted, I admit defeat. The referee once again announced with lightning speed, This match is won by Star C Immortal Sects Li Shuer. She advances to the next round. Walala, admitting defeat without even fighting. What the hell is going on? There's no need to manipulate the competition like this, right? If you don't want to fight, then don't fight. You have to show up, right? I came all the way here just to see the elegance of the female phoenix. I even wanted to go back to the sect to brag about it, but now I can't even brag about it. I'm so disappointed. I thought that I would be able to see Morong Wanjian and Li Shuer this year, but I didn't see a single one of them. Many people couldn't help but complain. Yunling was also filled with disappointment and said, I want to see sister-in-law. Yun also immediately nodded and said with a face full of anticipation, Why isn't sister-in-law coming? Cough, 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 cough. Boss, the female phoenix, can't really be related to you, right? Big Beard Chun Tianjing couldn't help but say, his eyes shining. At this moment, Everyone looked at Luo Tian. Even Morong Bai was staring at Luo Tian with a face full of anticipation. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "When the time comes, I'll bring you guys to Broken Sky City to cause trouble." Wow, really? Boss, you're too mighty. Even the #1 beauty in the profound sky continent is yours. Can you not be so mighty? What do you want us to do? Following you is too stressful, ha ha ha. Morong Bai laughed. Jean Gang said naively, "Boss is mighty and domineering. Eldest senior brother, don't worry. Many village girls are waiting for you." Big Beard's face was filled with excitement as he said, "Breaking Sky City's wedding, this is too awesome. I'm really looking forward to that day. At that time, just thinking about it makes me excited. Boss, are we going to snatch the bride? *CK. Is there even a need to ask? Of course, we're going to snatch her. Whoever dares to stop us will kill them. That Morong Wanjian, or whatever, will trample him into the mud. Since he dares to snatch our boss's woman, we'll show him our domineering methods." Humph. Air Dan was also abnormally excited. He had accompanied Luo Tian all the way and knew what Luo Tian had experienced. Everything he had done was to save Li Shuer in Broken Sky City and trample Morong Wanjian to death. For this goal, Luo Tian had suffered a lot. The poisonous widow smiled evilly and directly grabbed Luo Tian's arm. Her huge breasts pressed against Luo Tian's back as she blew a fragrance into Luo Tian's ear and said gently, "Sir, you won't abandon us after snatching our sister-in-law, right? I'll be the concubine, okay?" All the girls were stunned. Even cold, Frost couldn't help but look at Luo Tian. Smelling the poisonous widow's alluring body fragrance, Luo Tian's crotch was already unable to free itself. His killing intense sword and his Adam's apple rolled as he said in a low voice, "You little demoness!" "Sir, you're so bad. How am I a little demoness? I want to be your little lover." The poisonous widow was like a little woman, filled with gentleness, and her body emitted a fatal temptation. Luo Tian was truly unable to free himself. If not for the people around him, he would have definitely done something extremely intense. "Stop messing around. There's still a competition." Luo Tian tried his best to control the bath in his heart as he cried out bitterly in his heart, "Help, this is too unbearable." At this moment, the referee drew out the name list for the next match. Duo competition, Black and White Double Fiend of the Imperial Immortal Sect against Yunling Yun-Yi. As soon as his voice faded, the women behind Luo Tian immediately quietened down. The poisonous widow also immediately let go of Luo Tian's neck, walked to Yunling's side and said, "Sister, do your best. The two of you must win." Cold Frost also followed, "Do your best." Luo Tian smiled faintly, looked at the cute sisters and said, "It doesn't matter if we win or lose as long as we're fine." Luo Tian wasn't too worried about facing the other immortal sects. Against the Imperial Immortal Sect, Luo Tian's heart couldn't help but sink. Yunling giggled and said, "Big brother Luo Tian, don't worry, we will definitely win." Yun-Yi also said, "We are the strongest duo. From the day we entered the Hua Shan Immortal Sect, we have been looking forward to appearing on the stage of the Southern Heaven Gate. This time we will definitely do our best, and we will definitely win." They were very clear that every win would increase the luck of the Hua Shan Immortal Sect. It was very different from Han Hua. They just wanted to help Luo Tian share a little of the burden. That was all. Luo Tian laughed and said, "Then let's play to our heart's content." Yes, yes. The two sisters walked down the stairs. Screams sounded out from the arena. Wow, what a beautiful pair of sisters. They look exactly the same. It's impossible to tell them apart. Look at their figures, looks, breasts. Tizke, if they can accompany me for one night, I am willing to exchange 10 years of my life for it. Sisters, I have never played before. Speak softly. Look at those people from the Hua Shan Immortal Sect. If you dare to speak another word, I'm afraid you will die. *CK, what are you afraid of? Can they hear us from so far away? So what if they hear us? They can't even protect themselves after offending the 10 great immortal sects. I also said that if they sleep with me for one night. Poochie! Before he finished speaking, that person discovered that a large amount of blood was gushing out from his chest, and his throat was slit. The white-robed scholar Tong Yen once again returned behind Luo Tian and coldly said, "You are courting death!" Dimensional Demon smiled wretchedly and said, "Old Tong, how does it feel to kill someone? It has been a long time since I tried to kill someone, and I have almost forgotten what it feels like. AI, why is it not my turn yet? I am so lonely." Tong Yen laughed. "Old devil, the feeling of killing someone is really amazing. Ha ha ha. It is like catching 2 kings and 4 idiots. Too satisfying." Ha ha ha. Yunling and Yun Yi walked up the stage. In the arena, the twin demons of black and white from the immortal dominating sect smiled wretchedly. They stared at the 2 women and said, "Spend the night with us, and we'll spare your lives. Otherwise," for eyes stared at Yunling and Yun Yi's breasts. "I want the one on the left." "I want the one on the right, big brother. Since we are inside the barrier, as long as the competition is not over, we can do whatever we want. How about?" The 2 of them looked at each other and revealed a lewd smile. "The 2nd chapter has been delivered. Brothers, we are only 1 vote away from exploding the chrysanthemum. Old Bull is hysterically begging for this vote. Just 1 vote. Chapter 724. Sister, I want to dig out their eyes first." Yuni said. Yunling replied, "That's what I was thinking." The 4 eyes of the black-white double demons emitted a wolf gaze, and their expressions were extremely lustful. They stared at the sisters while drooling and rubbing their hands. "Old Tong, are you confident in penetrating the enchantment on the stage? What do you want to do?" These 2 bastards dared to be so rude to Master's wife. If we don't kill them, how can we be disciples? What if Master is unhappy and doesn't teach us the landlord mystic realm? That's true, but this is the enchantment barrier that immortal Nantian, that old fart, refined before he ascended. That is the power of the peak of the mystic Dharch realm. Even if I cultivate for 10 lifetimes, I won't be able to penetrate it. Damn, then why are you being so long-winded? Don't be anxious. They will come down one day. When that time comes, I will just cut off their necks. Makes sense. The 2 of them started chatting without restraint. King Kong and the bearded man looked at the 2 of them with their eyes wide open. They were completely dumbfounded. The bearded man couldn't help but ask, "Boss, where did they come from?" Luo Tian turned around and looked at the white-robed scholar. He shook his head and said, "I don't know either." He really didn't know. How would he know where people from tens of thousands of years ago came from? How many demons that could be sealed by the Huashan Patriarch were simple? On the stage, the referee said something as usual and then walked down the stage. The enchantment was activated. The lustful smile on the black-white double demons became even more intense. "Big brother, I want the one on the left. I want to do a live broadcast. I want to take off that girl's clothes and go to hell with her." Ha ha ha. "Then I want the one on the right." As soon as he said that, the 2 of them instantly rushed out. Their speed was so fast that it was dazzling. The 2 of them were blood brothers. Although they weren't twins, their telepathy had reached an extremely high level. They just had to think for a moment, and the other party knew what to do. In the immortal controlling immortal sect, and even the entire immortal sect, their names were very famous. One of them was dressed in black and the other in white. In the immortal sect's disciple competition, they won first place for 4 consecutive times in a row. They were extremely strong. The most important point, their telepathy was trained through countless battles. His combat experience was extremely rich. On the other hand, Yunling and Yun Yi were sisters. Although they were twins and their telepathy wasn't bad, their combat experience was clearly lacking. The black-white double ghosts were the first to attack. Although they said that they would deal with one person each, their target was Yun-yi. So, the two figures were like bullets shot out from a gun barrel, constantly exchanging positions in the arena. They were like a double-edged sword, bringing with them great power. Oh no, it's time to destroy the flower. These damned black-white double demons. Don't they know how to be tender towards the fairer sex? These two women are of the highest quality. Just like that they sigh. If I knew this would happen, I would have done it. At least give them some time. Some people in the stands didn't dare to continue watching. What a pair of beautiful sisters. It was such a pity that they died just like that. Luo Tian's heart skipped a beat. Unknowingly, his aura had reached its peak. As long as Yunlingyi was in any danger, he would rush out regardless of anything. Cold Frost gently whispered into Luo Tian's ear, "Don't worry, they will win." In this 1 month, Cold Frost had seen the sisters' crazy improvement, other than their strength. Their telepathy was extremely strong. Moreover, through this telepathy, they could increase their strength by several times. This was where their advantage lay. The moment the barrier closed, the aura on Yun-yi and Yunling's bodies clearly changed. Their strength became abnormally violent. They were completely different people. She was like a fierce female warrior. They directly summoned the war hammer that Luo Tian had given them. Boom! Boom! A series of tremors came from the barrier. Another high-grade divine artifact. Just how rich is the Huashan immortal sect? How can they have so many divine artifacts? It's too enviable. What's there to be envious about? So what if they have so many divine artifacts? Didn't you see that the Imperial God Immortal Sect leader had already said that the Huashan Immortal Sect will be destroyed today? On the stage, Yunling shouted, "Sister, attack!" Yun-yi had turned into a violent loli. There was no longer any trace of cuteness on her face. Instead, it was replaced with ferocity. The war hammer in her hand suddenly moved as she roared, "Battle form!" Wong! Wong! A buzzing sound came from the collision of power between the two of them. The divine power in their bodies directly erupted. Their bodies had clearly become stronger. The two of them moved at the same time. A dense flame of power ignited on their bodies. It was a flame of power that could be seen with the naked eye. The moment the four of them collided. "Little beauty, lie down for me. Imperial God sword technique. Tear." The black-white double demons suddenly slapped their bodies into a one shape and directly pierced towards Yunyi's chest. Their speed was too fast. Because of their line of sight, the two of them suddenly became one person. Even the audience on the stage sucked in a breath of cold air for the Yunling sisters. They thought to themselves, they're dead for sure. The black-white double demons are too cunning. Hit one of them. This is the essence of a pair battle. If one of them is injured, then there's nothing left for this pair to do. The sudden change in formation caused Yunling and Yunyi's expression to change slightly, but they did not panic. At this moment, the two of them looked at each other, and Yunling's speed was a little faster. Holding the hammer with both hands, she suddenly shouted, 80 million June of power! Hit the dog! Boom! Boom! The war hammer was raised, as if it was standing in midair. The sky sank, and the power wreaked havoc on the warhammer. It was as if it was covered with thunder and lightning, releasing a series of electric currents. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! The warhammer struck the sword that was thrusting towards him. Clang! The long sword was deflected, and the sword body directly split open, instantly shattering into pieces on the ground. The black-white double-fiend sword was only of the heaven stage, and was completely unable to withstand the bombardment of Yunling's hammer. Not to mention the power of 80 million June. How ferocious was this? Even King Kong couldn't help but tremble slightly and said, "What a fierce power!" They were also born with divine strength. After smashing the white fiend's sword with a hammer, the black fiend's body suddenly rushed out. Let's see what else you can do. A sword pierced forward. The power of this sword was even more ferocious. However, Yunling sneered complacently. She did not defend at all, and did not take the Black Fiend seriously at all. Cold sweat seeped out of the Black Fiend's forehead as he cried out in his heart, "This is bad!" Yun-Yi had disappeared. The moment Yunling's hammer came crashing down, she disappeared. After the Black Fiend's sword struck out, Yun-Yi descended from the sky in an incomparably domineering manner and shouted, "All of you, get down!" Rumble, rumble. A hammer directly blasted a huge hole in the arena. The black-white double fiend was like a dead dog in the middle of the pit. Just like that, they did not stop. Who told you to spout shit? Bam. Who told you to be arrogant? Bam. Who told you to be cocky? Bam. One person and one hammer. As if they were forging iron, the black-white double fiend was directly smashed into meat patties. These sisters were too violent. The old cow is guilty. Please use your whip to whip me. In the afternoon, after writing 2 chapters, I suddenly had something to do, and only came back at 10 at night. I really can't write anymore. I owe 2 chapters today, plus the 3 chapters that were given as rewards, a total of 5 chapters. The old cow wrote them all down. Today there are only 3 chapters. Too tired, sorry. Use your whip to whip me. Chapter 7:25. Violence. Unbearable violence. His eyeballs were blown out, his body was smashed into a meat patty, and even his primordial spirit was shattered. There was no chance for him to win. Shocking eyeballs. The audience in the stands was dumbfounded. Were these still the cute twins? It was too violent. It was a complete mess of violence. Hiss! Why do I feel sorry for the black and white double fiend? It's too miserable. So miserable that I don't even dare to watch anymore. These sisters. Fortunately, I'm not the one going up. Do you have to be so fierce? Discussions broke out everywhere, and everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They couldn't help but feel afraid, and they also got to know this pair of sisters again. Many people began to look at Luo Tian with sincere admiration in their hearts. So fierce, to be able to subdue such a pair of sisters. If it were any other man, he would probably be beaten into 17 or 18 pieces. The sisters crawled up from the pit in the arena. He put away the twin hammers. After tidying up her hair, she flung her hair and revealed a charming and cute smile. Instantly transformed, they turned into the cute and playful sisters again with a hint of shyness. However, at this time, no one dared to say anything about them because there were still 2 meat patties corpses behind them. They all had the same thought in their minds. These 2 girls can't be provoked. Ha ha ha. We won, boss, we won again. This time, the winner is still the immortal god sect. Sister-in-law is mighty. Sister-in-law is domineering. Ha ha ha. The power of those twin hammers is really terrifying. Boss, are they also born with divine strength? I want to compare notes with them. My mother said that no one can surpass my strength, but after seeing them, I don't know whose strength is stronger. King Kong's eyes flashed with a blazing gaze. Not waiting for him to finish, Morongbai shouted, "You idiot, they are such cute sisters, and you actually want to spar with them. If you dare to touch them, I will definitely not let you go. I swear on my life." King Kong laughed foolishly. Luo Tian also laughed. In terms of pure strength, King Kong had the absolute advantage. The reason why the sisters could be so strong was because of their cooperation. Their souls had reached a certain level, creating a resonance of power. Because of this, their strength would increase by several times. In addition, the hammers contained Blade River Emperor's power, which made them even more ferocious. How could the twin ghosts of Black and White, who were at the same level, be a match for him? Reverend Scorching Sun's face turned ugly. He had lost. This time, the loser was Immortal Yuzong. His face turned beet red, and he clenched his fists. He looked at Luo Tian's smug mouth, and his eyes twitched. Luo Tian, don't be so smug. The best part is yet to come. Lin Wuxian also said, Don't worry, I will make him go crazy, hee, while speaking. Lin Wuxian looked at the referee on the stage and nodded lightly. The judge understood. Yun Lingyun returned to her seat and giggled. Aren't we strong? I told you we wouldn't lose. He very happy. This was their dream. One day, he would be able to win a match on the Southern Heavenly Gates Arena. Now that it had been realized, there was an indescribable joy in their hearts. From the first day they entered the Huashan Immortal School, they had had this dream. They thought that they would have to work hard for hundreds or thousands of years, but they did not expect that it would be realized in just a few years. All of this was thanks to Luo Tian. While they were talking, Yun Ling was on the left and Yun Yi was on the right. The two of them stood beside Luo Tian, one on the left and one on the right. Then they gently kissed Luo Tian's face, and with tears in their eyes they said, Thank you. Luo Tian was startled. He never thought that the sisters would be so bold to kiss him in front of so many people. Seeing the tears in their eyes, his heart tightened as he said softly, Fool, how can you say thank you to your husband? Sir, I want a kiss too. The Poison Widow's charming voice came out. Her alluring red lips were sparkling and translucent, making people unable to stop themselves. However, she was just saying it, she didn't kiss him. Murong Bai clutched his heart, looking like he was in pain. Vajra could not help but ask, Eldest senior brother, what's wrong? Murong Bai said, My heart is stifled. Don't talk to me, I want to be alone. Vajra scratched his head and said, Which village girl is Jingjing? Uffed. Murong Bai suddenly had the urge to vomit blood. On the stage, the two corpses were carried down, and the stage was repaired in a few minutes. The referee took out two names and said faintly, Starcy Immortal Sex Hu Zhangshan against Starcy Immortal Sex Wu Nian Dao Sovereign. Hearing the name, Wu Nian Dao Sovereign, Luo Tian suddenly stood up. The space between his brows moved. The killing intent of the death god's Wei soared into the sky as his gaze locked onto Lin Wuxian. Unknowingly, the people around Luo Tian were all suffocated by the dense killing intent on his body. They felt extremely uncomfortable. The white-robed scholar Tong Yan's expression changed slightly as he laughed in his heart. Death god's killing intent, profound god stage 7, cultivating emperor techniques. It seems that master is definitely not ordinary. Even the patriarch of Huashan Mountain did not have such a height when he was young. The dimensional demon could not help but reveal a shocked expression, gloomy and cold. Invisible, like an aura rising from hell, it made people shudder. The surrounding people were all suffocated by this killing intent. It was very uncomfortable. Boss, Murong Bai said with a pale face. In their hearts, they were also extremely shocked. They thought that their breakthroughs in this 1 month of closed-door cultivation were already very fast, but compared to Luo Tian, it was like an ant compared to an elephant. There was no comparison at all. In just 1 month, he broke through 6 levels consecutively. This speed was unparalleled. Luo Tian's heart tightened. The killing intent on his body immediately retracted, and his entire person directly landed below the stage. At this time, Yun Ling, Yun Yi, and Han Hua stood up and looked at the two people walking down from Starcy Immortal Sect. One of them was Wu Nian Dao Sovereign, the elder of Huashan Immortal Sect. He was the one who used the Huashan Divine token to force Luo Tian to stay. Luo Tian remembered his kindness in his heart. Whether it was the Huashan Divine token or the ancient battlefield, it could be said that without Wu Nian Dao Sovereign, Luo Tian would not have his current cultivation. All of this would probably change. Now he was actually sent out in front of the Star Sea Immortal Sect disciples. The anger in Luo Tian's heart burst out in an instant. His face became incomparably ferocious, and he roared in a deep voice, gritting his teeth. Lin Wuxian! This was a challenge to his bottom line. Lin Wuxian laughed. He laughed complacently, ha ha ha. You want to fight with me? Who do you think you are, Brother Liang? Just watch. Luo Tian, this dog's time to suffer. Ha ha ha. Despicable. Extremely sinister. Chapter 1. Chapter 7:26. Who was Wu Nian-Dao Master? It could be said that if Wu Nian-Dao Master had not lured Luo Tian to Mount Hua Immortal Sect, there would not be the current Luo Tian. Possible. Luo Tian would have high achievements and a high level, but it would definitely not be as high as the profound God Seven Rings, and it would be impossible for him to enter so many mysterious places, take risks, kill people, and drop equipment, and it would be even more impossible for him to hatch Erden. Luo Tian remembered Wu Nian-Dao Master's kindness in his heart. In his heart, he also wanted to immediately go to the Xinghai Immortal Sect after dealing with Li Xuan'er's matter. He was willing to pay any price, even if he had to kill his way to the Xinghai Immortal Sect. He never thought that Lin Wuxian would be so despicable. He actually sent Wu Nian-Dao Master out in front of the disciples of the Xinghai Immortal Sect, and even fought against his own disciples. Obviously, Lin Wuxian wanted to make Luo Tian suffer. He knew the relationship between Wu Nian-Dao Master and Luo Tian. Seeing Luo Tian in pain made him happier than getting a divine artifact. So, he smiled. When he saw Wu Nian-Dao Master walk out of the crowd, Master Liang also smiled. He smiled very proudly and arrogantly, pointed at Luo Tian and laughed. Aren't you arrogant? Aren't you tyrannical? Aren't your disciples powerful? Now, let's see what you can do, ha ha ha. Luo Tian, you can't afford to play with us. We can play with you however we want. You're just a piece of trash with a broken dantian. You think you're so arrogant just because you have a few fortuitous encounters? Who do you think you are? Contempt, ridicule, sneer. Looking at Luo Tian's ferocious face, they were incomparably happy. This was the sinister and despicable face of Master Liang and Lin Wuxian. Luo Tian did not look at them. Instead, he looked at Wu Nian-Dao Master, who was walking down step by step from the crowd, and shouted, "Master Wu Nian!" The venue could not help but burst into discussion. Isn't Wu Nian-Dao Master an elder of Mount Hua? Why would he fight on behalf of the Star Ocean Immortal Sect? Didn't they say that even if the disciples of the same sect were drawn, they wouldn't fight and would have to draw lots again? Why is there a continuation? What's going on? Why am I getting more and more confused? Discussions broke out everywhere. The referee did not explain, and Lin Wuxian was too lazy to talk nonsense with these people. He sneered and said, Wu Nian-Dao Master is a member of my Xinghai Celestial Sect. This time, he is also competing with his own sect. I believe that this will improve them. With that said, Lin Wuxian looked at Luo Tian coldly and said mockingly, "Watch him die!" Wu Nian, Holy Man's expression was dull and expressionless. He was like a puppet that had been completely manipulated. Luo Tian's voice could be said to have been heard by everyone in the venue, but he had no reaction. His eyes were lifeless. Was he being manipulated? Luo Tian's mind moved and directly penetrated into the sea of consciousness of Dao Master Wu Nian. He shouted again, "Master Wu Nian!" His sea of consciousness was dead silent. There was no response at all. There was also no reaction at all. Why was this? Luo Tian's heart was numb with anxiety, and there was an indescribable discomfort in his heart. There were many evil techniques to manipulate people in the Tianxian continent. There were even some poisons that could be directly controlled, making people unable to control themselves and completely under the control of others. They were like puppets that had no self-consciousness at all. The current Wu Nian, Holy Man, was exactly like a puppet. Wu Nian, Holy Man, slowly walked down. The moment he walked onto the arena, he was blocked by Luo Tian. Luo Tian directly grabbed his arm and said, "Master Wu Nian, it's me. It's me, Luo Tian. Don't you remember? Who made you like this? Tell me, I must kill him." Wu Nian, Holy Man, did not respond at all. He continued to walk forward, not looking at Luo Tian at all, as if his goal was to enter the arena. At this moment, the anger in Luo Tian's heart completely erupted, and he roared heavily. Lin Wuxian, get out here. If he suffers even the slightest bit of harm today, I will not let you go. I will let your entire Star Sea Immortal sect be buried with him. I, Luo Tian, will do what I say. Buzz! At this moment, the enchantment opened. Luo Tian suddenly turned his head. His eyebrows furrowed as he stared coldly at the referee. The referee's heart trembled, and his face immediately turned pale with fright. His body trembled slightly, and he said with a trembling voice, Sect Leader Luo, please go back. As long as you enter the arena, no one can interfere. You'd better not mess around. While the referee was talking, an explosion suddenly came from within the enchantment. Rumble! Wu Nian, holy man, was like a puppet that was pressed against the enchantment. Blood hung from the corner of his mouth, his face was pale, and his eyes were lifeless, as if he did not know pain at all. Bam! 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 The moment he was pressed against the enchantment, he was crazily attacked by his opponent. Fresh blood directly penetrated deep into his chest, soaking his clothes and dripping out drop by drop. Ha 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 ha. Good fight, very good fight. Just like that. Beat him to death for me. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Looking at Luo Tian's furious expression, he couldn't help but laugh out loud and said, Come on, play with me, Luo Tian, aren't you arrogant? Why aren't you arrogant now? Ha ha ha. Play with me. I'll play you to death. Spiritual Master Liang couldn't help but say, Brother Lin, this move is really high, really high. Look at Luo Tian's painful expression. It's really too good. Ha ha ha. Cluck, cluck. Cluck, cluck. Luo Tian moved his fists, and the joints on his body crackled. His eyes were bloodshot, and his expression was abnormally ferocious like a demon. A thick black aura rose from his body. He took a step forward. Bam! The earth shook, and the enchantment on the arena flashed with waves of ripples. The referee immediately reminded him, Luo Tian, you better not mess around or else. Frowning. Two eyes suddenly stared at the referee. The referee had no strength to resist, and directly spat out a mouthful of black blood. His body retreated continuously and finally fell to the ground. His face was as pale as death. Just a thought made him so embarrassed that he didn't dare to say another word. Luo Tian, what do you want to do? You're not trying to break the enchantment, are you? Ha ha ha, the battle is not over. This enchantment will not close, and you want to break it. Lin Wuxian's eyes moved and suddenly stared at the referee and said, Let him break, ha ha ha, just as Lin Wuxian said. Luo Tian wanted to break the enchantment. Seeing Wu Nian Dao Master being beaten up so badly that it was unbearable to watch, the anger in his heart was abnormally fierce. Level 9 Berserk. 9 dragons, 9 elephants, 9 stages. Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, bloodline out for me. Both fists were like thunder, and with a heavy roar he said, Break for me! The second chapter was delivered. The matter was finally settled. Today should not be delayed. There were still 4 chapters in the evening. Brothers, today's monthly votes are a bit miserable. The old cow begs for monthly votes. Chapter 7:27. Wu Nian did not fight back at all. In less than 10 seconds, his entire body was covered in wounds and dripping with blood. And that disciple of the Star Sea Immortal Sect did not kill him, and was completely playing with him. As he fought, he looked at Luo Tian and laughed. You really want to save him, ha ha ha. Come in and save him. Do you have the ability? A teasing expression. Everyone from the 10 great immortal sects was watching Luo Tian make a fool of himself. You want to break the barrier? Just based on the power of the 7th level of the profound God? That was completely impossible. When Nantian Immortal One ascended, his cultivation had reached the peak of the profound Emperor realm. Even if a profound Emperor expert came, it would be difficult to break the barrier on the stage. It was even more impossible for Luo Tian. Do you really think you're the savior? Luo Tian, with just you? Stop dreaming. Watch the Wu Nian Dao master, who you are indebted to, suffer in the arena. Ha ha ha. This is too satisfying. Why do I feel so happy when I see him angry? So what if you win 3 rounds in a row? I'll make you lose completely in 1 round. Don't you like to save your brothers and save your women? Why don't you rush in to save them now? Why don't you rush in? The people from the 10 great immortal sects all revealed a smug sneer. Luo Tian, releasing all of his strength, both of his fists heavily struck out. The 2 fists were like 2 nuclear warheads that exploded on the barrier. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sound shook the heavens, as if thunder had fallen from the 9 heavens. The earth was trembling, and the entire venue was trembling violently. The mocking laughter suddenly stopped, and all of their expressions changed. Luo Tian's strength was too ferocious. Waves surged on the barrier, constantly rolling and shaking. Luo Tian's hands were deeply inserted into the barrier. At this moment, Luo Tian's eyes suddenly widened. He wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Rumble. The rebounding force of the barrier surged out like a tidal wave, spreading from his fist to his entire body. His chest sank, his back caved in, and the clothes on his back were all torn apart. In that instant, Luo Tian's body was sent flying. Boom! It crashed into the thick wall of the spectator stand, causing half of the wall to fall off. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, Lin Wuxian laughed maniacally. Idiot, I'm dying of laughter. He's actually stupid enough to attack the enchantment. Doesn't he know that enchantments have the power of resistance? No matter how strong you are, there will always be a backlash. Luo Tian, you are too bold and powerful, so bold and powerful that I am about to laugh myself to death. Ha ha ha! The entire hall burst into laughter. Everyone laughed at Luo Tian for being a fool. Any enchantment had the power of a backlash. The stronger the force, the stronger the rebound force. This kind of boundary that was refined by a peak stage mystic Dharch expert was even more powerful. If Luo Tian's force was 50 million kilograms, the rebound force would be 150 million kilograms. Boss! Big brother, Luo Tian. Sect master. The faces of everyone from Huashan Immortal's sect changed. Their minds tensed up, and they all wanted to rush out. At this moment, in the ruins, Luo Tian's forehead was bleeding. His eyes became more and more sinister, gloomy, and said in a deep voice, "Don't come down, you are the participating disciples. You can't let them find an excuse. Your mission is to take first place. You must take it." With that said, Luo Tian stomped his back foot. So, his body was like an afterimage. He rushed up at the speed of light. Level 9 berserk, 9 dragons, 9 elephants, the power of 3 divine beasts, come out for me. Boom, boom, boom. Luo Tian's power crazily stacked together. Wind shadow step, moon break. Boom. The power was brewing. Luo Tian's fists, once again, heavily bombarded the enchantment. This time, the power was even more violent than the previous time. The sky suddenly sank, as if it was pulled by the power of his body. The depths of the earth constantly roared, as if dragons and elephants were roaring. Everyone in the hall was shocked. They looked at Luo Tian with their mouths wide open. Rumble, rumble. The enchantment shook violently again. The ripples gathered, and the waves were turbulent, rolling crazily. In less than a moment, there was another huge backlash that attacked Luo Tian. Boom! It directly sent Luo Tian flying into the air. Luo Tian fell down like a kite with a broken string. Bam! A deep pit was smashed out of the ground, and the deep pit was cracked like a spider web. Luo Tian lay in the middle, clenching his fists tightly, pounding the ground fiercely, and roared, "I don't believe it. Master Wu Nian, I will definitely save you." He roared. Luo Tian flew out of the pit, once again releasing 3 powerful forces, and once again bombarding the enchantment. His body bounced away again, and he fell again. Luo Tian's whole body was injured, and he ignored it completely. He once again rushed out of the pit, and once again bombarded out. Boom! Bang! Boom! Bang! He was completely like a madman. He was completely like a fool. He desperately tried. He was really risking his life. Many people began to laugh, and in the end, they were shocked by Luo Tian. Was he still human? After suffering so much damage, he didn't care at all, and still charged forward without caring about his life. Was it necessary? Was it necessary for a person who was being controlled? A lot of people were asking this question. Was it really necessary for Tao Master Wu Nian? It was necessary. This was Luo Tian's answer. Without the help of Tao Master Wu Nian, there would be no Luo Tian now. Luo Tian was a very grateful person. If someone was good to him, he would compensate 10 times, 100 times. If someone was bad to him, he would also repay 10 times, 100 times. He remembered the kindness of Tao Master Wu Nian in his heart. Even if he knew that he couldn't break through the enchantment on the arena, he still fought like a madman. He didn't know how he could save Tao Master Wu Nian. He only knew that he had to do something, otherwise he would go crazy. In the arena, Tao Master Wu Nian looked at Luo Tian with dull eyes and kept looking. Seeing Luo Tian's continuous attacks and then being sent flying by the rebounding force, Luo Tian's expression changed. His dull eyes slightly regained a strange luster. I seem to have seen this person somewhere before. I remember him in my brain. Yes, I seem to have something on him. Who is he? Who am I? Maybe Luo Tian's desperation touched a nerve deep in Tao Master Wu Nian's heart. At this moment, the power that controlled him was broken by him a little, and then he thought crazily. Looking at Luo Tian's crazy actions, his heart couldn't help but ache. Who was he? What was he doing? Why did he always attack the enchantment? Countless questions rushed to Tao Master Wu Nian's brain. At this moment, a name suddenly came to Tao Master Wu Nian's mind. Luo Tian! At the same time, Tao Master Wu Nian's eyes immediately changed. Looking at the Star Sea disciple who was rushing towards him, his face immediately became ferocious. He directly exploded all the power in his body to the peak and shouted in a deep voice, "You lie down for me!" Chapter 3. Old Bull was still writing, and there was an update at night. Chapter 7:28. He finally woke up. It was Luo Tian who allowed Wu Nian to break through the shackles and wake up from his deep sleep. It was also at that moment Wu Nian Tao Master unleashed all his power and slammed down with his palm. Bam! The disciple of the Star Sea Immortal sect did not expect Wu Nian to suddenly wake up. The door was wide open, and he had no time to defend himself. He was hit in the chest by a palm and was sent flying, crashing into the barrier. Luo Tian's fists suddenly exploded. Rumble! The two forces collided. The energy ripples on the barrier were wreaking havoc, directly tearing the disciple's body apart. His body exploded, and the arena was covered in blood. Wu Nian looked at Luo Tian through the barrier. Luo Tian also looked at him. The two of them laughed. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up slightly, and his eyes darkened. His entire body was sent flying by the rebound force of the barrier. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! It was also at this moment that Tao Sovereign Wu Nian chuckled softly. He looked at Luo Tian and sensed his cultivation base. He laughed with incomparable joy and muttered to himself, I won. I won the bet. Ha ha ha. This is the most beautiful win I have ever won in my life. I won. Father, I did it. Luo Tian will definitely lead the Huashan Immortal sect to a new peak. Puffed! Wu Nian spat out a large mouthful of black blood, and his face instantly turned ashen. Looking at the direction Luo Tian flew in, he had a satisfied smile on his face. Then his body swayed and fell down with a loud bang. No, Luo Tian crawled up from the ruins. The moment he saw Wu Nian fall, His heart suddenly twitched. It was very painful. He rushed forward crazily. Dead. Wu Nian was dead. He had suffered too many attacks, and it was impossible for him to survive. The reason why he didn't die at the beginning was because he couldn't feel pain, couldn't feel death, and killed that disciple the moment he woke up. At that time, death descended and his body gradually turned cold. However, he died with a smile, because he saw hope. He saw Luo Tian, which was enough for him. The battle was over. The barrier automatically fell, and Luo Tian madly rushed up. Regeneration, 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 Han Hua and the others also quickly ran down. Looking at the peaceful face of Wu Nian, holy man, Han Hua said, "Sect leader, Elder Wu Nian is dead." He died smiling. He saw hope. He saw the hope you brought to the Huashan immortal sect. You must rise. Yunling, Yun Yi cried, "Brother Luo Tian, don't blame yourself. Don't blame yourself. I'm so sad to see you like this. Don't be like this." Suddenly, Luo Tian stood up. He stared at Lin Wuxian and said coldly, "I hereby announce that I am withdrawing from the position of the sect leader of Mount Hua. I will pass it to senior sister Han Hua. From now on, I will be an ordinary disciple of the Mount Hua celestial sect. I will take over Han Hua's position. I'll be the one screaming in the next round." Boom! Luo Tian's sudden announcement caused the entire venue to sink. He actually gave up the position of sect leader? The sect leader of the immortal sect was a supreme position. Luo Tian didn't even think about it and directly gave up his position. What was he trying to do? So many people begged for it, but he actually gave up his position. This caused many people to be puzzled. It also caused a huge uproar. What is Luo Tian trying to do? What is he trying to do by suddenly announcing his abdication? What is he thinking? Could it be that he was shocked silly by the backlash of the barrier? How can he give up the position of sect leader so casually? This is the strongest cultivation resource of the Huashan immortal sect. Giving up the position, is he retarded? Everyone started to discuss. Han Hua's expression also changed. He said in a low voice, "Sect leader, what are you saying? I don't have the qualifications to be the Huashan immortal sect's sect leader. You should take back your words. I can't be the sect leader." Moronbai couldn't help but say, "Boss, if you want revenge, we can do it. Why do you have to do it yourself? I won't let these people off. Don't talk nonsense. In any case, you are still the sect leader of the immortal sect. Didn't you want to marry a female phoenix? How can you do it without some status? Hurry up and take back your words." The bearded man also immediately advised, "Senior brother is right. You can't make the wrong choice because of a moment of anger." The white-robed scholar Tong Yen laughed and said to Wei Mo, "Too cool. It really suits my temperament. Bu Gui is the reincarnation of the demon Emperor Xing Tian. If he doesn't flip out when his benefactor is killed, can he still be considered human?" Wei Mo also laughed sinisterly. "Master is master. I can't help but admire him." That's right. Luo Tian wanted revenge. He wanted to kill everyone from the 10 great immortal sects. He wanted everyone from the 10 great immortal sects to be responsible for the death of Wu Nian Dao Master. He wanted Lin Wuxian to kneel in front of him. Luo Tian's expression was a little cold. He looked at Han Hua and said, "Senior sister, I don't have the heart to manage the Huashan immortal sect. What I pursue is the highest realm. The Huashan immortal sect is too small. The Tianxin continent is too small. This is not my stage. Even if I am not the sect leader, I will still lead the Huashan immortal sect to the peak. Don't worry. Luo Tian will trample all the 10 great immortal sects under his feet. Those who don't agree die." Every word was spoken with a pause. His voice was like a large bell, spreading beyond the 9 heavens. All the voices in the venue suddenly disappeared. Silence. It was so quiet that it made people panic. All eyes were fixed on Luo Tian. Looking at those cold eyes, the disciples of the 10 great immortal sects felt a chill in their hearts. They didn't know why, but fear suddenly rose in their hearts. It was also at this moment. Spiritual Master Liang slowly stood up, clapped his hands, and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha! What big words! You want to trample my 10 great immortal sects under your feet. Luo Tian, I want to see what kind of ability you have. Lin Wuxian's expression was the same as he revealed a disdainful sneer and said, I agree to your participation. Let's see how big of a wave a piece of trash like you can create with a shattered pubes. Your end is coming. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. All of a sudden, the sect leaders of the 10 great immortal sects all laughed loudly. Laughter engulfed the entire venue, other than the Huashan immortal sect. Everyone was laughing at Luo Tian's arrogance, trampling the 10 great immortal sects under his feet. Any one of the 10 great immortal sects could turn the Huashan immortal sect into ashes. Luo Tian actually said such arrogant words. It was truly laughable. Even in the Soul Palace's square formation, Ziluolan couldn't help but reveal a disdainful sneer, and said coldly, You overestimate yourself. Luo Tian looked at these people and sneered. With a disdainful mouth, he clenched his fists tightly and thought to himself, All of you, just you wait to tremble for me. At this moment, Luo Tian's chest was in intense pain, his throat rolled, and a large mouthful of black blood came out of his mouth. Chapter 4. The old cow is still writing. There's still an update tonight. The weather is so cold. My fingers are frozen stiff. Can you give me a monthly ticket to warm my hands? Chapter 729. The rebounding force was too fierce. Luo Tian had been enduring all this time. Actually, the power in his body was already uncontrollably colliding into a ball. It was as if he was about to go berserk while cultivating. His mind and sea of consciousness were all under intense attack. Luo Tian was unable to suppress this kind of attack in a short period of time. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of black blood. At this time, Luo Tian's body took a step forward and almost fell down. But King Kong, who was beside him, supported him. Pooh! Another mouthful of black blood was spat out. Luo Tian's complexion was incomparably pale. His internal injury and anger attacked his heart. The two injuries were stacked together, causing the damage to be even more intense. It was incomparably unbearable. Boss! Sir! Brother Luo Tian, don't scare me. Everyone's heart suddenly tightened. Tong Yen couldn't help but frown. With a slight thought, his heart sank. He couldn't help but say, What a heavy injury. How did he endure such a heavy injury? The enchantment refined by immortal Nantian contains the power of the mystic emperor. How strong would the rebounding force be for him to rush in like this? Dimensional Demon immediately said, Old Tong, don't just say this. Quickly think of a way. We can't just watch Master die. No matter what, he is our benefactor. He is the only one who can remove the seal on our bodies. If it was someone else who would care about the life and death of us old fellows. Master. Actually, they were grateful to Luo Tian in their hearts. Putting aside the fact that Luo Tian was the reincarnation of the devil Emperor Xing Tian, they were sincerely grateful to Luo Tian. It was Luo Tian who gave them the opportunity to be reborn. Otherwise, they would have slowly exhausted their lifespan in the Great Soul Refining Array and become a cup of yellow soil. Tong Yen shouted, I still don't know. But you and I have been in the Great Soul Refining Array for so many years. Even the best spirit pills will expire. It is useless. What can I do? Can you please save our sect master? Plop! Han Hua directly knelt in front of Tong Yen, crying and begging, Please save him, I beg you. Cold Frost also wanted to kneel down, but she was lifted up by Tong Yan's power. She said, What are you doing? If you could save me, would you leave me to die? Sigh, if I had known, I would have brought the medical demon along. What's the point of us coming here? If Luo Tian dies, those old guys will definitely not let us off. I. Motherfucker. If anything happens to Luo Tian, I'll kill everyone here. I'm so pissed off. Among these people, Luo Tian was the only one who knew healing magic. None of them. All of them could only stare blankly, unable to do anything. This feeling was very unbearable. Yunling and Yun Yi were sobbing. The poisonous widow was secretly wiping her tears. Cold frost clenched her fists tightly. King Kong was supporting Luo Tian, but his eyes were fixed on Lin Wuxian. Murong Bai and the bearded man were the same. The battle chi on their bodies soared to the ceiling. Pft, pft. Luo Tian spat out a few more mouthfuls of black blood. His body could not help but tremble. His face became uglier and uglier, and his lips turned black. He was like a person who was about to die. He had suffered too much pain. He was riddled with wounds. Every impact made him feel as if he had taken half a step into hell. Every time, he would grit his teeth and endure it. He wanted to save Wu Nian Dao Master. He risked his life to save him, but in the end he still could not save him. He died in front of him. This kind of pain was even more unbearable than the backlash of the 10 great enchantments. Coupled with the anger in his heart, Luo Tian suffered too much pain. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Seeing Luo Tian spit out black blood continuously, Lin Wuxian laughed. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, didn't you clamor that you want to trample the 10 great immortal sects under your feet? Look at you. Why don't you trample them? Ha ha ha. Venerable Lai Yang immediately echoed. I thought you were smart, but I didn't expect you to be even stupider than a pig. You are actually stupid enough to crash into a mystic Darch grade enchantment. This is too funny. Luo Tian, I said you would die today. I didn't expect you to die so soon. I haven't even made a move yet. Ha ha ha. They mocked him without restraint. King Kong was furious. Murong Bai was furious. Big Beard, Tong Yen, and Wei Mo were also furious. Their anger was like a volcano erupting. Luo Tian held King Kong's arm tightly and said in a low voice, Don't be impulsive. You are not their match. Don't worry, I will be fine. I can still hold on. As he spoke, he spat out another mouthful of black blood. Yun Lingyun bit her lips until they bled. She did not allow herself to cry out loud. She said anxiously, Brother Luo Tian, don't talk. Who has a healing pill? Take it out quickly. Everyone dug around, and all they took out were divine explosion pills. During this period of time, Luo Tian had not refined any healing pills. This was because he had not used them for a long time. He had been refining spirit explosion pills. Now he could not even take out a single healing pill. However, even if he could, it would be useless. His injuries were too severe. Luo Tian felt incomparably uncomfortable. He could not even release his ability. He needed time to rest. He had not rested for a single second in the great realm of desolation for a month. These old injuries and new injuries erupted together, causing him to be unable to extricate himself from the pain. At this moment, a purple figure descended. In her hand was a pill box. Before the box was opened, a medicinal fragrance floated out. Heaven Spirit Pill. Healing Saint Pill. Tong Yan's expression immediately sank as he stared at the pill in Ziluolan's hand. Wei Mo's expression immediately changed. Ziluolan's expression changed slightly. Her expression changed slightly. She didn't expect Tong Yan to know that this was the Heavenly Spirit Pill even before seeing it. She couldn't help but wonder, who are these two people? One must know that the Heaven Spirit Pill was extremely difficult to refine. Only a mystic emperor expert could refine it. A single Heaven Spirit Pill was able to bring a dying person back to life. Its effect was extremely powerful. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 terrifying auras heavily descended. Standing behind Ziluolan, the dense sword intent on their bodies directly locked onto Tong Yan and Weimo. Luolan did not care about the two of them. Instead, she coldly smiled and said, Luo Tian, as long as you leave Shui, this pill will be yours. Moreover, I can guarantee that no one will dare to touch you today, including the people beside you. I can guarantee that they will not die." Luo Tian slightly raised his eyes and heavily said, "Scram!" Ziluolan's expression became extremely unsightly. A trace of malice flashed through her eyes. The muscles at the corner of her eyes lightly twitched a few times as she coldly said, "Just wait for your death!" Immediately, 3 figures instantly left. At this moment, under the instructions of Lin Wuxian, the referee suddenly announced, "Huashan Immortal School Luo Tian against Imperial Immortal School Ning Wutian." Too sinister. Chapter 5. Old Bull is still writing. There will be more updates at night. Right now, both of his feet are freezing cold. Seeking warmth. Chapter 730. He had seen despicable people before, but he had never seen such despicable people before. The referee walked up to the stage, casually found a box, took out 2 names, and immediately announced the names of the opponents. Moreover, it was the severely injured Luo Tian. It had to be said, Lin Wuxian was extremely despicable. Lin Wuxian stood there and laughed coldly. "If you want to play with me, I will play you to death." Immediately, Vajra was enraged and roared towards the sky. "Lin Wuxian, I want to fight you one-on-one. If you have the guts, come down." Morongbai was the same. "I have never seen such a despicable person like you. Manipulating the competition, manipulating the referee. Now that my boss is injured, you immediately announce that he is the next opponent. Lin Wuxian, can you be a little more shameless?" The bearded man also scolded loudly. "Count me in. Today, even if I have to risk my life, I will play with your star, see immortal sect to the end." Tong Yan and the dimensional demon were also angry. What bullshit 10 great immortal sects. When they are sinister, they are even more sinister than our devil sect. They are so despicable that even a single person can't go up. To be reduced to such a state, I'm puzzled. Why are there so many people in the immortal sects who are worse than pigs and dogs? Very angry, other than Luo Tian. Everyone around him was incomparably angry. They all threatened to stand up and fight for Luo Tian in this match. However, Lin Wuxian immediately sneered and said, "Luo Tian, if you can't afford to play, then scram out of the Southern Heaven Gate. And that big guy of yours, the traitor of the Soul Palace, who do you think you are? What kind of status do you have? Do you have the qualifications? Go to the side and play with me." Spiritual Master Lai Yang laughed complacently. "Luo Tian, are you going to fight or not? My disciple has already entered the stage. If you don't fight and kneel down to admit defeat, I will ask my disciple to spare your dog life." At this moment, Ning Wutian laughed wildly in the ring and roared, "Luo Tian, you son of a bitch! Get up here and accept your death. Ha ha ha! The Immortal Sect's Disciple Challenge competition is not for you. There are still many disciples waiting. If you can't afford to lose, then don't participate. What's the point of participating? Aren't you just a little injured? Why are you being so wishy-washy? You can't even be compared to a woman. I think it's better for you to take your men and scram." Ha ha, I can't hold it in anymore. I can't take it anymore. I really can't. Boss, let's kill them. I can't take them anymore. My anger is making me lose my mind. I want to kill all of them. How hateful. I'm so angry. 2 balls dragon might cause the surrounding space to distort. Anger. They were extremely angry. Every single one of them was exceptionally angry. But the more it was like this, the calmer they had to be. Lin Wuxian, Spiritual Master Lai Yang, and the 10 great immortal sects were all laughing at Luo Tian. Everyone in the Southern Heaven Gate was laughing at the Huashan Immortal Sect. The more it was like this, the more they had to beat them up. They had to use all of their strength to beat them up so badly that even their parents wouldn't recognize them. Luo Tian said with a trembling voice, "Calm down, all of you calm down. They want to anger us and make us lose our minds. If that's the case, we will fall for their trap. Don't they want to play? Then let's play with them until they die." Immediately after, Luo Tian turned around and let out a heavy breath. He coughed a few times, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He smiled and said, "I'll participate. I'll be right there." "Boss, you can't go. You're already injured. You can't go." "Big brother Luo Tian, don't go. I'm begging you, don't go, okay?" "Master, they obviously let you go because they saw that you were seriously injured. If you don't treat your injuries, you will really die. If you die, those old guys will definitely not let the two of us go." Everyone stopped Luo Tian. Ning Wutian sneered and said, "Luo Tian, you're really a girl. Kneel down and admit defeat." Dan glared and roared, "You dog, if you dare say another word, I'll swallow you." Ning Wutian's face changed slightly. He said timidly, "You better hurry up. My time is very precious." Huff, huff. Luo Tian took a deep breath and said, "Don't worry, I'll be fine. Go back to your seats. No matter what happens, don't come down. If I die, run away immediately. Run separately and never return to the Huashan immortal sect. Never avenge me. Dan, I'll leave Yunling and the other girls to you. You must take good care of them." Luo Tian didn't know if he could still walk down. He could vaguely guess the next match in his heart. So, there were some words that he had to say in advance. It didn't matter if he died, but he couldn't implicate his brothers and women. No matter what happened, he hoped that his brothers could live on and the women could live happily. Dan nodded heavily, but he couldn't say a word. The girls were already sobbing. In their hearts, they all had the same thought. If Luo Tian died, they would risk their lives to complete what Luo Tian didn't. They wouldn't live on. King Kong and the others were the same. As long as something happened to Luo Tian, they would immediately kill. They would never run away. Luo Tian would protect them. They would also protect Luo Tian. This was a brother. Luo Tian stepped on the arena. His body was swaying, but there was a cold smile on his face. He coldly stared at Ning Wutian and said with a smile, "I'm sorry. I let you live for half a minute longer. You should thank me." Ning Wushan coldly snorted and said, "You're about to die. How can you still be so arrogant? Luo Tian, today I will end your life. When I go to hell and see the king of hell, I will tell him who killed you." While he was speaking, the referee walked down the arena as fast as he could and activated the enchantment. He didn't want to give Luo Tian any chance to breathe. He was now seriously injured, and it was the best opportunity to kill him. As long as Luo Tian died, the pillar of the Huashan immortal sect would collapse. The remaining people of the Huashan immortal sect would be killed in minutes. No one would stop the marriage between the female phoenix and the true dragon. At this moment, Ziyan smiled. Luolan also smiled very happily. She looked at Luo Tian, who couldn't even stand properly. She smiled proudly and said, "Overconfident dog, do you really think you can counterattack? You're just a toad in a poor valley." Shwa. Shwa. I gave him 2 chances to live, and he didn't know how to cherish it. You can't blame me. Buzz. In an instant, Ning Wutian's long sword moved. Without waiting for him to attack, Luo Tian took the initiative to attack. He grabbed Ning Wutian's throat and pushed him against the enchantment at an astonishing speed. He shouted, "Level 9 rage." Boom! The impact of the force and the enchantment's recoil directly shook Ning Wutian's body into powder. Luo Tian suddenly retreated and roared to the sky, "Laugh at me again!" Chapter 6. This chapter is a reward and update chapter. Thank you to my good brother, Mai Shiyan, for 10,000 book coins. Old Bull will add 1 more chapter to express his gratitude. That is to say, Old Bull still owes 5 more chapters. This week, 213 rewards. This is the first time more than 200 rewards have been given. Old Bull sincerely thanks all the brothers for their generous support. I bow to all of you. Thank you. Then, a new week was about to begin. Old Bull crazily asked for recommendation votes. There were recommendation votes every day. Brothers, please vote for me after reading the book. Old Bull is very grateful Chapter 731. Shout for me again. Luo Tian roared, venting the anger in his heart. The venue suddenly went silent. Unknowingly, countless paw sounds of slaps could be heard, as if God was slapping his face. All of them were completely shocked by Luo Tian's magnificent instant kill. Seriously injured, he could still kill in an instant. Wasn't the immortal god sect strong? Now that he had lost, he didn't even have a complete corpse. Wasn't Lin Wuxian manipulating the competition and the referee? No matter how much you manipulate, can you manipulate the opponent to not be killed in an instant? Silence. It was terrifyingly quiet. Everyone's face was extremely ugly. Luo Tian's breathing was weak, and he couldn't even stand steadily. Receiving the ridicule, contempt, and disdain from the 10 great immortal sects, as well as the cold ridicule from the Soul Hall's Violet, everyone thought that Luo Tian was arrogant, threatening to trample the 10 great immortal sects under his feet. This kind of seriously injured, arrogant maniac would definitely die in this competition. However, no one would have thought that Luo Tian would use a magnificent instant kill to strike back at them, leaving them speechless. They couldn't even breathe, as if their faces were swollen and they couldn't breathe. Boss is mighty. Huashan Immortal Sect is mighty. All of a sudden, King Kong also roared with raging sky. His voice shook the sky. He used almost all of his strength to roar. This voice was like a dragon emerging from the sea in everyone's mind, setting off huge waves that were tens of thousands of feet high. At this moment, everyone was jolted awake. Immediately after, 2 balls Murong Bai and the others all shouted in unison, "Boss is mighty! Huashan Immortal Sect is mighty!" This insta-kill had given them a chance to vent their resentment. Those who looked down on Huashan Immortal Sect and Luo Tian were like deflated balloons at this moment, unable to make a single sound. Facing the voices of the people from Huashan Immortal Sect, they felt that they were a little funny. It was too funny. Lin Wuxian's face was ugly. Reverend Scorching Sun's expression turned ugly as well. Zi Luolan's expression was the most unsightly. Her face was green and white. She stared at Luo Tian with her cold eyes. She clenched her teeth, and a strong murderous aura emanated from her body. She was the one who was slapped the hardest. She had thought that Luo Tian was dead for sure, so she had said those words. She had never thought that Luo Tian would be able to kill her in one move. Instantly, she had been slapped in the face, ruthlessly humiliating her. What a powerful force! What a strong burst of power! How did he do it? He only used one move to kill that first-order, profound god expert. Wasn't he about to die? How can he still unleash such a powerful force? This man is too tough. After calming down, there was a burst of whispers. It engulfed the entire venue. At this moment, Luo Tian's body shook violently. He took a step forward, his legs trembling, his face turning even paler, his pupils constricted, and the pain in his body once again attacked him crazily. His throat was filled with blood, and he could not help but spit out a large mouthful of black blood. Cough, 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 rapid coughing. It was too uncomfortable. Just now he had used his strength and once again aggravated the injuries in his body. Luo Tian's injuries had worsened. It was a miracle that he was able to hold on now. The system kept ringing with alarms. HP dropped, please replenish. HP dropped, please heal quickly. Luo Tian did not pay attention to it. He had no way to pay attention to it. He glanced at the referee. The referee had just recovered from his shock. Just as he was about to close the enchantment, he suddenly received a sound transmission in his mind. Let Luo Tian continue to fight. Finish all the matches in the 10th group. Isn't he good at fighting? I want to see how good he is at fighting. If he doesn't die this time, he will be exhausted to death. Lin Wuxian's voice. Luo Tian was seriously injured. If he did not receive treatment, he might die at any time. But Lin Wuxian did not wish for Luo Tian to die in any other place. He wanted to be beaten to death by the people of Xinghai Immortal Sect on the stage. He wanted to crush Luo Tian's arrogance, and savagery into pieces. He wanted everyone to see that Luo Tian was just a trash. The referee's face turned slightly cold. He nodded lightly, then coughed and said, "Next, we will continue with the 10th group of matches. The name list is Luo Tian from Huashan Immortal Sect against Wang Xiu from Xinghai Immortal Sect." As soon as his voice fell, it immediately attracted countless discussions. Luo Tian's eyes darkened as he looked directly at Lin Wuxian. His eyes turned sinister as he secretly clenched his fists. F***CK. Lin Wuxian. F***CK, your 18 generations of ancestors. Open the enchantment for me. Referee, you dog. If you don't open it, I will kill you. They were furious. The people from Huashan Immortal Sect were furious. Luo Tian was already seriously injured and was about to die. Suddenly, the 10th group of matches was repeated. One must know that the first round of matches had not even ended and the 10th group of matches had already started. This was obviously targeting Luo Tian, not giving him any chance to breathe. If he could not kill him, he would exhaust him to death. Lin Wuxian hated Luo Tian to the core. Swoosh! An old man from the Star Ocean Immortal Sect's disciple group flew out and landed below the stage. "Boss, you can't fight. Brother Luo Tian, you will die. Stop fighting. Come down, come down. Do you guys have to be so shameless? We will withdraw from the competition. We will withdraw from the competition immediately." Luo Tian was the pillar of Huashan Immortal Sect. Even if there was no one in Huashan Immortal Sect, as long as Luo Tian was there, everything was possible. She could not let Luo Tian die here. Even if the Immortal Sect's luck was gone, she could not. As long as Luo Tian was alive, everything would be taken back. Lin Wuxian sneered and said disdainfully, "You want to withdraw now? Let me tell you, it's too late." After saying that, Lin Wuxian laughed proudly and said coldly, "Luo Tian, I want to see how many more rounds you can take." Spiritual Master Liang also laughed proudly and said, "The rules of the competition are that as long as the people from the 10 immortal sects have no objections, they can pass. Ask the leaders of the 10 immortal sects if they have any objections." No. I completely agree. The remaining 8 leaders all stood out to express their opinions. In the entire venue, other than Huashan Immortal Sect, no one was willing to stand up for Huashan Immortal Sect. They knew very well that the 10 immortal sects wanted to kill Luo Tian and Huashan Immortal Sect. Anyone who stood out would be going against the 10 immortal sects. No one dared to. Zi Luolan's expression returned to normal, and she laughed coldly. "Today, even if you don't die, you will die." Humph. Luo Tian raised his eyes slightly, stabilized his body, and looked at Han Hua. "Don't worry about me. Without my orders, don't act rashly." Then, Luo Tian's eyes darkened, flashing with a sharp cold light, and shouted, "Come!" Chapter 1. Thank you to Starry Night for the 10,000 book coins. Old Cow will update the chapter. Thank you again. Brothers, Old Cow begs for a recommendation ticket, begging to rush up. Chapter 732. The rules were unfair? Destroy. The competition was unfair? Destroy. The judges were unfair? They would be sent flying in the end. There were many unfairness in the world. Luo Tian had experienced it many times in his previous life. At that time he did not have the ability and could only bow his head. Now, he wanted to rise. Didn't Lin Wuxian want to exhaust him to death? Then bring it on. Didn't the 10 immortal sects want to see him die in the arena? Then bring it on. Didn't Zi Luolan want to see him make a fool of himself? Then bring it on too. Luo Tian would use his fists to smash all of this to pieces. Spiritual Master Liang smiled and said to Lin Wuxian, "Brother Lin, this is a brilliant move. Letting Luo Tian die in the arena and off the arena are 2 completely different concepts. He must die in the arena and let everyone see the consequences of offending the 10 immortal sects. Lin Wuxian smiled coldly and said, I think so too. Luo Tian is already at the end of his rope. He is still too inexperienced to play with us. They wanted Luo Tian to die in the arena. The commotion caused by this was completely different from dying in the arena. This would be a fatal blow to the Huashan immortal sect. It might even completely destroy the Huashan immortal sect's luck. This would also increase the influence of the Imperial God sect and Qinghai immortal sect. It was a very simple influence. They were the leaders of the immortal sects. Whoever did not submit to them would be the role model. They wanted to establish their dominance. No one could shake their position. However, Lin Wuxian was a little surprised that Luo Tian actually accepted it. He could not help but laugh coldly in his heart. You want to play with me with this kind of IQ? Go play with your own eggs. Later, you will be lying on the ground as a corpse. Humph. Luo Tian actually accepted the competition. He can't even stand properly. Even if he doesn't want to die in this match, he will die in the arena. Is he stupid? He actually accepted such an unfair match. I really have to say that there is something wrong with his brain. This is an unfair competition. Some of the smaller immortal sects began to discuss in low voices. They did not dare to speak loudly, afraid that the people from the 10 immortal sects would hear them and cause trouble. The entire venue was like this. Some people felt injustice for Luo Tian, but only in their hearts. On the surface, they did not dare to say a word. They were afraid. At the Huashan immortal sect, Tong Yan seriously looked at Luo Tian. He began to admire this man. He was really different. Luo Tian's tenacity made his heart tremble. Looking at his serious expression, Tong Yan couldn't help but say, listen to him. Luo Tian isn't an impulsive person. He won't act recklessly. We have to believe in him. The dimensional demon felt the same as Tong Yan and also said, believe in him, he can protect himself. Inside, 2 balls had followed Luo Tian the longest, so he understood Luo Tian the best. Thinking about Luo Tian's past, he wiped away his tears and said, Boss definitely has his reasons. We will listen to him. Everyone returned to their seats. Although they said so, everyone's heart was in their throats. They were extremely worried. On the arena, the enchantment opened, and Wang Xiu walked in. The enchantment immediately closed, as if it was afraid Luo Tian would run out in an instant. The referee shouted from outside, Battle start! Wang Xiu was not in a hurry to attack. He coldly smiled and said, Luo Tian, kneel down and admit defeat. I will leave your corpse intact. I am not Ning Wutian. He will be careless and be instantly killed by you, but I won't. Moreover, you don't have any strength left. Even if I stand here and don't move, you will be exhausted to death by the injuries on your body. His face was filled with complacency. This was his chance to become famous. He would definitely take advantage of it. He was probing how long Luo Tian could last and how much strength Luo Tian had left. The moment his divine sense entered the enchantment, he began to pour into Luo Tian's sea of consciousness. He found that Luo Tian was completely unguarded. His sea of consciousness was like a stormy sea, constantly raging and arrogant. This kind of impact could cause a person's sea of consciousness to explode. He could not imagine how Luo Tian could withstand it. Luo Tian's eyes moved slightly. The corner of his mouth drew back, revealing a deathly smile. He said in a low voice, Die! In an instant, his slightly trembling body suddenly moved. At this moment, Wang Xiu's eyes turned sinister as he sneered. I said, I am not Ning Wutian. You want to sneak attack me? You have miscalculated. Stealth. Hide. Suddenly, Wang Xiu directly used a cultivation method similar to the invisibility technique, and his body completely disappeared. You want to sneak attack me? Ha ha ha! Luo Tian, I will exhaust you to death. While I am in a good mood right now, kneel down and kowtow to admit defeat. I will leave you with an intact corpse. Otherwise, I will make sure you don't even have a ghost. Ha ha ha! Sinister! Quite sinister. He didn't confront Luo Tian head-on at all. He directly went invisible and played a war of attrition with Luo Tian. The injuries on Luo Tian's body continued to worsen, and he simply could not afford to consume them. Every minute and every second was incomparably important to him. At this time, a series of boos sounded from the stage. Feeling that Wang Xiu was too despicable, Lin Wuxian suddenly stood up and shouted, "The arena is a competition of martial arts, a competition of methods, a competition of cultivation methods. If anyone dares to boo me again, I will slap his mouth." Wang Xiu was his disciple. It could be said that he was one of the proudest disciples. He let Wang Xiu go on stage because he wanted Wang Xiu to end Luo Tian and win glory for him. Just as he finished his words, Dan immediately flew into the air and hissed, "Wang Xiu, do you have any shame? You're so despicable. I really don't know which dog taught you. You're definitely not a good person." King Kong followed closely behind. "I'm going to boo you. Come on, and slap my mouth." Lin Wuxian's eyes turned sinister. He was about to rush out, but was pulled back by spiritual master Liang and said, "Why are you acting like a few pieces of trash? Their lowly identities are not worthy of us taking action. Don't worry, it won't be long before someone will teach them a lesson." On the stage, Wang Xiu's figure kept moving. There was not a single trace of aura. There was not a single trace of air movement. It was as if he had completely disappeared. Every time he changed his position, he would sneer and mock. "Luo Tian, aren't you very strong? Come on, bite me like a mad dog. Play with me. I won't play you to death, ha ha ha." Luo Tian stood in place without moving. Wang Xiu did not attack. He was prepared to exhaust Luo Tian. He was very clear that Luo Tian couldn't afford to waste time. A few minutes, or even the next second, Luo Tian might fall to the ground. Wang Xiu was very arrogant, quite arrogant. He had an expression as if he was certain that he would eat Luo Tian, and his heart became more and more complacent. Killing Luo Tian. My name will also spread throughout the world. Ha ha ha, huff! Luo Tian frowned slightly and clenched his fists tightly. Suddenly, Luo Tian suddenly shouted, "Sharingan, Mangekyo Sharingan!" Chapter 2. Old Cow Seeking Recommendation Tickets. Brothers Seeking Strength, H. Chapter 733. Concealment Technique, very strong. Hiding one's aura. Even the flow of air when moving would not be detected. His mind could not sense it. His divine sense could not sense it. Luo Tian was unable to find Wang Xiu's location. Just as Wang Xiu had said, he could not afford to waste it, not even for a second. So, he had no choice but to use the Sharingan that consumed 1/10 of his life. Before this, he checked his life points and found that he could still bear it, so he did not hesitate to use it. Sharingan. Mangekyo. Luo Tian's eyes suddenly changed into polygons, blood pupils. A ripple of power shot out from his crimson eyes and enveloped the entire barrier. At this moment, Wang Xiu had nowhere to hide. The people in the stands could not help but exclaim, Look at Luo Tian's eyes. How did his eyes become like that? Is he an evil demon? What a terrifying blood pupil. What's going on? How could there be such a pair of eyes? I've never seen it before. Ah, the stage was abuzz with discussion. The people from Huashan Immortal Sect were also slightly shocked. Tong Yan was also secretly shocked. What evil demon? Even evil demons don't have such terrifying eyes. Just where did he come from? I'm confused right now. The reincarnation of Xingtian Emperor? Huashan Patriarch's disciple? The descendant of the god of gamblers? Damn! Why do I feel that he is becoming more and more mysterious? I can't see through him at all. Wei Mo laughed and said, Ha ha ha! If he was seen through by you, then he wouldn't be our master. I'm starting to like this brat more and more. It's too shocking. He has so many powerful techniques that even we haven't seen before. They're not from our devil sect. What kind of fortuitous encounter did he have? King Kong and the others also shook their heads. They had never seen it before. They had never seen this kind of eyes before. Of course. How could they have seen the eyes in Naruto? On the stage. Luo Tian's mouth revealed a cold smile. At this moment, in front of him, Wang Xiu had nowhere to hide and had even been hit by his Mangekyo. Luo Tian smiled, gently took a step forward, and said in a commanding tone, "Kneel down!" Plop! Wang Xiu's eyes were lifeless. Without the slightest resistance, he directly knelt down. In his world, the person before him was not Luo Tian, but rather a supercluster great elder, a supercluster ancestor, a person who possessed the full power of the Supreme Being. Even Lin Wuxian had to kneel and pay his respects when he saw him. How could he not? The moment Wang Xiu knelt down, the effect of the concealment technique disappeared and he was completely exposed. Walala! Walala! Everyone on the stage was shocked. Everyone had an incredulous look on their faces. He actually knelt down. How is this possible? Didn't he use a concealment technique? Hiding his aura, ordinary experts wouldn't be able to sense his existence. How did Luo Tian make him kneel? This is too strange, too inconceivable. The eldest disciple of the Xinghai Immortal Sect actually knelt down in front of Luo Tian. The Xinghai Immortal Sect has lost all face. At this moment, Luo Tian looked at Lin Wuxian, smiled coldly, and said, "Kowtow!" Bang! Wang Xiu immediately kowtowed. Luo Tian suddenly shouted, "Knock hard!" Bam! He directly smashed a thick bluestone into pieces. His head was broken and blood flowed out. But Wang Xiu did not dare to move, his eyes filled with respect. Lin Wuxian was enraged. His entire body was filled with anger, and his expression changed again and again. He clenched his fists tightly and roared, "Wang Xiu, what are you doing? Kill him for me." His voice was like thunder. The power of the 8th level of profound God erupted, causing even the barrier on the stage to ripple. The power was extremely fierce. He was truly enraged. His eldest disciple had actually kowtowed to Luo Tian. This was a great humiliation to him and to the Xinghai Immortal Sect. This was even more ferocious than slapping him a few times. The anger in his heart burst out uncontrollably. Wang Xiu did not have the slightest reaction. Luo Tian laughed coldly and said, "Lin Wuxian, are you angry now? You dare to be arrogant with me, Luo Tian? Who the hell do you think you are? Your eldest disciple is kowtowing to me. This is too satisfying, ha ha ha." As soon as he finished, Luo Tian frowned and suddenly ordered, "Scold Lin Wuxian for me." Wang Xiu did not even think about it, and directly said loudly, "Lin Wuxian, you old thing, you old pervert, you play with women every day, and you even like to wear women's skirts. Every night, you dress as a woman, and during the day, you even wear a woman's undergarment. You damn old pervert, you have thrown away the face of the Star Ocean Immortal Sect. What kind of bullshit sect master are you? What qualifications do you have to be a sect master? You two Lin brothers used to be despicable perverts, and only after encountering a few fortuitous encounters did the Star Ocean ancestor take a fancy to you." All sorts of unpleasant words came out. Moreover, it was as if all of this was real, and all of it came from the bottom of his heart. The entire venue suddenly quietened down. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Wuxian. They did not dare to say anything, but they were discussing in their hearts. So Lin Wuxian has this kind of hobby, dressing up as a woman, ha ha ha. I really want to see what he looks like when he dresses up as a woman. He's even wearing undergarments, ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. They did not dare to say it, but Vajra and the others were already laughing uncontrollably. Lin Wuxian was incomparably furious. A golden sword flew out from his body and slashed down heavily. He also forgot that the mystic emperor's barrier could not be penetrated. The golden sword slashed down and was directly broken into several pieces. Furthermore, Lin Wuxian suddenly flew backwards, spitting out a large mouthful of blood, his face incomparably pale. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, Lin Wuxian, you also have this day. Others did not think, but Wang Xiu laughed first. Ah, ah, ah. Lin Wuxian roared continuously. The anger in his heart could no longer be described with words. The killing intent was incomparably strong. He gritted his teeth and said, Luo Tian, I want to kill you, I want to kill you, fury. The boss was furious. Fury in advance. This caused Luo Tian to be slightly surprised. Normally, bosses would only enter a state of fury when their HP dropped to a certain level. He did not expect Lin Wuxian to be enraged directly. He could not help but be delighted. He wanted Wang Xiu to end Luo Tian, but he did not expect it to fail. It did not reach Luo Tian's limit, but it doubled Luo Tian's fury. The more he was like this, the more it meant that what Wang Xiu said was true. Even the sect leaders of the 8 major immortal sects could not help but snicker. He had lost a lot of face. Spiritual Master Lai Yang's heart sank, and he thought to himself, Fortunately, he is not my disciple, otherwise there was a lingering fear in his heart. At this time he could not care so much. The battle was not over yet, and the enchantment could not be closed. At this time, Lin Wuxian would also be seriously injured by the rebound of the enchantment like Luo Tian. Spiritual Master Lai Yang said in a deep voice, Brother Lin, don't be rash. Luo Tian's mind moved, and Wang Xiu immediately shouted, The 2 of them are having an affair. Chapter 3. Old Bull begging for recommendation votes, monthly votes. I'm going to have a meal first. I have an update tonight. Chapter 734. Wang Xiu's words made the spectator stand go silent. Everyone looked at Spiritual Master Lai Yang and Lin Wuxian. Spiritual Master Lai Yang was dumbfounded. Lin Wuxian didn't react for a moment and revealed a shocked expression. Luo Tian endured the pain in his body and laughed. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. I knew you two were always singing the same tune, like an old couple. So there's something going on. You should have said so earlier. Ha ha ha. Everyone from Huashan Immortal Sect also laughed. Luo Tian sneered in his heart. You want to play with me? Let's see who will play who to death. If you make me suffer, I'll make you suffer. Lin Wuxian, Spiritual Master Lai Yang, this is just the beginning. I'll return the death of Tao Master Wu Nian 10 times, 100 times. Luo Tian's heart was still abnormally angry. He didn't want to participate in this immortal sect challenge. He wanted to sit in the spectator stand and let King Kong and the rest show off. Not letting the sect leader compete? He didn't care about the position of Huashan Immortal Sect leader at all. He wouldn't value it as much as Lin Wuxian and the rest. To him, Huashan Immortal Sect was just a little bigger than Jade Mountain City. He wouldn't die of old age in Huashan. It wasn't his destination, he was just a passerby. Therefore, Luo Tian didn't care about the position of sect leader. At that time, he could withdraw from the position of sect leader and participate in the competition. But he didn't. He still wanted to let King Kong and the rest show off more. But Xinghai Immortal Sect, Imperial Immortal Sect, these so-called 10 immortal sects were too overbearing. All kinds of unfairness, all kinds of rules, manipulation of the competition, manipulation of the referee. Luo Tian tolerated all these, but they shouldn't have used Tao Master Wu Nian. This was Luo Tian's bottom line, and they had touched it. Luo Tian was furious. He swore to himself that he would definitely destroy all 10 immortal sects. Otherwise, he wouldn't be Luo Tian. He endured when he was seriously injured. He also endured when he was mocked by everyone. He killed Ning Wuqian in one strike, played Wang Xiu, and made Lin Wuxian and Spiritual Master Lai Yang lose face. These were just appetizers. The best part was yet to come. On the spectator stands, Venerable Lai Yang and Lin Wuxian looked at each other, their anger soaring to the sky. At this moment, Luo Tian's mind moved. Wang Xiu suddenly stood up and rushed towards the barrier. He released his strongest power and punched the barrier with both fists. Rumble! With a bounce of his body, he flew directly to the other side of the barrier. When the two opposing forces collided, Wang Xiu's body was instantly torn apart. Blood splattered all over the ground. At this moment, a notification sounded in Luo Tian's body. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Wang Xiu for gaining 3 million experience points and 3 million mystical chi points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Xinghai Immortal Sect's secret technique, concealment technique. Do you wish to cultivate it? Ding! Invincible bloodline, plus 1 inch. 2 notifications sounded. Luo Tian glanced at the experience slot. His heart was faintly worried. With a thought, he said, "Cultivate." Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for cultivating the concealment technique. The process of killing Wang Xiu was very simple. Wan Huatong directly placed him in the illusion and casually controlled him. Finally, she made him use his strength to bombard the barrier, and he was killed by the backlash of the barrier. Both of the deaths were caused by the backlash of the barrier. This caused Luo Tian's heart to tremble slightly as he said in shock, "The barrier of the mystic Arch realm is indeed different. A mere backlash of the barrier can easily kill an early-stage mystic god expert." With Wang Xiu's death, the stands were once again filled with shock. Why did he commit suicide? What's going on? Is there something he can't get over? Or did he know that he would be killed by Lin Wuxian if he came out, so he might as well commit suicide? I don't think so. He seems to be completely controlled by Luo Tian. Luo Tian has advanced again. He can still advance with such injuries. He is really too strong. However, he shouldn't be able to hold on for long. Look at his body, trembling even more. He is like a lamp that has run out of oil. If Lin Wuxian still doesn't let Luo Tian get off the stage in the next round, he will definitely die. The backlash of the barrier refined by Immortal Nantian is too strong. I really don't know how he withstood it. Discussions broke out everywhere. Lin Wuxian saw Wang Xiu commit suicide, and his hatred for Luo Tian grew to the extreme. However, he didn't act rashly and suppress the anger in his heart. He shouted in a deep voice, "Luo Tian, you like to play, right? I will play with you until the end." After speaking, Lin Wuxian looked at the referee and said, "The 10th group's competition will continue. Luo Tian, I want to see how long you can hold on. In your body, not to mention your sea of consciousness, even your primordial spirit is severely injured. Even if you don't die, you will die." At first, it was just a mental transmission. Now he was brazenly saying it out loud. The referee raised his eyes and immediately took out the name list from the box. At this moment, Luo Tian smiled slightly and said, "Wait a moment." The referee was startled and stopped. Luo Tian glanced at Lin Wuxian and spiritual master Liang. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he sneered. "It's boring to come one by one. Don't your 2 great immortal sects have a lot of talented disciples? Don't you have a lot of experts? Come. Hand them all over. I want to fight 100 of them. In 1 round, I will directly defeat your Imperial God and Star Sea immortal sects." While they were talking, Luo Tian's body released an incomparably strong domineering aura. What was arrogance? This was arrogance. What was domineering? This was domineering. He had directly challenged the 2 strongest immortal sects. Moreover, he had challenged 100 talented disciples. Murong Wanjian was awesome, but he had only challenged 18 disciples. Luo Tian had directly sent all the disciples of the Imperial God sect and the Starry Ocean Immortal sect down. His tone was really arrogant to the extreme. The moment Luo Tian's words came out, everyone in the venue looked at him with their mouths agape. They didn't even blink their eyes. They were directly shocked by Luo Tian's words. 1 person against 100? Or was it the Imperial God, a talented disciple of the Star Sea immortal sects? Was this going against the heavens? Or was he courting death? Even if he was arrogant, he shouldn't be like this. What was the difference between such arrogance and courting death? Lin Wuxian laughed. Spiritual Master Liang also laughed. He laughed coldly, looking at Luo Tian and the others with disdain. There was only disdain. Everyone thought that Luo Tian was courting death. Too arrogant, too arrogant. This kind of person would definitely not have a good ending. He couldn't even handle one more, but he actually threatened to fight 100. Luo Tian's brain was really short-circuited. Just as everyone was dumbfounded, Luo Tian's gaze swept across the entire venue coldly. He sneered and said, "The other 8 immortal sects, if you're not happy, you can also send disciples down. I'll fight 1,000 of them. Arrogant, extremely arrogant. I will trample on your 10 immortal sects until you can never rise again." The 4th chapter was delivered. Old Cow was still writing. There would be an update at night. Old Cow asked for a recommendation ticket again. "Brothers, please help." Chapter 735. Was Luo Tian crazy? He couldn't even hold on for one round, and he still wanted to challenge thousands of disciples from the 10 great immortal sects? Not to mention the 10 great immortal sections. Even his brothers and women from the Huashan immortal sect couldn't understand what Luo Tian was trying to do. Crazy! With strength, one could be infinitely crazy. But without strength, it wasn't crazy. It was called having his head kicked by a donkey. In the eyes of everyone from the 10 great immortal sects, Luo Tian's head wasn't kicked by a donkey, but he had forgotten how to write the word death. As soon as Luo Tian said this, the other 8 great immortal sects sect masters immediately stood up and shouted in a deep voice, "Luo Tian, you are too arrogant. Let's see how long you can be arrogant. You trash with a broken dantian. You don't know how to cherish your hard-earned cultivation and want to challenge the 10 great immortal sects? I think you're looking for death by lighting a lamp in the toilet. Kill him. Kill him. Let's see how arrogant he can be." For a moment, it was as if he wanted to arouse public anger. The disciples of the 10 great immortal sects all stood up with ferocity in their eyes, as if they were determined to tear Luo Tian apart. No one was willing to submit, even if Luo Tian's body wasn't injured. Saying such words meant that he didn't put the 10 great immortal sects in his eyes. How could they endure this? There had to be a limit to being arrogant. If he was too arrogant, he would be courting death. Luo Tian's cultivation was indeed very strong. As far as the ordinary immortal sects were concerned, they were afraid. But they were the 10 great immortal sects, and any one of them was a supergiant that had been standing for tens of thousands of years. How strong was their foundation? It was the turn of a brat who was not even 20 years old and had a broken dantian to humiliate them? Uncle could tolerate it, but the ancestors couldn't. They were angry. Luo Tian turned a deaf ear to their anger. Compared to their anger, the anger in Luo Tian's heart was even more violent. The death of Wu Niandao Master and all kinds of unfair treatment were squeezing his heart bit by bit. When it exploded, it was even more terrifying than a volcanic eruption. Luo Tian's gaze swept across and directly mocked. "What? Are you angry? Are you guys unhappy? Ha ha ha. I'm very happy right now. You're all furious just because you've been humiliated a little. What about my Huashan Immortal School? All sorts of unfairness, all sorts of targeting, all sorts of changes to the rules. Let me ask you one question. Do you have any shame? Do you have any shame?" Luo Tian's voice was very deep. The pain of the Sharingan's sequela broke out in his body. At this time, he gritted his teeth and endured it, swallowing back the blood in his throat. He can't let them see his weak side at this time. The expressions of the disciples of the 10 great immortal sects changed slightly. Being questioned by Luo Tian, he was speechless. Indeed, it was extremely overboard for the 10 great immortal sects to target the Huashan immortal sect like this. But so what? The Huashan Immortal School had to be destroyed. The fate of the immortal sects and the spiritual treasures on Luo Tian's body were too tempting for them. Now that the arrow was already on the bow, they had to release it even if they didn't want to. Spiritual Master Liang coldly snorted and said, Luo Tian, you still have the nerve to ask us who killed our disciples in the heavenly realm, who killed our elders, and who didn't even let go of their own sect leader and supreme elder. Huashan Immortal Sect will only fall into the devil's path if it is controlled by people like you. We are just enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens, and you still have the nerve to question us. Humph. Take a piss and look at yourself. Look at your own virtue. You dog. Lin Wuxian immediately echoed, Luo Tian, you said it. You said that you want to challenge our 10 great immortal sects. Then don't blame us for bullying a trash like you. Men. Immediately, Lin Wuxian shouted. All the disciples of the Star Sea Immortal Sect behind him shouted in unison, Here! Since Luo Tian wants to fight 1,000 of them, then satisfy him. Remember, you must leave him with an intact corpse. I want to use his corpse to hang on the star cliff, to be blown by the cold wind for 10,000 years, to be nibbled by the dark force of the stars for 10,000 years. I want his primordial spirit to never be able to escape from his body. Lin Wuxian said viciously, Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of streams of light descended and stood below the stage. Their eyes carried a cold aura as they stared at Luo Tian, who was inside the barrier, with a mocking sneer on their faces. Luo Tian, just wait obediently for me. It was also at this moment. Spiritual Master Liang also suddenly shouted, Kill Luo Tian, this kind of ungrateful bastard, kill the sect leader, and make the Huashan Immortal Sect a mess. We have to get rid of this cancer for the Immortal Sect. Today, either you die or I forget. Where are the disciples of the Immortal Sect? Buzz. The disciples behind Spiritual Master Liang all released their battle chi. The battle chi resonated and let out a deafening sound as they shouted in unison, Disciple is here! Spiritual Master Liang laughed sinisterly and said, Attack! Yes, sir. As soon as he finished, dozens of disciples of the Immortal Sect flew down in unison and stood on the other side of the arena. They all stared coldly at Luo Tian, who was inside the barrier. Where are the disciples of the vast heaven Immortal Sect? Where are the disciples of the flowing cloud Immortal Sect? Where are the disciples of the thunder heaven Immortal Sect? Buzz. 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 In less than a minute, the arena was filled with disciples from the 10 great immortal sections. There were at least 800, if not 1,000, and each of them was a talented disciple. Every one of them stared coldly at Luo Tian, with sneers, ridicule, and disdain. Boss, let's go too. With so many people, Big Brother Luo Tian will die. Even if I don't want to live today, I want to kill this group of bullies. King Kong was furious. Two Balls was furious. The sword intent on Murong Bai's body soared into the sky. Tong Yen and Wei Mo were also full of fighting spirit, revealing an excited and domineering smile. It's time to kill, ha ha ha! It's been a long time since I've felt this burning sensation. Old devil, let's compete today to see who can kill more. Ha ha! Let's compete, I'm not afraid of you. Everyone from the Huashan Immortal Sect was ready. However, at this moment, Luo Tian directly shouted, Murong Bai, none of you should make a move. Just enjoy it. Today, I will let you all see how powerful I am as the boss. I will also let some people see clearly that I, Luo Tian, don't care if it's the heavens or the earth. Whoever dares to stop me, whoever dares to offend me, I will kill his ancestors. As he spoke, Luo Tian looked directly at Zi Luolan. No matter who stopped him, he would ruthlessly trample them to death. Anyone. At this moment, Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, Soul Palace, do you want to send people to participate? Without waiting for Zi Luolan to speak, Luo Tian was startled and directly called out Zi Luolan's name. Zi Luolan, if it wasn't for your daughter, I would also trample you to death under my feet. Those who block me will die. Buzz, the enchantment on the arena was opened. Chapter 5, Old Bull is still writing. There will be more chapters today. Please recommend me. Just a little bit more, and I will be able to take another step. Chapter 736. In an instant, the barrier on the arena was opened. People swarmed in like a tide. In less than a second, the arena was filled with people. On the Hall of Souls side, Zi Luolan's expression was ugly. Luo Tian's words had infuriated her, and the expression on her face became even colder. "Madam, do you want to go?" "No need." "Yes. Watching him die is the happiest moment of my life. I want to slowly appreciate how he is killed by the disciples of the 10 great immortal sects." Zi Luolan said coldly. The hatred in her heart was driving her crazy, but she held it in the end. "Brother Lin, you can enjoy it in peace this time." Spiritual Master Liang smiled proudly. He immediately thought of Luo Tian's special hobby and shifted his body to the other side, saying, "It's useless even if Luo Tian has 10 pairs of wings this time." Lin Wuxian frowned slightly. Although he was unhappy with Spiritual Master Liang's actions, he did not flare up. He looked at Luo Tian, who was surrounded in the arena, and the muscles on his face twitched a few times. He said, "I let him be arrogant. Let's see how arrogant he can be now." Did he really think that we wouldn't send so many people? Did he really think that we wouldn't send so many disciples for the sake of the 10 great immortal sects? Luo Tian, you miscalculated, didn't you? Miscalculated? The 10 great immortal sects were the most powerful forces in the Tianxian continent. They were all reputable people who cared about their reputation. Who would have thought that they would be so shameless as to send so many disciples to fight one person? Was it Luo Tian's miscalculation? No, it was Luo Tian who had predicted that they would do this. Since when did the 10 great immortal sects care about their reputation? Their faces had long been thrown to God knows where. Then why did Luo Tian level up? The more people, the better. If Luo Tian wanted to level up, he needed a huge amount of experience. The cultivation of these talented disciples was not low, so their experience would definitely not be low. This was Luo Tian's best and only chance to level up. If he did not level up, the injuries in his body would really be as they said, and he would be exhausted to death. His HP decreased bit by bit. The conflict caused by the Sharingan's sequelae made him even more miserable. But Luo Tian endured all of this. It was precisely because of his restraint, coupled with the deep voice just now, that his injuries had worsened. Even if he used regeneration, it would be difficult to save him in a short time. The only way was to level up. As long as he leveled up, all of his attributes would be restored to full. The pain in his body would disappear in an instant. Luo Tian knew that people from the 10 major immortal sects like Venerable Scorching Sun and Lin Wuxian were shameless. As long as he challenged the disciples of the 10 major immortal sects, they would immediately send out talented disciples. On the surface, it looked like Luo Tian's arrogance had caused this trouble, but in fact, everything was going according to Luo Tian's plan. Not allowing the brothers of the Huashan immortal sect to interfere was also the same. A little more. Invincible bloodline. Ever since he had obtained the black tortoise bloodline, Luo Tian's unbeatable bloodline value had been increasing very slowly. This was because he had not killed many people during this period of time. This time, the disciples of the top 10 immortal sects had no eyes. Hence, they could not blame him for being ruthless. The unbeatable bloodline value had to be raised as well. The 4th bloodline, White Tiger bloodline, it was time to exchange for it. In addition, Venerable Scorching Sun and Lin Wuxian were both super experts at the peak of the 8th level of the Profound God Realm. If it was a one-on-one battle, Luo Tian would be able to deal with one person. If the two of them attacked together, he would definitely not have any chance. However, breaking through to the 8th level of the Profound God Realm was different. The 8th level of the Profound God Realm against the 8th level of the Profound God Realm. Luo Tian could use his cultivation technique to smash them all to death. This time, he had to break through, he had to level up. In front of Li Shuer, Zi Luolan, he had to rise up and give Zi Luolan a tight slap on the face. He had to let her see clearly that he was much stronger than that bullshit son of a true dragon, Morong Wanjian. This was the most crucial point. All the disciples of the 10 major immortal sects rushed onto the stage. A total of 890 people. At this moment, Lin Wuxian shouted in a deep voice, "Close the enchantment. Do not open it without my permission." The referee immediately shook and activated the enchantment. At the same time, he shouted, "Begin!" Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The fighting strength of more than 800 people was fully unleashed, and the strength of each of them was released to the fullest. The strength of each of them was like endless muffled thunder, and was unceasingly released. The strength of more than 800 people formed a raging tide, and fiercely rushed towards Luo Tian. The stage was very big. It was enough to cover an area of 10 kilometers. However, to the strong, a distance of 10 kilometers was just a blink of an eye. The power crazily surged over. Luo Tian struggled to stabilize his body and let out a heavy breath. Looking at the incomparably ferocious disciples of the 10 major immortal sects, he crazily rushed up after the frenzy of power. His speed was as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of him. He wanted to use the Sharingan. Using the Mangekyo Sharingan, he would put them all into an illusion. But his current life was unable to withstand the impact of another Sharingan attack. As long as he released it, he would probably fall to the ground. The group attack skill, 10,000 thunderclaps, was unable to cause an instant kill. Not either. Luo Tian checked all the cultivation techniques and discovered that none of them could kill these people in a short period of time. In the end, his gaze stopped at the concealment technique, and the corner of his mouth turned cold as he smiled and said, "If I can't do it all at once, then I'll do it one by one." He couldn't help but pray in his heart, "I hope I can hold on until the time to level up. Bless me." At this moment, Luo Tian could only take out a super holy artifact, like God's blessing. Back then, he had bought a blow-up doll. Luo Tian, go to hell. His life is mine. The disciples of the Xinghai Immortal Sect have arrived. A large group of people were less than half a meter away from Luo Tian, and their attacks arrived in an instant. Luo Tian sneered and shouted in a deep voice, "Secret technique, concealment technique, hide for me!" Whoosh! Boom, 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 all the attacks missed. The entire venue suddenly fell silent. Lin Wuxian was immediately dumbfounded and said, "Concealment technique? How did he cultivate the concealment technique?" "Impossible, absolutely impossible. The concealment technique is a secret technique of the Xinghai Immortal Sect. It is impossible for Luo Tian to cultivate it." Spiritual Master Liang's eyes were also filled with shock and said, "This dog cultivates a lot of cultivation techniques, and many of them are not from the Huashan Immortal Sect. He has also cultivated your Immortal Sect's secret technique, the regeneration technique." Just as they were talking, a mournful scream suddenly came out from the stage. One of the men's heads was directly blown apart. He only let out a blood-curdling scream as half of his body stood there on the verge of collapse. The people around him had no idea what had happened. They were all dumbfounded. Lin Wuxian shouted loudly, "Luo Tian is inside. If you observe carefully, you will definitely be able to find his location." Another disciple fell. Luo Tian's figure flashed and disappeared, and a voice as cold as the god of death sounded out in the air. "It's time for the death harvest." Originally, I still owed 4 chapters, but today, the starry night, brothers rewarded me, and the old cow also wanted to update. So I still owe 5 chapters. Thank you, brothers, for your recommendation tickets, monthly tickets, and rewards. The old cow loves you all. I really love you all. A new day is about to begin, and everyone has recommendation tickets again. Brothers, please be more fierce. The old cow needs votes. Chapter 737. The massacre began. In the arena, People screamed from time to time and fell to the ground. Not to mention Luo Tian's shadow, they couldn't even sense his aura. How could they kill him? Nearly 900 disciples from the 10 great immortal sects were dumbfounded. How could they do it? How could they kill him when they couldn't even see him? Everyone was at a loss. Lin Wuxian was also secretly anxious and said fiercely, "How did he learn my Star Ocean Immortal Sect's secret technique?" Spiritual Master Liang frowned and said, "This is not the time to be tangled up in this. There must be a way to break this concealment technique. Don't think so much now. Hurry up and tell us, otherwise all the disciples will die." Any secret technique would have a way to break it. A secret technique. It was second only to an emperor technique. It was so powerful that if he were to reveal the way to break it, the secret technique would be reduced to an ordinary technique and would be completely useless. Lin Wuxian's eyes darkened. He gritted his teeth and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Disciples of the 10 great immortal sects, listen up!" Spiritual Master Liang immediately shouted, "Disciples in the arena, listen to Sect Master Lin's command. Don't panic. Luo Tian is alone and he is seriously injured. As long as we stall for time, we can exhaust him to death." At this moment, the two of them were extremely worried. One had to know that the people in the arena were all elite disciples of the sect. The Huashan Immortal Sect was unable to recover from the setback after Morong Wanjian single-handedly defeated 18 of their disciples. The people in the arena were all elite disciples of the 10 great immortal sects. If they were all killed by Luo Tian, the strength of the 10 great immortal sects would regress by 10,000 years. Some ordinary immortal sects might even catch up with them. These were the cornerstones of the immortal sects. There must not be too many casualties. The disciples in the arena were all experienced, and their cultivation was extremely high. Even after being killed by Luo Tian, they didn't panic at all. Instead, they became calmer and calmer as they searched for Luo Tian's figure. At this time, hearing Lin Wuxian's words, the disciples of Xinghai Immortal Sect immediately shouted, "Brothers, listen to the command of our sect master. Luo Tian is just a mouse hiding in a hole. As long as we dig out his hole, I want to see where else he can hide." Formation. Stick close together. Maintain the formation. We can exhaust him to death. The disciples of the 10 great immortal sects quickly gathered and got closer. Then, in just a few seconds, they formed a knife-shaped formation. Battle Qi condensed. At that moment, the various celestial Qi of the 10 celestial sects merged together and formed a resonance. It produced a strong energy ripple like a protective formation. This was the unique battle Qi of the immortal sect. Back then, when they fought against the devil sect, the disciples of the immortal sect would fuse together to produce such an effect. Who would have thought that it would appear on these disciples again 10,000 years later? Lin Wuxian was shocked. He laughed and said, "That's right, that's right. As long as the Qi of the immortal gate resonates and creates a shield, Luo Tian's art of concealment is useless. He can only hide in the dark and can't sneak attack. Moreover, the most important thing is that the art of concealment has a time limit. He can't hide for too long. From the time he disappeared just now, he will reveal his true body in half a minute. All of you be careful. The moment he reveals his true body, kill him immediately. Use your celestial Qi to resonate and kill him. Do you understand?" All of a sudden, all the disciples on the stage shouted in unison, "Yes, sir!" "Luo Tian, let's see how long you can hide, ha ha ha." Lin Wuxian laughed out loud. As long as Luo Tian's art of concealment revealed his true body, he would not be able to use art of concealment again for a short period of time. Therefore, Luo Tian would definitely die. "Ha ha ha, Luo Tian, it's time for you to die. Hurry up and appear. There's no need to hide any longer. You dog-challenged the 10 great immortal sects. This is the result of your arrogance." The sect masters of the 8 great immortal sects all stood up with their heads held high. Their faces were all filled with pride. It was as if this was a matter of supreme honor. 900 people aiming at one person was the most shameful thing in the history of the immortal sect. It was just that their skin was thicker than the city walls, and they were simply shameless. Indeed, it was just as Lin Wuxian had said. The disciples of the 10 great immortal sects formed a resonance with their celestial qi. Luo Tian could not find any chance to make a move. Looking at the system, he found that the time for the art of concealment was passing by bit. There were only 10 seconds left. What should I do? Luo Tian quietly hid in a corner and asked himself. Except for this time, the pain in his body caused his health point to drop. If he did not level up, he would die. At this moment, Luo Tian was incomparably calm, his eyes turned sinister, and his fists secretly clenched tightly. Since I can't sneak attack, then I'll just face it head-on. Force against force. Even if I have to risk my life, I will trample the 10 great immortal sects under my feet. Brother Wu Nian, just you wait in the underworld. Wait for me to avenge you. Zi Luolan, just you wait. At this moment, Luo Tian clenched his teeth and shouted, Level 9 Berserk! Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! More than 500 times the elemental energy was released. 9 dragons, 9 elephants, 9 stages. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The power of the 9 dragonesque elephant gushed out of Luo Tian's body. At this moment, Luo Tian also released the power of the azure dragon, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. The power of the 6 paths resonated, and enchantment began to tremble slightly. Pay attention. He's coming. The energy fluctuations produced by the barrier were obviously caused by Luo Tian. Lin Wuxian also laughed coldly and said, Don't worry, everyone, don't worry. There's still 10 seconds. 10 seconds. He will reveal his true body at that time, the moment Lin Wuxian spoke. Luo Tian suddenly retreated from the art of concealment and directly landed in front of the disciple at the front. The corner of his mouth curled up, and with a grim smile he said, Die for me! Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! The power of the 7th level of profound God punched out. Bam! Pure strength, without any power of cultivation technique, directly pierced through the chest of the leading Xinghai disciple. It was also at this moment that spiritual master Lai Yang's eyes widened in anger as he suddenly shouted, Kill him! Kill! Kill! His voice shook the heavens. The enchantment became abnormal. Luo Tian was not afraid at all. He did not defend at all, and used all of his strength to attack, roaring, Kill! The shadow of the Reaper suddenly rushed out from his body, one hand holding the Reaper's scythe, the other chanting. Under the black robe, the sinister mouth seemed to be silently chanting something. At this moment, Luo Tian crazily massacred, his fists continuously punching out. Every punch was an instant kill, and at the same time his body also received countless attacks, his health point dropping even faster. But he did not care at all. There was only one word in his heart. Kill! The Reaper was dancing. Chapter 1. The recommendation tickets were blown up again. The old cow begged for the recommendation tickets. Chapter 738. Hard Shield. He stopped defending and attacked with all his might. Luo Tian was fighting for time. At this moment he was a complete madman, a complete killing maniac. He didn't dare to relax in the slightest. Every second was incomparably precious to him. Time, he needed time more than any other time. Looking at how crazy he was, the entire spectator stand was shocked. Is he still human? What is he doing? He's too fierce. I've never seen such a fierce man. But so what if he's fierce? He's still going to die. He'll just kill a few more people. Can he kill all the people from the 10 major immortal sects? Once he dies, the Huashan immortal sect will be finished. He's dragging a few people down with him. There was a lot of discussion. Looking at Luo Tian killing like a madman, they could not understand at all. Huashan immortal sect. Yun Ling Yin was sobbing. Tears fell from her face like rain. She covered her mouth with one hand and bit it hard to stop herself from crying. Cold Frost was crying too. The poisonous widow was crying too. Even Erden, King Kong, and Murongbai could not control themselves and were crying. What's wrong with Boss? How can this be? How can this be? Boss will be fine. He'll definitely be fine. Big brother, Luo Tian. Everyone's heart was filled with unbearable pain. It was an indescribable pain. Looking at Luo Tian fighting for his life in the barrier, watching him kill people, watching people kill him, watching him spit out blood without moving, seeing him covered in wounds and dripping with blood, they felt worse than dying. How could this be? They did not know that at this moment, even they were scared silly. They were so scared that they did not know what to do. They could only look at Luo Tian in a daze, unable to do anything. Unbearable. Extremely unbearable. This unbearable feeling slowly turned into anger. Bit by bit, it gathered in the deepest part of their hearts, 890 people against one person. Moreover, he was seriously injured and could die at any time. The disparity in strength in such a competition was too great. Even if Luo Tian was forever at the 7th level of Profound God, he was still severely injured and was only fighting with his life on the line. If this breath was broken, then he would die. He didn't know how much longer he could hold on. He only knew how to kill, 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 and kill again. Even the shadow of the Grim Reaper danced crazily on his body, as if it was performing a fierce dance. It looked very beautiful. Blood spurted in the sky, and the crowd slowly fell down. Luo Tian's figure shuttled back and forth like a ghost. The scene was beautiful. It was a breathtaking beauty. There was not a single sound in the stands. Everyone was looking at Luo Tian. They wanted to see how long he could last, how many more disciples of the 10 great immortal sects he could kill, how long he could dance this dance, and how arrogant he could be. Lin Wuxian's expression was ugly. Reverend Scorching Sun and the sect masters of the other 8 immortal sects had ugly expressions on their faces. How powerful were the 10 great immortal sects? How glorious were they? They had ruled the profound sky continent for tens of thousands of years and were the strongest force in the entire continent. But now they were being trampled on by one person. Nearly 900 people were not even able to kill one person. This was the greatest humiliation to them. So, they felt uncomfortable in their hearts. They roared and wished that they could rush into the enchantment. However, they all knew that Luo Tian was going to die. He was going to die soon, because Luo Tian's movements were getting slower and slower, and his strength was getting weaker and weaker. He was tired, and the profound qi and immortal qi in his body were all used up. He could no longer use his strength, and was about to fall. Lin Wuxian's face was somewhat sinister, but at the same time he was somewhat pleased. No matter what, Luo Tian was finally going to die. Although it wasn't a dignified win, it was still a win. To them, the process wasn't important, the result was. Uft, uft. Luo Tian retracted his fist and spat out 2 large mouthfuls of blood. His face became paler and paler, and the profound qi in his body was almost exhausted. This was the first time he had exhausted his profound qi. Nearly 1 billion points of profound qi wasn't enough. Every force he used just now was the strongest force in his body, and the consumption of his profound qi was like a flood everywhere in his body. His face, chest, abdomen, hands, and feet were all covered with blade wounds, sword wounds. A few of his ribs were broken, and his internal organs were all injured to the point that they couldn't be injured anymore. His mind and sea of consciousness were all heavily injured, and his health had already dropped to the lowest point. He probably wouldn't even be able to hold on for a minute. But even so, Luo Tian still didn't give up. When he attacked, he saw Zi Luolan smile, looking at him with disdain and a sneer, as if to say, "How can trash like you be worthy of Shui? Ah? Only Murong Wanjian is worthy of Shui. Luo Tian, you're going to die soon. You won't be able to stop the wedding in a few months, ha ha ha. Looking at Lin Wushan's sneer. Looking at spiritual master Liang's sneer. Looking at the sneers on the faces of the sect masters of the 8 great immortal sects. They were all mocking Luo Tian, mocking him for overestimating himself, mocking him for being arrogant and conceited, mocking him for being in such a sorry state. I can't die. I definitely can't die. I definitely can't die. I want to trample all these people who mocked me, Luo Tian, to death. I want Zilulan to see that whatever 10 great immortal sects, whatever Soul Hall, whatever Morong Wanjian, as long as they provoke me, Luo Tian, I will F***CK them over. Luo Tian roared in his heart and suddenly punched out with both fists, sending another immortal sect disciple flying. However, that disciple didn't die immediately. Instead, he crashed into the barrier and died from the rebound of the barrier's power. At this moment, he no longer has any strength. His profound qi has been completely used up. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, you dog, give me your life. Many of the immortal sect disciples revealed sinister expressions. Their cultivations weren't low, and they could clearly feel that the profound qi on Luo Tian's body was already in a state of exhaustion, and he couldn't hold on any longer. The attack became heavier and the speed increased. Another few disciples succeeded in their sneak attacks. Luo Tian's back was pierced twice by the sword, and blood gushed out like a pillar. Luo Tian swept his body to the side and directly broke the sword on his body with his hand. With a sudden movement, he pulled out the broken sword from his body and stabbed it back. Ding! Ding! 2 notifications sounded. Luo Tian looked at the system again, looked at the experience slot, and his heart tightened as he thought to himself, just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Wah! Black blood spurted out. The profound qi value was exhausted. Blood gushed out from his entire body. The shadow of the Reaper slowly disappeared. Such a person was already close to death. But Luo Tian did not fall. He used his last breath to not fall, and his eyes became extremely sinister. Using his last breath, he directly hugged a disciple of the immortal sect and charged towards the barrier, roaring in a deep voice, "Explode for me!" Chapter 2. Today I met with a little trouble. The old cow felt stifled and sad for a few hours. Now that I've walked out, I'll do my best to seek the support of my brothers. Chapter 739. Baiming City. Exaner cried. She clasped her hands together, kneeling on the ground and begging. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Looking at her tears made one's heart ache. She saw everything that was happening. She saw Luo Tian die. She tried to dissuade him, but she knew that there were some things that Luo Tian had to do. No matter how she tried to dissuade him, it was useless, because this was fate. The laws of fate could not be broken. Tens of millions of kilometers away. Star Ocean Immortal Sect's most secretive star platform. Li Schwetter's tears fell like rain. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. Blood flowed. She screamed at the top of her lungs. Brother Luo Tian, the stars in the sky were her eyes. She saw it too. Tian Shen Continent, immortal spiritual platform. And Chen Chen cried inexplicably. Her tears flowed uncontrollably. Chen Chen, what's wrong? I don't know. I just feel terrible, as if someone is leaving me. I miss brother Luo Tian. Sister Yuer, Sister Tang Tang, Mother, I miss brother Luo Tian. I miss brother Luo Tian. Let's go find him, okay? And Chen Chen cried very sadly. She did not know why she suddenly cried. At this moment, she really wanted to see Luo Tian. Chen Chen, strange. Brother Luo Tian will be fine. He will. The few women looked into the distance. They could not help but frown. In their hearts, they thought, Luo Tian, you scoundrel. You must be fine. Blood, sacrifice abyss. A fat man stood in the middle of the blood pool. He had a pair of long antennae on his forehead. At this moment, he suddenly raised his head. His body immediately shot out a powerful bloody light. His eyes darkened slightly. "Boss!" On the other side of the blood pool, a huge sword floated in the air. Below the huge sword sat a person. Xianyuan Yi. Xianyuan Yi's eyes trembled. He could not help but ask, "What's wrong?" Fatty frowned. "My heart feels heavy, like something is about to happen. I don't know why I keep thinking about Boss. I don't know how he is now." On the other side, the arrow in Blind Lu's hand had been changed to a white one. It was engraved with various patterns, and its entire body was refined with skulls. Blind Lu's heart could not help but sink as he said, "I have the same feeling too." Fatty muttered to himself, "Could something have happened to Boss?" "I don't think so. Who is Boss? Who can hurt him? It's getting closer and closer to our agreed date. Why don't we go earlier?" Boss wants to deal with Murong Wanjian. Behind Murong Wanjian are the immortal controlling immortal sect, the Starry Ocean immortal sect, and the 10 great immortal sects. Our current strength can only be considered decent. We still have a few more months to break through a few more layers. Only then will we be able to help Boss in Skybreak City. Yes. Whoever dares to touch my sister-in-law, Feng Lei, will take his life. In an instant, monstrous waves of blood surged in the entire blood pool. An incomparably sinister tail with blood scales suddenly swung. The power broke through the air and directly tore the surrounding space apart. The power was suddenly in a mess. They were all cultivating with all their might in a certain place. They also sensed that Luo Tian might be in danger. However, they did not move. They continued to cultivate because they were waiting for the agreed date with Luo Tian. They were waiting for the day to go to Skybreak City to snatch their sister-in-law. This was the time they had agreed to meet again. At this moment, all of them silently said in their hearts, "Boss, you must live. Nothing must happen to you." Being remembered by a brother was always a happy thing. On the stage, Luo Tian's life was in danger. Yunling and the others were crying their hearts out. King Kong and the others were stomping their feet and cursing. Tong Yen and Dimensional Demon were guarding the surroundings, protecting these people. No matter what, if Luo Tian died, the two of them would risk their lives to protect these people. Zi Luolan smiled. Lin Wuxian smiled. Spiritual Master Lai Yang and the sect leaders of the 8 great immortal sects also smiled. Seeing Luo Tian carrying an immortal sect disciple and rushing towards the barrier, they knew that Luo Tian was going to die. This world would no longer have a person called Luo Tian. The divine artifacts of the Huashan immortal sect would all be theirs. In a few months, no one would interfere with the marriage of the female phoenix and the true dragon. It was as if the world had suddenly become beautiful. All of this was related to Luo Tian. As long as he died, everything would become beautiful. Everyone in the venue stood up and held their breaths as they looked at Luo Tian, who was inside the barrier. Even the disciples of the immortal sect on the arena stopped what they were doing and looked at Luo Tian. At this moment, all of them revealed proud smiles as though they had just won a tough battle. Many of them had already started cheering. "Am I going to die? Am I going to die?" At this moment, Luo Tian seemed to see the Grim Reaper smiling at him. The Grim Reaper that he released from the Grim Reaper's killing Tao, with one hand holding a death scythe and the other chanting, looked at him as if he was waiting for him. This feeling was completely indescribable. At this moment, everything around him seemed to be moving in slow motion. Time seemed to have slowed down. Everyone's gaze was on him alone. Luo Tian used all his strength and still rushed forward without any regard for his life. He used up the last bit of strength in his body and roared in his heart, "I can't die. I, Luo Tian, can't die here. I still have a lot of things to do. I haven't trampled the 10 great immortal sects to death. I haven't trampled Murong Wanjian to death. I haven't gotten Sister Shui. I, Luo Tian's life will definitely not end here." All of a sudden, Luo Tian's eyes were bloodshot as he roared towards the sky. Thunder clouds rolled in the sky. The wind and clouds surged as if the sky was about to change. In an instant, the scorching sun in the sky was covered, and the world suddenly darkened. It was also at this moment Luo Tian fiercely smashed the disciple of the immortal sect, who was hugging him tightly onto the barrier. A buzzing sound erupted from the barrier. The sound was extremely ear-piercing, and the ripples on the barrier finally formed into a stormy sea. It became abnormally fierce, and one ring after another, converging at the peak and fiercely rebounding back. At this moment, Lin Wuxian laughed wildly, ha ha ha. Luo Tian, you dog, go to hell. Sage Liang also laughed wildly with pride. Zi Luolan couldn't help but reveal a disdainful sneer. You overestimate yourself. With just this bit of strength, you still want to marry my daughter. You don't even look at your own status. Humph. While she was speaking, she had already stood up and said to the sword servant behind her, Let's go! Her purpose for coming here was Luo Tian. However, at this moment, the sword servant did not stand up. Instead, he stared at the stage without blinking. The body of the immortal sect disciple was torn apart, and Luo Tian was heavily ejected, with only 1 point of health left. Suddenly, ding! Chapter 3, The Old Cow is still writing. There's still a new chapter tonight, and I'll recommend it again. Chapter 740. He fell to the ground. Luo Tian faced the sky. If he died, it would be like what he said. If he died, he would hang himself in the sky. If he didn't die, he would live for thousands of years. At this moment, he laughed. He laughed very happily, very happily. He laughed like a fool. His eyes darkened slightly as he silently enjoyed the pleasure of this moment. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, Profound God level 8. At this moment, Luo Tian's body suddenly erupted with a resonant sound of shock. The aura emitted from his body instantly changed, becoming stronger and thicker, and at this moment, the wounds on his body instantly healed. Not only were there external injuries, there were also internal injuries. The internal organs that had been shattered, the broken ribs, the mind, the sea of consciousness, and even the damaged primordial spirit were all restored in an instant. There was no longer a trace of pain. Continuing at this moment, his health point was full, his profound chi value was full, and all the attributes on Luo Tian's body were back to full. Why is he smiling? He didn't die. He actually didn't die. He didn't die even like this. But he probably can't get up from the ground, right? What exactly is going on? The stands were in a discussion. Lin Wuxian suddenly shouted, What are you all waiting for? Kill him for me. However, no one moved. None of the hundreds of disciples from the 10 great immortal sects moved. At this moment, their eyes trembled slightly, and their faces became extremely ugly. They muttered to themselves, Impossible, absolutely impossible, can't be like this. He's not a god, how can he not die? The aura on his body has become abnormally strong, not the slightest bit weaker than sect master Lin Wuxian. Could it be that he broke through just now? Profound God level 7 broke through to Profound God level 8? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even if he broke through, the injuries on his body wouldn't be able to heal in an instant. Even a god wouldn't be able to do that. They were all stunned. His body was motionless. He couldn't believe it. He couldn't hear what Lin Wuxian was saying at all. Even the heavily injured Luo Tian and the others couldn't resist. Now, Pa. Luo Tian sat up and supported himself with one hand on the ground. Then he slowly stood up. There was an extremely cold smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. It was even more terrifying than the smile of the Grim Reaper. People couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts. He indifferently said, I'm really sorry to disappoint you. I'm not dead yet. His voice wasn't loud. However, it struck everyone's mind like a thunderclap. Walala! Walala! The tens of thousands of people in the venue instantly boiled over. How is he not dead? Not only is he not dead, look at his complexion. Look at the wounds on his body. They have all healed. This is simply impossible. Could it be that he is a god? Even a god can't do that. God, what kind of freak is Luo Tian? All of this is an illusion. It is definitely an illusion. No one can survive after being injured like that. Even the mystic Tharch would not be able to do that. Crazy! Everyone had gone crazy. Many of them were rubbing their eyes. They widened their eyes and stared at Luo Tian. They thought that all of this was an illusion. Many of them even bit their fingers and grimaced in pain. Then they muttered to themselves, all of this is real. Luo Tian is really not dead. He has completely recovered. Spiritual Master Liang's expression was extremely ugly. He had lived for thousands of years and had experienced countless mysterious things. He had also heard countless powerful and incredible things from his master. However, those things were nothing compared to the scene just now. Even he was in a complete mess of shock. He muttered, how is this possible? He is not dead, and he has even broken through. Moreover, all of his injuries have healed. This is simply impossible. Among these people, Zi Luolan's expression was the worst. It was as though she had been slapped a few times. Her face was pale and her eyes were sinister. She was like a lunatic. She clenched her fists tightly and looked at Luo Tian, who was on the stage. Luo Tian was also looking at her. In an instant, she was stared at by Luo Tian's cold gaze. Zi Luolan looked as though she had been severely humiliated. The hatred in her heart became even stronger. Her eyes were bloodshot as she said viciously, die, die, I want you to die! Huashan Immortal Sect. At this moment, all of their expressions were frozen. They were all dumbfounded. In the end, Dan was the first to react. He cried tears of joy and used all of his strength to let out a loud dragon roar. He shouted, Boss is mighty. Boss is domineering. Boss, I love you. Then everyone's eyes were filled with tears as they shouted in unison, Boss is mighty. Boss is domineering. Boss, I love you. At this moment, there were no words to describe their feelings. They just wanted to shout. They just wanted to shout with all their might. They wanted to vent all the anger that had accumulated in their hearts. They shouted crazily. They were like a bunch of lunatics. Luo Tian looked at them and laughed. At this moment, Luo Tian's gaze darkened. He turned to look at Lin Wuxian and Spiritual Master Liang, as well as the sect masters of the 8 great immortal sects, and said with a faint smile, the game will now begin again, and I will be in full control of it now, ha ha ha. His voice gradually became gloomy, and in the end, Luo Tian started to laugh arrogantly. As soon as his voice faded, Luo Tian's figure suddenly disappeared. He grabbed the head of a disciple of the immortal sect and pinched it fiercely. Explode! Bam! Explode again! Bam! Explode again! Bam! In a second, the heads of the dozen or so talented disciples were forcefully crushed by Luo Tian. They had no time to react at all. Facing the profound God level 8 Luo Tian, facing the unharmed Luo Tian, they didn't even have the slightest resistance. It was useless. Luo Tian's cultivation surpassed theirs by far too much. A minute passed. Nearly 100 people fell onto the stage, their hands stained with blood. They stared coldly at the sect masters of the 10 great immortal sects and asked with a smile, is it good? Very good, right? Looking at your expressions, I know it's very good, ha ha ha. At this moment, the disciples on the stage reacted. Like a mad dog, he scurried around and roared, let me out, let us out, hurry up, hurry up. Mom, I want to go home. Master, master, quickly save me. Sect master, save me. Dad, hurry up and save me. The remaining few hundred people were so scared that they peed their pants. They kept shouting outside and calling for help. They no longer had the slightest bit of fighting strength. It was too terrifying. The aura on Luo Tian's body made them feel as if they were in hell. It was extremely terrifying. Luo Tian, you bastard, stop right now. One of the sect masters roared. Luo Tian laughed coldly and roared, You want me to stop? What were you doing earlier? What the F***ck were you doing earlier? It's too late. Kill. Chapter 4. The old cow was still writing. There was still an update at night. Chapter 741. If he said he wanted to overturn them, then he had to overturn them. The 10 great immortal sects must be trampled under his feet. At this moment, Luo Tian did not have the slightest bit of sympathy. He knew that this world was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. When he was heavily injured just now, no one showed mercy to him. They all tried their best to kill him. Towards these people, he only had one word in his heart: kill. However, the sect masters of the 10 great immortal sects could not hold back anymore. These immortal sect disciples were the elites of their immortal sections. All of them were super disciples with high talent. The reason he brought them here this time was to let them have some influence in the immortal sections. If these disciples died, the power of the immortal sects would be greatly weakened, and they would not be able to recover for at least a few thousand years. After all, there were only so many good disciples, and if all of them died, the immortal sects would not be able to replace them. Lin Wuxian was the first to berate angrily. Luo Tian, you dare! Before he could finish his words, Luo Tian immediately locked onto a disciple of the Star Sea Immortal Sect and struck down with his palm, instantly killing that disciple. He turned around and looked coldly at Lin Wuxian. See if I dare or not, ha ha ha, Lin Wuxian. Weren't you guys very arrogant in the beginning? Are you afraid now? Aren't you guys from the 10 great immortal sects very arrogant? Aren't you manipulating the competition, manipulating the rules, manipulating the referee? Such an awesome power is still being arrogant in front of me. While they were talking, another disciple of the Star Sea Immortal Sect was instantly killed. It was simply too easy for the profound God Stage 8 to kill these disciples who were so scared that they peed their pants. Seeing another disciple of the Star Sea Immortal Sect being killed, the anger in Lin Wuxian's heart exploded, and he directly scolded. Luo Tian, you dog, you killed my Star Sea Immortal Sect's disciple. I will make sure you are consigned to eternal damnation. Bam! Bam! Without waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian raised his fist and punched down, instantly killing 2 more disciples of the Star Sea Immortal Sect. He lightly danced on the stage and laughed. I'll kill you, come and bite me. You still dare to be arrogant in front of me at this time. Who do you think you are? So what if you're second in the immortal sect? In my opinion, you're just a piece of sh*t. No, I've never stepped on sh*t. You're just a little bug. Moreover, you're a little bug that likes to wear women's clothes. Ha ha ha, Luo Tian said arrogantly. At this moment, he was incomparably smug and arrogant. Be arrogant when you need to be. Luo Tian would definitely not be stingy. Now it was his turn to be arrogant. Looking at Lin Wuxian's ashen face, his mood could not help but improve. He said, I will put the death of Tao Master Wu Nian on the heads of the 10 major immortal sects. None of you can escape. After that, his figure flickered continuously. Bang! 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 He directly harvested a series of heads and tossed them into the air. When they hit the barrier, they were all shaken into powder. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Luo Tian, Grandpa Luo, please spare my lowly life. I was wrong, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. I beg you, please let me go. Father, save me, save your child. Luo Tian, what do you want? My Thunder Heaven Immortal Sect has everything. As long as you are willing to let me go, I can give you anything. I beg you, please spare my life. Many disciples immediately knelt down. Luo Tian looked at them one by one in ridicule, sneered, and said, Weren't you guys very arrogant just now? Everyone is trying their best to kill me. Why are you so scared now? Come on, come and kill me again. While they were talking, Luo Tian's expression became sinister, and with a raise of his hand he killed a few more people. Towards them, Luo Tian would definitely not be lenient. He would not be overflowing with sympathy, and he would not let go of anyone who wanted to kill him. Luo Tian had never been a good person. It was fine if no one provoked him, but if anyone provoked him, he would return it to them 100 times or 1,000 times over. Even if he was a god, it was the same. This was Luo Tian's character. The sect leaders of the top 10 immortal sects were about to go crazy. Many of these disciples were their relatives and even their sons. The sect leader of Thunder Heaven Immortal Sect said, "Luo Tian, I will immediately withdraw from the Immortal Sect Disciple Challenge. Please spare my son's life. I promise that I will never touch Huashan Immortal Sect again." Heavenly Thunder King, what nonsense are you talking about? Lin Wuxian shouted directly. Compromise with Luo Tian? Who does he think he is? King Tianlei's expression changed. He said, "Patriarch Lin, aren't you worried? Your son isn't on the battle stage, but mine is. You don't care about their lives, but I only have one son. I can't let anything happen to him. Sect leader Lin, we only have these elite disciples. Once they die, our immortal sect's luck will be greatly reduced. This way, we won't even have the qualifications to become an immortal sect. You are different. Your Star Ocean Immortal Sect still has a female phoenix. Imperial Immortal Sect still has the true dragon Morong Wanjian. We only have them. Once they die, our immortal sect will be greatly weakened, and we won't even be a second-rate immortal sect. Sect leader Lin, Scorching Sun sect leader, I'm really sorry. I can't afford to lose." At the same time, the other sect leaders of the immortal sects also spoke out. Everyone knew the prosperity of the immortal sect was directly related to the strength of the disciples. These were the elites of the immortal sect. If they died, their immortal sect's luck would definitely be greatly affected. But for the Imperial Immortal Sect, it was different. Because one of them had a true dragon, and the other had a female phoenix. Just these two people alone could withstand the immortal sect's luck. As for the other 8 immortal sects, they couldn't afford to lose. Spiritual Master Scorching Sun's face darkened and thought to himself, "Oh no, this Luo Tian is too difficult to deal with." He couldn't help but look at Lin Wuxian. Lin Wuxian said in a deep voice, "Luo Tian, I'll give you a way out. Let these immortal sect disciples go, and I guarantee that I won't touch your Huashan immortal sect at all. If you dare to kill another immortal sect disciple, I'll let you," before he could finish his words. Luo Tian instantly killed another Xian God First Order disciple from the Xinghai immortal sect. He smiled and said, "You still dare to be arrogant in front of me? I want to see how long you can be arrogant for. If you want me to let these immortal sect disciples go, that's fine." Suddenly, the sect masters of the 8 great immortal sects were immediately startled. "Luo Tian, what do you want?" Luo Tian laughed playfully. "I don't want anything as long as Lin Wuxian and Spiritual Master Scorching Sun kneel down and kowtow to me and admit their mistakes. I will definitely kill these people. If they don't agree, then don't blame me for being ruthless." In an instant, the sect masters of the 8 great immortal sects all looked at Lin Wuxian and Spiritual Master Scorching Sunday. The fate of the 8 great immortal sects was in the hands of these 2 people. However, just as Luo Tian finished speaking, Lin Wuxian's figure suddenly moved and directly landed below the stage and roared at the referee with killing intent. "Open the enchantment for me!" He was furious. His hands and feet were numb from the cold. But what the old cow wanted to say was that there would be more updates tonight. The old cow was still writing with all his might, asking for support. Chapter 742. Want them to kneel? That was simply impossible. Lin Wuxian flew down angrily and shouted, "Open the barrier for me!" The referee's face turned pale from the killing intent emitted from his body. His body trembled and he could not even stand properly. He said with a trembling voice, "The battle is not over yet. We are still unable to close the enchantment. Sect Master. Useless thing, Scram. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Lin Wuxian swept his sleeve and sent the referee flying, snorting coldly. At this moment, Luo Tian laughed out loud. Standing inside the barrier, he pointed at Lin Wuxian's nose and scolded. "You old bastard! Old pervert, come in, and bite me!" While they were talking after killing a few more Immortal Sect disciples, he suddenly roared angrily, "Sect leaders of your 8 great immortal sects, listen carefully. If the 2 of them kneel down and kowtow and admit their wrongs, don't blame me for being impolite. Like to play? Then let's have a good time and see who can beat who." Luo Tian laughed sinisterly. Lin Wuxian gritted his teeth and roared like a madman. "You want me to kneel down to you? Even if the sky falls, it's impossible. Luo Tian, if you have the guts, stay in the enchantment for the rest of your life and never come out. As long as you dare to come out, I will definitely cut you into 18,000 pieces." Anger. Incomparable anger. Lin Wuxian was like an angry bull. His entire body was filled with anger, and he was unable to vent it out. Looking at Luo Tian's complacent look, the hatred in his heart grew even stronger. It was because of the strong endurance of the 8th stage of Profound God. If it was someone else with a lower cultivation, they would have been angered to death by Luo Tian. Luo Tian smiled faintly, looked at the sect leaders of the 8 great immortal sects, and said, "Seems like your sect leader Lin doesn't care about the life and death of your disciples." Of course, he doesn't care about the life and death of the disciples of the Star Ocean Immortal Sect either. He just wants to kneel down and admit his mistake. "Sai, I really feel that your 8 great immortal sects are laughable. Instigation, it was a blatant attempt to sow discord." Lin Wuxian said loudly, "Everyone, don't listen to Luo Tian's instigation. He wants to divide us. I can guarantee that I will kill him. All the disciples in the enchantment, listen up. Even if you die, you can't let Luo Tian have an easy time. As long as all of you work together, you'll definitely be able to defeat Luo Tian." Heavenly Thunder King didn't wait for Lin Wuxian to finish his words and roared, "Lin Wuxian, that's enough. Luo Tian is an 8th level Profound God realm, not to mention a few hundred disciples. Even you might not be his opponent. You know better than us how strong he is. What do you mean by your words? You want my disciples and the disciples of the top 10 immortal sects to die for you? Lin Wuxian, you may not care about the disciples of the Star Ocean sect, but we do." "That's right, sect leader Lin. Isn't it just kneeling and kowtowing? It's not like we want your life. Seeing that we belong to the same immortal sect, please help us." "That's right, please help us. We won't forget your great kindness. Just treat it as doing a good deed." The sect leaders of the top 8 immortal sects begged. In the arena, the disciples of the immortal sects were also begging. Even the few remaining disciples of the Star Ocean sect were the same. "Sect leader, please save us. Please agree to Luo Tian's request. This lunatic will really kill us all. Please." Luo Tian grinned and said, "Lin Wuxian, kneel down and kowtow to me." "Ha ha ha, don't you like to play? Come on, continue to play with me. Are you trying to be arrogant with me?" Luo Tian was incomparably proud. Lin Wuxian's face was as ugly as it could get. The breath that came out of his nose carried sparks, and the anger in his body made it seem as if his entire body was on fire. He was unable to vent it out and could only roar, "Don't even think about it. Kill them all. Kill them all. I want to see what you can do after killing them all." Luo Tian smiled and instantly killed a few more disciples and said, "Sai, look, he was the one who asked me to kill him. If your 8 great immortal sects want to take revenge, don't look for me. I had the intention to let your disciples live, but Lin Wuxian, this old pervert, did not give me any face at all." At this moment, Luo Tian walked to the side of Heavenly Thunder King's son and lifted him into the air. Heavenly Thunder King's face immediately changed. He rushed out and landed below the stage, saying, "Luo Tian, spare my son's life. I will give you whatever you want. Please, I only have one son, let him go. It was also at this time. Suddenly, there was a huge explosion of power in the stands. Bam! 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 Han Hua was thrown down. Lung Han's Huang was thrown down. Yunling, Yun Yi was thrown down, lying not far from the stage. Her face was pale, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. She was already on the verge of death. At this moment, King Kong Morong Bai and the rest of the people suddenly roared, "Spiritual Master Liang, you despicable and shameless dog! You dared to sneak attack. I will fight it out with you." Spiritual Master Liang laughed coldly. "You want to fight with me with just your motley crew? Who do you think you are? What kind of status do you have? Do you have the qualifications to fight with me?" As soon as his voice faded, Spiritual Master Liang instantly left. Stepping on Han Hua's head with a smile on his face, he looked coldly at Luo Tian and said, Continue to play with me. We have disciples. You also have brothers. Luo Tian, I want to see who can kill more happily. Ha 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 ha." It was a sudden change. Everything happened too quickly. Profound God Stage 8 was the strongest realm here, and no one would have thought that Spiritual Master Liang would suddenly launch a sneak attack. Even the experienced Tong Yen and the dimensional demons didn't notice this. It was also because of this that Spiritual Master Liang was able to succeed. Ha ha ha! Lin Wuxian suddenly laughed loudly, instantly lifting Cold Frost from the ground, and laughed wildly. "Luo Tian, she is your woman, right? Ha ha ha! I wonder what it would be like to be raped by 100 men. Aya, there is also a pair of beautiful sisters here. How many men are tempted by them? I wonder if they can withstand the strong impact of 500 men. Ha ha ha! Laugh! Laugh crazily." 2 balls directly rushed down from the sky. At this moment, Spiritual Master Liang did not even look at them, and sneered, "If any of you dare to move, I will immediately kill her." 2 balls suddenly roared, his dragon might shaking the sky, and directly rushed to the other side, his teeth grinding in anger. King Kong, Morong Bai, Poison Widow, Tong Yen, Dimensional Demon, and the others all rushed down, each of them filled with killing intent, and each of them was extremely blaming themselves. Han Hua looked at Luo Tian with his last breath, and lightly smiled. "Sovereign, don't worry about us." Cold Frost was the same. Yunling and Yun Yi were also the same, with a happy smile on their faces as they looked at Luo Tian. The anger in Luo Tian's heart was about to burst out of his body, and without thinking, he directly roared, "Come out for me, destroy!" The 6th chapter has been delivered, and this chapter is Piao Hong's reward chapter. Thanks to Beaking Love, good brother, Piao Hong, for another 10,000 book coins as a reward. Old Bull is extremely grateful, and will also add more to express his gratitude. It will soon be a new day. Brothers have more recommendation tickets. Give them all to Old Bull. The weather is so cold. Good night, everyone. Chapter 743. His bottom line had been touched again. Luo Tian's nerves were tense, and there was no way to suppress his anger. He directly shouted and summoned the super divine weapon he had refined, Annihilation. At this moment, the airflow in the enchantment suddenly spun. Even the enchantment was trembling. A pitch-black broadsword slowly rose beside Luo Tian. The back of the broadsword was extremely thick. The blade was extremely long. Its entire body was black, and it looked like a thick piece of steel plate. A ferocious flying dragon was engraved on the blade, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Its eyes were as wide as a cow's, and it was unusually fierce. The most important point was, the moment Luo Tian summoned Annihilation, Blade River Emperor's primordial spirit went berserk, as if a huge shadow of Blade River Emperor had soared into the sky, penetrating the enchantment. The entire grandstand, the entire southern heavenly gate, and the broadswords within tens of thousands of kilometers were trembling, humming, and some of them even shattered. Boom! Boom! A series of buzzing sounds erupted from the broadsword. These buzzing sounds were strangling the sea of consciousness, the mind, and the pain was unbearable. The hundreds of disciples in the enchantment were all holding their heads and rolling on the ground, unable to withstand the Blade River Emperor's aura released by annihilation. It was too powerful. Broadsword. It did not look gorgeous. It was even a little rough, carved and polished. It was completely at the level of a first-level blacksmith. However, at this moment, everyone was shocked. They were all attracted by annihilation, and their eyeballs were about to fall out. Buzz! The blade was completely out, and its body suddenly glowed with purple light. Ancient weapon! Ancient mystic weapon! This broadsword has the same aura as the sword and warhammer they used just now. It was obviously forged not long ago. Who in the Tianxian continent has such a powerful forging ability? Could it be that the patriarch of Huashan has returned? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Everyone's heart tightened, and all of them were shocked. The aura of annihilation, the power of annihilation was too fierce. Its appearance made everyone present feel afraid, especially Lin Wuxian and spiritual master Liang. They felt that this giant broadsword posed a threat to their lives. It was also at this moment. Luo Tian's eyes darkened. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed Mia, who was floating beside him. Veins popped out on his arm as he roared. Ah! Bang! Rumble, rumble. The saber energy was like a fountain. It crazily shot out. The vortex of airflow suddenly turned into a vortex of saber energy. Each of them was like a huge wind blade. They were shining brightly. The huge sabers were crazily wreaking havoc. It was exceptionally ferocious. It was extremely violent. If they were shocked just now, then they were shocked to the point of being in a complete mess now. He couldn't control himself at all. The saber chi that erupted from Mia's body was too terrifying. It was not something they could withstand at all. This kind of power was unshakable. In the arena, the disciples of the celestial sect were so scared that they couldn't even make a sound. They all curled up into a ball, struggling to breathe. Their eyes were filled with fear, and they didn't dare to look at Luo Tian or Mia. Just like the name Mia, whoever saw it would be destroyed. Luo Tian held it tightly. Blade River Emperor's primordial spirit was connected to Luo Tian's mind through the hilt. Before Blade River Emperor could speak, Luo Tian roared, "You'd better behave, or I'll turn you into ashes." Blade River Emperor immediately became a docile kitten. At this moment, Luo Tian was furious. He would kill anyone who tried to stop him, no matter who it was. Luo Tian's body and Mia's body were integrated into one. The saber was like a part of his body. His whole body was emitting saber energy. The strong airflow made him look very charming. If it was in the previous life, he would have charmed many beautiful girls. His appearance was quite domineering. The saber energy that was emitted from his body was like some kind of ancient artifact. It was very powerful. Luo Tian's eyebrows moved slightly. Mia immediately let out a loud saber sound. Then, the saber energy was like the blood shadow technique, crazily rushing out, constantly attacking the enchantment on the arena. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Huge waves were set off on the enchantment, constantly emitting resonant sounds. These rebounding forces flew out, and as long as it touched them, they would all die. More than half of the hundreds of immortal sect disciples fell instantly. No, no, no. It's over, it's over. My vast heaven immortal sect is completely finished. Oh my God. Luo Tian, you dog, I'll make you pay the price. The sect masters of the 8 major immortal sects were all screaming. Lin Wuxian and spiritual master Liang's faces darkened. Their eyes stared at the enchantment on the arena and found that it was not damaged at all. Lin Wuxian laughed wildly, ha ha ha. Luo Tian, this is the enchantment refined by immortal Nantian before he ascended. It's a peak mystic emperor level enchantment. Do you think you can break it? It's impossible. Even if you have a divine weapon, it's still impossible. Ha! He couldn't get out. The enchantment on the arena became a cage. It trapped Luo Tian. Spiritual Master Liang raised Han Hua in his hand into the air and slapped him down. He laughed sinisterly. Luo Tian, how can you fight with me now? Ha ha ha. What qualifications do you have to fight with me? Heavenly Thunder King, we will avenge your son's death. Everything was caused by Luo Tian, that damn thing. If you want to settle the score, you should settle it with him. That's right. Luo Tian must die today. Now, there was only a small number of immortal sect disciples left in the enchantment. The gazes of the 8 great immortal sect leaders also became gloomy and cold. Their hatred was incomparably strong, and their bodies released extremely strong, profound God battle chi. How valiant was the profound God battle chi released by the 10 great, profound God Fifth Order and above. Luo Tian, I will not let you off. Ah, on the arena. Luo Tian looked up at the enchantment, and there was no sign of it breaking. It had to be said, the enchantment refined by the profound Emperor Realm expert was extremely powerful. Furthermore, this enchantment was mainly for defense. It was even more powerful if it did not attack. Luo Tian's brows moved. Level 9 Berserk. Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, explode with your strength. In an instant, a blade slashed down. The enchantment set off a monstrous shockwave, directly killing all the disciples of the 10 major immortal sects. Luo Tian also couldn't help but take a few steps back. The blood in his chest churned, and he spat out a mouthful of black blood. Again, he was pushed back again. Again, he was pushed back again. Luo Tian was like a madman. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Luo Tian, you won't be able to break through the profound Emperor's enchantment. Ha ha ha! Lin Wuxian laughed wildly in excitement, and then grabbed Yunling. Yun-Yi and laughed. You killed my immortal sex disciple. Now it's my turn to kill your immortal sex disciple. 2 sluts, go to hell. At this moment, Luo Tian couldn't take it anymore. His face darkened, and he gently exhaled a mouthful of white air. The extermination blade in his hand moved. Shocking blade, break for me! The first chapter has been delivered. The old cow is asking for a recommendation ticket. Brothers, help the old cow up. Chapter 744. There was no choice. He could only use his strongest move. If he couldn't get rid of this barrier, Yunling would die, Cold Frost would die, Poison Widow, King Kong, 2 Balls, and the rest would all die. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't be Lin Wuxian's opponent. Furthermore, there were also 8 profound God Realm super experts. There was no other way. He could only use this move. At first, Luo Tian wanted to hold back and use this saber to kill Lin Wuxian or Spiritual Master Liang instantly. However, it was impossible now. He had tried, and the Mystic Thearka's defense was too strong. No matter how many times he used normal attacks, it was useless. This barrier had the ability to repair itself. This was also the reason why it stood for hundreds of thousands of years without breaking. Only instant kill, only a single move of the killing slash could completely destroy it. The blade aura soared for thousands of miles. Thunder raged, flashing ferociously above the 9 heavens. The world lost its color and became dim. The entire Tian Shin continent, all the experts were awakened. This included the experts at the Mystic Tharch and Supreme Realm. Their hearts sank as they were all stunned by the soaring saber aura. If one were to look at the Tian Shin continent from outer space, they would see a beam of light being sent into a black hole. The shocking power poured down. Very strong, very strong. The earth was trembling. Everyone in the venue was crushed by the soaring blade aura until they couldn't speak. Zi Luolan was surrounded by 9 sword slaves. Her expression was very ugly, quite ugly. Luo Tian had used all kinds of powerful cultivation techniques again and again. Even she had never seen a cultivation technique before. Now he had used a shocking sword, which was even more so a cultivation technique she had never seen before. Moreover, this shocking sword was stronger than the average emperor technique. It was not a technique of the Tian Shin continent at all. Her face was cold and twisted, and she hated Luo Tian more and more in her heart. She had always looked down on Luo Tian. Because Luo Tian was born as a wild boy in a poor ravine, he wouldn't have much success in his life. This kind of contempt came from the bones and couldn't be changed. Even if Luo Tian was now a super expert of the mystic god realm, this kind of contempt still existed. Therefore, the more she disliked Luo Tian, the more she disliked him. Luo Tian's rise again and again was like a slap to her face every time. It was very uncomfortable. Slowly, this hatred continued to accumulate and finally evolved into the kind of hatred that seeped into her bones. Li Shui'er had once asked her to understand Luo Tian, to understand this man who risked his life to pursue, protect, and love her with his life. However, she didn't want to look at Luo Tian at all. Today was the first time she saw Luo Tian. She had no impression of Luo Tian when he was young. Looking at Luo Tian, she still felt that he was a poor boy from a poor village who wanted to use her daughter to reach the sky in a single bound. No way. She would never agree. No matter what happened, she would never agree. Seeing Luo Tian taking out the annihilation saber and unleashing a powerful emperor art, her hatred intensified. She thought to herself, I should have killed him back at Jade Mountain City. Lin Wuxian's expression changed. Looking at the shocking blade qi that pierced through the barrier, his expression was still arrogant as he laughed coldly. Luo Tian, you won't be able to break through the mysterious emperor barrier refined by the Nantian immortal womb. You won't be able to save your woman. Look at how beautiful they are. What a pity. What a pity. They are going to die in my hands. Don't worry, I will let them die a very enjoyable death. I will use their human skins to make specimens and hang them in my secret room forever. Ha ha ha. While they were talking, Lin Wuxian exerted force in his palm. Yunling and Yun immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The difference in strength was too great. In Lin Wuxian's hands, they had no power to resist at all. The anger in Luo Tian's heart had already reached the point where it was about to spontaneously combust. He roared heavily, Break for me! A blade slashed down. The blade qi that soared thousands of miles instantly descended. A black line appeared in the sky, as if the sky had split open. In the great realm of desolation, a heaven-shaking slash had already caused enormous destruction. That was a plane of a higher level than the profound sky continent. In the profound sky continent, the destructive power was even more powerful. With a slash of the blade, a heaven-shaking power instantly erupted. Blade River King's primordial spirit let out a loud roar. It resounded throughout the entire profound sky continent. A huge force crushed down, and the barrier, like the windshield of a car, began to emit a deep cracking sound. Then, cracks began to appear one by one. Luo Tian's long hair flew horizontally, dancing wantonly, and the robes on his body fluttered. At this moment, Luo Tian was like a demon as he gripped the hilt of his blade tightly with both hands and roared towards the sky once again. Ah! He pressed down with both hands! Rumble, rumble, rumble. The recoil from the barrier continued to attack. Luo Tian continuously spat out blood, but his body did not retreat even half a step. He held on with all his might, and the strength in his hands continued to increase, and increase. The web between his thumb and index finger was numb, and the bones in his arms felt as if they were about to break inch by inch. It was very uncomfortable. It was quite uncomfortable. But at this time, Luo Tian could only breathe a sigh of relief, and there was nothing left. Boom! A shocking blade fell down. The recoil from the barrier disappeared. The thick thunderclouds disappeared, the sky cleared, and the scorching sun shone high in the sky. There was no sound around. Dust flew everywhere on the arena. A light breeze blew, blowing away the dust on the arena. A man stood there. A man with a knife stood there, motionless. A man exuding an incomparably cold-killing intent stood there, his eyes fixed on a person, motionless. It's broken. The barrier is gone. Someone in the crowd suddenly said. Everyone got up from the ground, looked at the ruined arena, looked at the man on the arena, and felt an inexplicable fear in their hearts. In that instant, Lin Wuxian was the first to react. His hands suddenly moved and directly blocked Yun Lingyun in front of him. His face changed, and he scolded in a deep voice. You dog, I didn't think that you would actually break Nantian Immortal's barrier, but so what? Your woman is in my hands. Luo Tian, kneel down now. Not waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian's body suddenly disappeared. He disappeared without any warning. It wasn't a concealment technique. It was the speed of a level 8 profound god was so fast that it couldn't be seen clearly. Lin Wuxian's eyes turned sinister. In that instant, Luo Tian's figure appeared on his chest, and a palm struck out. Bam! The two sisters, Yunling, fell to the ground. Lin Wuxian was sent flying, and the power of a peak level 8 profound god was immediately released. But before he could make a move, Luo Tian had already arrived behind him and punched again. Bam! Lin Wuxian's body was sent flying. Broken moon! Flying into the air, he punched again. Lin Wuxian suffered 3 heavy blows in a row. His chest was in pain, and before he could react, Luo Tian looked down from above. Both of his fists seemed to be able to extend, aiming at Lin Wuxian's chest, and heavily punched out. 10,000 consecutive strikes! Bang, bang, bang. Lin Wuxian crashed to the ground, and the ground caved in. In the end, Luo Tian stepped on Lin Wuxian's head, looked at King Kong and the others, and roared, Brothers, kill! Chapter 2. Go eat first. Come back at night to write the update. Old Cow begs for a recommendation ticket again, begging brothers to help Old Cow explode. Chapter 745. The sky cracked. The ground caved in. The stands were in ruins, and everything around them looked as if it was the end of the world. A terrifying aura spread out for thousands of miles. Luo Tian was firmly stepped on by Lin Wuxian, stepping on his face and ruthlessly trampling on it. He roared at Morong Bai and the others who were already boiling with anger. Brothers, open the mountain! He roared fiercely. Dan and King Kong were the first to rush out, roaring towards the sky. Damn it! I couldn't hold it in any longer. Bang, bang, bang. Step by step, King Kong charged forward like a bulldozer. He was not good at hiding his emotions, so when he was angry, just like an angry bull. He charged forward without a care for his life. A few disciples from the 10 great immortal sects rushed forward to stop him. Before they could even make a move, their bodies were torn into 2 halves by King Kong. It was a tragic sight. Dan rushed into the clouds, his body once again rushing down vertically, directly towards the sect masters of the 8 great immortal sects. Roar! The dragon god roared, and the sound waves were like the exhaust from a rocket, exceptionally strong. One of the weakest sect leader was directly knocked down by Dan's dragon might. His body was stuck to the ground, unable to move, and under the skin of his face, it was as if there were bugs moving layer by layer. Wang, a white sword flew into the air. In that instant, it directly pierced towards the forehead of an immortal sect leader. Next, the Poison Widow's spirit whip was twisting, just like her perky and seductive butt. She walked up step by step, and the demonic aura on her body made people feel suffocated. Tong Yan and the dimensional demon revealed an excited expression. They licked their lips and laughed sinisterly. We're finally going to start killing. We're finally going to taste the taste of blood. The 2 of them laughed strangely, and their figures suddenly disappeared. Following Luo Tian's order, Morong Bai and the others were like ferocious tigers that had been released from their cages. They were extremely valiant, completely fearless, and directly charged forward without any regard for their lives. The anger in their hearts was too unbearable. From the moment they entered the arena, their anger had been growing bit by bit. manipulating the rules, manipulating the competition, manipulating the referee. All kinds of unfairness, all kinds of targeting, all kinds of sinister and despicable methods. All of these things poured a bucket of gasoline on the anger in their hearts, causing it to swell crazily as they watched their boss on the edge of life and death in the arena. Looking at Han Hua and his sister-in-law being seriously injured, he was furious. They waited for Luo Tian's orders, waiting for the moment to erupt. At this moment, the flames in their hearts completely erupted. There was only one thought in their minds: kill. Kill all these sons of Beasterous Cheese. Kill all these despicable and treacherous 10 great immortal sections. Kill. A month of seclusion had made them exceptionally strong. The power of the dragon god's blood essence completely erupted at this time. King Kong's iron blood boxing glove was as fierce as thunder. Every time it struck out, it would use pure strength to forcefully tear people apart. King Kong roared, "Come on, come on, come and kill me, you despicable and insidious bastards." In less than a minute, 10 puppets made of Blade River Emperor's bones stood behind the bearded man. With a thought, the 10 puppets all rushed out. The bearded man laughed wildly, "Ha ha ha. I'll let you have a taste of the power of my 10-line operation." Everyone was going crazy. Everyone was erupting. They were too angry. If they didn't vent it out, they would definitely be sullen to death. Luo Tian laughed. Luo Tian laughed fiercely and thought to himself, "It's good to have brothers. Fatty Lei, Xianyuan Yi Blind Lu, I'll wait for the day you all meet in Duantian City. I'll wait." Looking at King Kong and the others, Luo Tian couldn't help but think of Fatty Lei and the others. Thinking of Pure, thinking of you, thinking of Tang Tang, thinking of Li Shuer inside the barrier, Luo Tian thought that he was going to die. He was also thinking of them, hoping that he could meet them one day. They had been separated for too long. Luo Tian really missed each and every one of them. Then, Luo Tian collected his thoughts and laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha. Today let's go crazy. Let's go crazy. Let's go crazy and kill with all our might. Let the world tremble for us." In that instant, Luo Tian ruthlessly stepped on Lin Wuxian's head, stared at Lin Wuxian, who was struggling at death's door, and sneered, "Star Sea Immortal Sect? Second Immortal Sect?" Uft. A mouthful of phlegm was spat on Lin Wuxian's face. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up, and he laughed sinisterly. "Lin Wuxian, aren't you very arrogant? Aren't you very arrogant? Didn't you say that I would definitely die today? Come on, get up for me." Luo Tian's voice gradually became louder and louder. In the end, he directly roared it out. He grabbed Lin Wuxian's collar and lifted him into the air. He stared coldly at Spiritual Master Liang and said arrogantly, "You're next." Buzz. The power of the 8th level of Profound God was released. He threw Lin Wuxian into the air. Luo Tian's fist turned into a palm and directly pressed against Lin Wuxian's chest. His eyes became abnormally sinister, and he roared heavily, 100 million Profound Chi-S! Gudong! Gudong! Luo Tian's body emitted a sound like bubbles. The profound Chi wreaked havoc, crazily wreaking havoc. 100 million Profound Chi-S, equivalent to 1/10 of Luo Tian's Profound Chi. Only released, his body was almost unable to withstand it. Using it to kill a person was too wasteful. However, to Luo Tian, he was going to be so arrogant. He was going to be arrogant. He was going to vent the anger in his heart in the most arrogant way. A palm pressed against Lin Wuxian's chest. Lin Wuxian's eyes widened, and the power of the peak of the 8th step was also released. His eyes stared fixedly at Luo Tian and roared, "Luo Tian, you think you can kill me? Go to hell." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Wuxian wanted to break free from Luo Tian's palm, but he suddenly realized that his body could not move, and his chest was completely sucked in by an extremely powerful force, unable to break free. His heart sank, and when he felt the power released from Luo Tian's palm, he was dumbfounded. His pants were wet. He was so scared that he peed his pants. His face was pale, his eyes flashed, and his voice trembled. "Brother Liang, save me! Ancestor Xinghai, save me! Save me! Luo Tian, you can't kill me, you can't kill me. I control the fate of the female phoenix, Li Shuer. I know what they want to do. I know everything. As long as you don't kill me, I'll tell you everything." Luo Tian did not give him any chance at all. No matter what, Lin Wuxian had to die. 100 million profound Qi-S were activated and Luo Tian roared. "Break the profound Qi, explode for me!" Chapter 3, Old Cow is still writing. There will be an update tonight. Please recommend it. Chapter 746. He had to be cool. His movements had to be cool. He had to be ruthless. The scene had to be awesome. Lin Wuxian made Luo Tian extremely angry. From the moment Luo Tian appeared until now, even before he died, he was still mocking Luo Tian for overestimating himself. It was only when he was sucked in by Luo Tian's 100 million profound qi that his expression suddenly changed, and he became extremely afraid. He kept begging for mercy. How could he let him go? Even if he gave everything to Luo Tian, even if he gave his 1,000-year-old mother to Luo Tian would not let him go. His character was like this: if you want to mess with me, I will endure it. If you mess with me again, I will endure it. If you mess with me to death, then I will kill you with one slap. No matter what Lin Wuxian said, Luo Tian's heart to kill him would not change. Even if he revealed the secret of the female phoenix, Luo Tian would still kill him without hesitation, because he deserved to die. Just because he was a boss, one had to know that no matter how the boss in the game changed, he was still a boss. There was only one outcome for the boss, and that was to be killed by the players. 100 million profound qi was released. Luo Tian's palm directly shot out a golden light. The golden light spread for tens of kilometers and soared into the sky. Then it wrapped around Lin Wuxian. Its appearance was like a big golden bun, a huge golden ball of light. Luo Tian looked at spiritual master Liang without moving. The corner of his mouth curled up and said, "Explode for me!" Rumble, rumble, rumble. Don't. Lin Wuxian screamed miserably. The golden ball of light suddenly exploded and disappeared. Then, there was nothing on Luo Tian's palm. Lin Wuxian died without leaving even a trace of dust, and directly turned into air. His screams of "no" still echoed in the sky, spreading further and further, and did not stop for a long time. Dead. At this moment, Luo Tian did not move. Instead, he closed his eyes and quietly enjoyed it. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Lin Wuxian, for gaining 100 million experience points and 1 million mystical qi points. The system notification stopped there. Luo Tian's eyes widened as he muttered, "F***ck, what the hell is going on?" Lin Wuxian may not be a super boss, but he is still the sect master of the second immortal sect. How can a sect master level boss not drop anything? System, come out if you have the guts. I promise I won't beat you to death. He was puzzled. He was too puzzled. How could it not drop anything? It wasn't like he didn't die. He was clearly dead, so how could he not drop anything? It didn't make sense. Even if it was an inner core, it was still possible. Luo Tian was extremely displeased. With a thought, he opened up the system. Stupid, forced. He used too much strength and directly turned everything on Lin Wuxian's body into ashes. F***ck. Sir System, are you playing with me? Luo Tian was puzzled. He could only admit that he was unlucky. It wasn't like this had never happened before. Of course, it wouldn't happen in the game, but the world he was in was not a game after all. Last time at the Heavenly Palace, Celestial Clan, 2 balls killed the undead emperor's consciousness in one move. Other than experience points, nothing else dropped. The explanation given by the system was that he used too much strength and destroyed everything. Luo Tian sighed again and again. 100 million mystical qi points. I thought I could get a lot of good stuff, but damn it, Sir System, do you have to treat me like this? I'm a sect master level boss, after all. How can you not drop anything just like that? This is 2F asterisk cat up. This deal was a bit of a loss. He had only recovered 10 million xianqi worth of 100 million xianqi, and he had also gained another 100 million experience points. No matter what, Lin Wuxian was dead. Luo Tian vented half of the anger in his heart, but there was still another half. At this moment, Luo Tian looked at Spiritual Master Liang with a cold smile and said, "Big Boss Liang, you're the only one left now. How do you want to play?" Spiritual Master Liang's face was ugly. He didn't expect that Lin Wuxian, who was at the peak of 8th level Profound God, would be killed by Luo Tian without any room to retaliate. Luo Tian had just broken through to 8th level Profound God. He hadn't even fully grasped the power of 8th level Profound God. How could he kill Lin Wuxian? But the truth was right in front of his eyes. Lin Wuxian died without leaving a corpse. Now it was his turn. Spiritual Master Liang's heart trembled. He placed Han Hua on the ground and raised his hand slightly, saying, "Luo Tian, you win. You are the champion of this year's Immortal Sect Disciple Challenge. You are the strongest disciple of all the Immortal Sects. I lost. I admit defeat. From today onwards, I will never touch your Huashan Immortal Sect." After he finished speaking, Spiritual Master Liang turned around and left. At this time, King Kong suddenly landed in front of Spiritual Master Liang. He smiled foolishly and said, "You want to leave just like that? Have you asked my boss?" Dan spat out the corpse of an Immortal Sect Patriarch to Luo Tian's feet. He then stared coldly at Spiritual Master Liang and said, "You old bastard, you want to leave now? It's too late." Bam! Murong Bai's white feather sword gently flicked and threw a dying Immortal Sect Patriarch to Luo Tian's feet. His eyes darkened as he stared at Spiritual Master Liang and said, "Have you asked me? You old thing." The Poison Widow also walked up and blocked the other side of Spiritual Master Liang. The bearded man led 10 puppets and walked up, laughing wildly. "Have you asked me?" Tong Yan and the Dimensional Demon also walked out sinisterly. Each one was fiercer than the other. Each one was more arrogant than the other. Each and every one of them had been infected by Luo Tian's arrogant personality, and all of them had become extremely arrogant. The patriarchs of the 8 immortal sects were all lying beside Luo Tian. When attacking them, Murong Bai and the others also suffered a lot of injuries. After all, these patriarchs were old monsters who had cultivated for thousands of years. If they had not made Murong Bai and the others so angry, the ones lying on the ground would be Murong Bai and the others. It was because of their anger that they were able to exert unimaginable power. Moreover, the anger in their hearts also affected the dragon god's blood essence that they had devoured. The dragon god's blood essence was also affected by the anger and erupted with unimaginable power. In addition, the blade River Divine weapon that Luo Tian had made in their hands was even more ferocious. At this moment, Spiritual Master Liang was surrounded by Murong Bai and the others. The patriarchs of the 8 immortal sects were lying beside Luo Tian. In this battle, the 10 immortal sects had been completely defeated, utterly defeated. From today onwards, the 8 immortal sects would be reduced to ordinary immortal sects. Although the 2 immortal sects of Imperial God and Xinghai had female phoenixes and true dragons, their immortal sex vitality would be damaged, and their immortal sex luck would drop to the lowest point. Who would benefit the most from all of this? It was not Luo Tian, nor was it the Huashan immortal sect. It was the Devil sect. Spiritual Master Liang looked at the dark tunnel below the spectator stand. Chapter 4. Old Cow is still writing. There will be an update tonight. Chapter 747. Luo Tian followed Spiritual Master Liang's gaze and frowned slightly. Then, he said indifferently, "Don't do anything. Just leave him to me." With that, the extermination in Luo Tian's hand slashed down. killing all 8 sect masters. Luo Tian did not dare to use too much strength, afraid that these people would be like Lin Wuxian, turned into dust by his power, leaving nothing behind. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Luo Tian couldn't have more holy artifacts, but it would be good to feed them to Air Dan. Ding! 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 8 notifications rang out. Quite a few good things dropped. There were 9 holy artifacts, as well as quite a few inner pellets and healing pills. Luo Tian smiled in satisfaction and muttered, "Luckily something dropped, otherwise I would have suffered a huge loss this time. Not only did I almost die, I even let Zi Luolan see me as a joke. Anyone can do it, but she can't." While speaking, Luo Tian looked at Zi Luolan, who was on the stage. Zi Luolan was also looking at him. His gaze was still cold, faintly filled with killing intent. Luo Tian didn't care. He would slowly settle the score later. He was not in a hurry at all. Zi Luolan watched as Lin Wuxian was killed and the Scorching Sun sect master was surrounded. She had no intention of helping at all. Aside from benefiting the Devil sect, the loss of the 10 great immortal sect strength was also beneficial to another powerful force, the Hall of Souls. After so many years of seclusion and mysterious development in the profound sky continent, the 10 great immortal sects were now half dead because of All Heaven alone. Now, it was time for the Hall of Souls to surface and take control of everything. So, the second person to benefit belonged to the Soul Palace. The 9 black-robed sword slaves behind Ziluolan had no expression on their faces. However, Luo Tian felt an extremely dangerous aura from their bodies, one that was even more terrifying than the aura of Lin Wuxian, a peak profound God-stage ranker. At first, he did not notice it, but those sword slaves had also hidden their auras. Luo Tian's heart could not help but sink and thought to himself, "They are the most dangerous people." Subsequently, Luo Tian walked to Yunling and Yunyi's side, helped them up, and released several regeneration techniques in succession. The 2 sisters' faces turned slightly red as they smiled faintly and said, "Big brother Luo Tian, we're fine. Go and save Big Sister Lung and Senior Sister Han." The 2 of them watched as Luo Tian recklessly split open the enchantment and rushed out to save them. Their hearts melted completely. The feeling of being cared for was really good. It was so good that they were not afraid when they were lifted into the air by Lin Wuxian. Instead, they smiled happily. Luo Tian nodded, walked to Cold Frost's side, and cast Rebirth. Cold Frost's injuries were also gradually recovering. Then there was Han Hua. After they had all recovered, Luo Tian clapped his hands and walked in front of Spiritual Master Liang. Sweeping his gaze across the stands, the disciples of the 10 great immortal sects had all fled. Not a single one was left. Only the second-rate immortal sects and some spectators who had traveled thousands of miles to watch the competition remained. Luo Tian smiled slightly and said, "I said that the 10 great immortal sects would be defeated by me, right? Spiritual Master Liang, you are the only one left among the 10 great immortal sects sect masters. I remember that Murong Wanjin defeated 18 of my Huashan immortal sects talented disciples by himself. Now, all of your 10 great immortal sects are being stepped on by me, Luo Tian." "Ha ha ha!" Luo Tian laughed arrogantly. Spiritual Master Liang was not flustered and said, "Luo Tian, do you think that the 10 great immortal sects only have this much foundation? Then you are underestimating the 10 great immortal sects too much. Other than your Huashan immortal sect, which does not have a mystic Emperor Realm expert, all of our 10 great immortal sects have a mystic Emperor Realm expert. Any one of them can easily destroy your Huashan immortal sect. I forgot that your Huashan immortal sect no longer exists. The alliance army of the 10 great immortal sects has already killed all of your disciples. An entire Huashan immortal sect is only left with a few of you. Ha ha ha! Luo Tian, you can't beat our 10 great immortal sects." Everything was going according to plan. Luo Tian looked at spiritual master Lai Yang's proud smile and couldn't help but find it funny and said, "Is that so?" Han Hua's face also sank. Other than Tong Yen and Wei Mo, the faces of Vajra and the others also secretly changed. The anger that had disappeared returned to their faces, and they couldn't wait to cut spiritual master Lai Yang into pieces. Luo Tian's mind moved, and he looked in a direction and said, "Look over there, your people are back." Not far away, a black figure was getting closer and closer. Landing on the viewing platform, he saw that the entire southern sky gate was in a mess, and then saw spiritual master Lai Yang surrounded. His face suddenly sank, and he said loudly, "Sect Master, the alliance army of the 10 great immortal sects ambushed and no one survived. Blood flowed like a river, and they all died." "What?" Spiritual master Lai Yang's face was furious, and he immediately stared at Luo Tian and shook his head. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. All the powerful people of the Huashan immortal sect are here, and no one is a match for junior brother Lai Yang. It's impossible that they died." Luo Tian laughed eerily. "Nothing is impossible. Do you think you can kill my Huashan immortal sect? Spiritual master Lai Yang, play with me, fight with me. Even if you live for another 100,000 years, you won't be my match. Right now, I'm afraid the luck of the 10 great immortal sects has dropped to the lowest point. Other than a few old monsters, who else is there in the 10 great immortal sects? They better not provoke me in the end, or else I will still trample them to death under my feet." While they were talking, Luo Tian raised his eyes, looked at the void, and laughed coldly, saying, "I know you are all looking at me in the void. I am handsome, ha ha ha. Stepping on your 10 great immortal sects under my feet. You all better obediently cultivate. If you dare to find trouble, I will uproot your immortal sect." Arrogant, unusually arrogant. 8th level profound god was actually not afraid of profound Emperor Realm experts, and even threatened them. Arrogant to the extreme. There was no sound in the void. It was just that Luo Tian suddenly felt the killing intent in the void, coming from tens of millions of kilometers away. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up, and he sneered, saying, "If you have the guts, then touch me, your mother." Then Luo Tian ignored them, looked at spiritual master Lai Yang again, and said, "I want to know the secret of the true dragon and the female phoenix. I believe sect master Lai Yang will tell me, right?" Spiritual master Lai Yang's face darkened, and could not help but sneer, saying, "Luo Tian, you really are, ha ha ha, from Jade Mountain City to Huashan Immortal Sect. I have to say that your growth speed is incomparably astonishing. I really regret not killing you from the beginning. However, it's the same now. You can't escape death." In an instant, spiritual master Lai Yang's profound god battle chi soared by 10,000 meters, and he roared, "Heavenly Demon Sect Master, it's time to come out, right?" The 5th chapter was delivered. Today was the first 5 chapters. His hands and feet were cold and numb, and Nyo was crying again, so he was not in the mood to write any more. Brothers, good night. Chapter 748. As expected, Luo Tian narrowed his eyes and his heart sank. A group of people walked out of the dark passage. They were all dressed in blood-red black robes with blood clouds embroidered on them. Their appearance looked like the Akatsuki organization in Naruto. Every one of them was different, and the aura they emitted was different. A group of more than 10 people. The leader was the sect master of the Devil Sect, Heavenly Demon Lu Qingfeng. Behind him were his 10 generals. They were all 8th level profound God Realm elites, and he was at the peak of the 9th level, only 1 step away from the profound Emperor Supreme Realm. Other than that, the Devil Sect still had 2 profound Emperor Supreme Realm elites, but they did not appear. The profound Emperor Realm elites were all trying to break through to the shattering void tier. Ascension was their only goal, and they did not want to interfere too much with trivial matters. Lu Chengfeng clapped his hands and walked out, a faint smile on his lips, and said, "Not simple, not simple, really not simple. Luo Tian, you are really not simple. I have never seen the 10 great immortal sects in such a sorry state like today. Even when they fought with my devil sect tens of thousands of years ago, they were not as down and out as they are now. You are really not simple, and I have to say you can be considered the first person in all of history. The 10 great immortal sects were destroyed by one person, not to mention all of history. Even since the birth of the profound sky continent, this had never happened." Spiritual Master Lai Yang's face was annoyed, and he couldn't help but snort coldly. "Sect Master Lu, are you here to laugh? Don't forget what you promised me." While they were talking, Lu Qingfeng had already walked in, glanced at Spiritual Master Lai Yang and smiled. "Don't worry, since I promised, I will definitely do it. It's just that, Sect Master Lai Yang, you're too weak, ha ha ha. I can't help but want to laugh. 10 great immortal sects, 10 great sect masters. Only you are left, too miserable." Spiritual Master Lai Yang's face changed again, and he snorted coldly. No one would have thought of such an ending. Who would have thought that the 10 great immortal sects would be destroyed by Luo Tian alone? Who would have thought? However, Luo Tian also did not think of it. He did not think that Spiritual Master Lai Yang would ally with the devil sect? To deal with him? Just to deal with him. It was not enough to ally with the 10 great immortal sects, but also with the devil sect? How much did this Spiritual Master Lai Yang wanted to kill him? This was too ruthless. Luo Tian knew that people from the devil sect had come to the southern heaven gate. He thought that the devil sect wanted to take advantage of the situation and ran out in the end. But he didn't expect them to join forces. The immortal sects and the devil sects had joined forces just to deal with him. At this moment, Violet stood up. The 9 sword servants behind her stood up as well. The 10 figures slightly moved and instantly landed on the other side. Zi Luolan's lips curled up in a cold, murderous smile. She coldly looked at Luo Tian, and her body gave off a proud aura. It seemed to be saying, "You're dead meat now." Originally, they had surrounded Sage Lai Yang, but unexpectedly Luo Tian and the others had been surrounded instead. Luo Tian slightly raised his eyes and glanced at Tong Yen and Wei Mo from the corner of his eyes. The two of them lightly nodded their heads. Soon after, Luo Tian faintly smiled and said, "Sect Head Lu, are you sure you want to oppose me?" Lu Qingfeng smiled and said, "Follow you?" "Luo Tian, you're already a dead man. It doesn't matter if you're right or not. From the moment you became the reincarnation of the Devil Emperor, you had to die. This is the most crucial point of my agreement with Sage Lai Yang. The Devil Emperor has been dead for countless years. He was indeed the supreme god of war of the Devil sect, but he's dead. Even if he reincarnated, it's no longer the same as before. The Devil sect can no longer be his. In the Tianxian continent, I am the ruler of the Devil sect. Who do you think you are?" He smiled coldly. Lu Qingfeng's face became gloomy, and the demonic aura on his body was released. It was cold and gloomy with the smell of blood. Luo Tian smiled. He then turned to look at Spiritual Master Lai Yang and said, "The Celestial sect is allying with the Devil sect. Old bastard Lai Yang, you sure know how to dream. How could you do such a disgraceful thing? You'd rather be cursed for all eternity, just to kill me?" Luo Tian really couldn't understand this. Colluding with the Devil sect was a huge crime in the immortal sections. They would be despised by the other immortal sections. Just to deal with him? Was there a need? Sage Lai Yang sneered and said, "It's not me who is joining forces with the Devil sect. You can't even think of who it is. Since you're going to die anyway, I might as well tell you. It's the ancestor of the immortal controlling immortal sect, Hidden Dragon Supreme, and the Xinghai immortal sect Star Ocean ancestor, who wants to join forces with the Devil sect. Their goal is very simple, and that is to get rid of you. Hidden Dragon Supreme, Star Ocean ancestor." Luo Tian had never even heard of these two names. He only knew that they were the top experts of the Tianxian continent, supreme experts of the mystic emperor realm. The two of them actually took the initiative to join forces with the devil's sect, just to kill him? Luo Tian secretly smiled and said to himself, "Did I surpass their mother, or did I F***ck their sister without paying, or what? Is there a need to do this to me? I can't help but want to laugh." Suddenly, Luo Tian's brows tightened, and he suddenly looked at Zi Luolan. His heart sank, and he said to himself, "Shwe? Ah!" Zi Luolan also revealed a shocked expression. She also did not know that the Sky Dragon Supreme and the Star Ocean Ancestor had actually joined forces with experts of the Devil Sect. However, she did not think that these things had anything to do with her daughter. She only thought that the threat that Luo Tian posed to the 10 great immortal sects and the Devil Sect was too great. It was so great that they had no choice but to join forces with the Devil Sect to get rid of Luo Tian, and those supreme experts did not want to make a move. She simply could not imagine that the 10 great immortal sects and the Devil Sect would get rid of Luo Tian just to ensure that the wedding between Morong Wanjian and the Shue'er would go smoothly in 3 months. No one would have thought. Only Luo Tian. He was only at the 8th stage of the profound god, but he was able to make so many forces join hands. It could be said that all the strongest forces in the Tianqian continent had joined hands to deal with him, because they were afraid that Luo Tian would destroy the wedding of the true dragon and phoenix that would be held in Broken Sky City in 3 months. What kind of secret is hidden? The 10 great immortal sects, Devil Sect, Soul Palace, so many powers have joined hands just to make the wedding go smoothly. What exactly is hidden behind this? Luo Tian crazily thought about it in his mind. Suddenly, a sense of fear rose in his heart. He thought of what Linlong had said. The female phoenix was just a tool. Cluck, cluck! Luo Tian secretly clenched his fists tightly, a ruthless aura faintly being released from between his brows. His gaze swept across them coldly, and he laughed wildly. "Don't you want me to die? Come on. Today, I will fight you to my heart's content." Then, Luo Tian roared heavily and said, "Two balls protect Han Hua, Cold Frost, Yunling Yun, and the others. Send them back to the Huashan Immortal School first. The others, Divine Explosion Pill. Begging for monthly votes. Where are the brothers of the Chrysanthemum team? Explode, explode, explode." Chapter 749. Don't have anything to say. One word, do it. Regardless of the purpose behind the alliance of the 10 great immortal sects, Soul Palace and Devil Sect, the 3 strongest powers, Luo Tian did not care at all. He only cared about Li Shue'er. As long as he did not provoke the people he cared about, he would not provoke them. However, if they dared to touch the people he cared about, then sorry, they would all be killed. Luo Tian was just that arrogant. Even when facing those experts of the profound emperor realm, Luo Tian was still this arrogant. He was never afraid of anything. 3 months later, no matter what happened, no matter who stopped him, he would take Li Shue'er away. Even a god could not stop him. Following Luo Tian's order, Dan was the first to land on the ground. Cold Frost and the others climbed onto Dan's body, and Dan soared into the air. In that instant, a Devil Sect ranker's eyes turned cold as they flashed with a bright light. He bared his teeth and let out a strange cry. "You want to leave? Stay here." The spirit dragon divine whip in the Poison Widow's hand was like a spirit snake as it directly stopped the Devil Sect ranker. She smiled evilly and said, "Your opponent is me." At the same time, King Kong, Morong Bai, Big Beard, Poison Widow, and Luo Tian all took out a god explosion pill and swallowed it with a kacha sound. Their bodies flashed to the red light, and their auras instantly changed. In the blink of an eye, their cultivation had directly increased by 2 realms. Because of the restriction of the realm, Luo Tian had only risen to the 9th level of profound god. However, this was already quite terrifying. Luo Tian wanted to end this battle as soon as possible. He was extremely worried about Li Shue'er. 3 months later, he would have to face an even more powerful force. They were the strongest warriors in the Tianqian continent. He did not have much time left. He had to end the battle quickly. Spiritual Master Lai Yang's expression suddenly changed. God explosion pill? I've never heard of this kind of pill. Could it be the upgraded version of the profound explosion pill? Impossible. The profound sky continent only has this kind of pill, so the profound God realm might not be able to rely on the power of the pill to increase. Lu Qingfeng's expression changed as well. He frowned and said, God explosion pill. Luo Tian, it looks like you've had a lot of fortuitous encounters in the past month. You actually managed to refine a God explosion pill. You should have a lot of these. At the same time, Tong Yan, the dimensional devil, revealed his true form, the true body of the devil sect. He stood right in front of Lu Qingfeng. His eyes were filled with rage as he roared out, the devil sect has become like this because of you, you brat. You've lost all the face of the devil sect because of you. To think that you would join forces with the immortal sect. This is infuriating. Demonic nature. Powerful demonic power. His demonic power was even stronger than that of Lu Qingfeng. The sudden change made Lu Qingfeng's heart sink. When he sensed their auras, his face darkened, and he said with uncertainty, Devil King Child, Devil King Wei, 2 devil sects, divine generals. You guys are out? Humph. There are still people who remember us 2 old bastards. They still remember that we are the devil sect's divine generals. It seems like you still know us. Wei Mo coldly snorted. Then his gaze darkened as he said, Right now, I order you to retreat immediately. No, immediately capture that dog, Spiritual Master Liang. Lu Qingfeng was stunned. He didn't expect that the senior of the devil sect, who had been sealed for 10,000 years, was still alive and had even recovered his strength. Then he thought about how the alliance army of the 10 great immortal sects had been completely annihilated in the Huashan immortal sect. His face sank once again as he said, Could it be that the great soul refining array was destroyed by someone and all of you came out? And all the seals of the heaven sealing great art on your body have been undone. As he said this, Lu Qingfeng's eyes turned and looked at Luo Tian. A cold light flashed past his eyes as he said, It's you. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, Of course it's me. You didn't expect it, right? It seems like you know everything, but you never thought of saving them. Now I understand why you sent people to kill me after knowing that I am the reincarnation of the devil Emperor Xing Tian. All of a sudden, Luo Tian sensed a trace of an extremely dangerous aura and said, Senior, danger! Lu Qingfeng smiled sinisterly and said, After living for tens of thousands of years, you guys have lived enough. Go and die. Suddenly a sneak attack. The power of the 9th level of the profound God realm exploded to its peak. The power was extremely strong, and a blood-red sword with a destructive power transformed into an incomparably sharp sword chi that pierced towards Wei Mo. The speed was too fast. The power was too fierce. Furthermore, when the power of the 9th level of the profound God realm erupted, it crushed Wei Mo didn't expect that Lu Qingfeng would actually dare to make a move. They were the divine generals of the devil sect, and he didn't expect that he wouldn't take them seriously. Puchi, old devil. Tong Yen let out a mournful roar. The devil flames on his body surged into the sky, and the pressure was like a mountain. His fist turned blood red as he punched forward. Lu Qingfeng laughed coldly. Blood sea fist. I'll let you experience this sect master's blood sea god fist. He retracted his sword. Lu Qingfeng's entire body was crimson red. It wasn't just his fists. His entire body had turned crimson red. A crimson ripple shot out from his body, turning the surrounding 10,000 miles into a sea of blood. Lu Qingfeng's fists moved to meet the attack. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. 2 fists against 2 fists. Tong Yen was not his opponent at all and was sent flying. His body was like an afterimage as he crashed into the ruins of the stands. Bam! His body caved in, his hands twisted like fried dough twists, and all his bones shattered. Tong Yan's face was incomparably pale as he stared at Lu Qingfeng with his eyes wide open. Ruthless, abnormally ruthless, he was sent flying by a punch from a junior. They were already at the profound God realm tens of thousands of years ago. However, their power was sealed, and in these tens of thousands of years, their cultivation did not improve at all. After the seal was released, their cultivation had not completely recovered. Unexpectedly, without doing anything for Luo Tian, he was sent flying by a junior from the Devil Sect. Wei Emo was dead. Tong Yan was on the verge of death. Luo Tian instantly landed beside Tong Yan and released a few regeneration techniques in a row. His hands healed, but Tong Yan's face became even paler. Tong Yan bitterly smiled and shook his head. It's useless. His meridians are broken and his primordial spirit is cracked. Any treatment is useless. Luo Tian, cough cough, help me kill him. You must help me kill him. The Devil Sect is no longer the Devil Sect of the past. Those old fogies might not know this. Luo Tian, you must help me kill him. Finished. Tong Yan was also dead. The two elders were killed in an instant. Everything happened too quickly. It was so fast that Luo Tian couldn't react in time. Profound God, 9th level, infinitely close to the profound Emperor Sovereign Realm. This kind of power was simply too terrifying. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Lu Qingfeng laughed maniacally and said, Old thing, I thought it was tens of thousands of years ago. You old fellows have already left the stage of history, so what if you came out alive? It's not your turn to tell me what to do. You dog! Spiritual Master Liang also laughed. Luo Tian, prepare to die. At this moment, the 10 Devil Sect rankers instantly made their move. Zi Luolan also laughed sinisterly and ordered, Attack! Kill all the people from the Huashan Immortal School. Don't leave a single one alive. Luo Tian slowly stood up and gently caressed extermination. Brother, it's time to explode! Evolve. Critical Strike activated. Chapter 750. Critical Hit Mode. Luo Tian's idea moved. A force pierced into the heart of the blade. Blade River Emperor suddenly roared. Suddenly, a dark red blood light flashed across the blade, like a laser slowly moving around the blade. In a few breaths, the blade was beside him. It became even smoother. The dragon on the blade moved. It coiled around the hilt of the blade and turned into an extremely ferocious dragon blade. Critical Hit Mode, Dragon Blade. This was deliberately refined by Luo Tian. There were 7 small holes between the dragon's head and the dragon's tail. 3 of them were filled, and the remaining 4 were empty. They were filled with critical hit gems. This did not look special, but for Luo Tian, it was an unexpectedly powerful gem. When extermination entered the dragon blade mode, the aura on Luo Tian's body also changed. Flames burst out from under his feet. Luo Tian's eyebrows moved, his right hand slowly raised the dragon blade. His eyes locked onto Lu Qingfeng and said coldly, I'm going to explode you! With just you? Luo Tian, don't you know what strength you have? Explode me. Ha ha ha, I'd like to see who will explode. Who? As soon as his voice fell, Lu Qingfeng suddenly disappeared. The devil flames spread for thousands of miles. The blood mist was emitted as if it had entered the blood sacrifice enchantment. In an instant, Luo Tian clenched his fist and roared, Bedevilment! Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. His body changed in an instant, turning into the extremely ferocious devil Emperor Xing Tian. His physique was burly, and the muscles on his body erupted with endless power. Like Luo Tian, the devil Emperor Xing Tian of the 9th level of the profound God realm improved along with Luo Tian's strength. Bossy, damn boss can still transform? Too sharp. Official, I want to give birth to your child. Morong Bai was a little stunned and muttered unwillingly, "No wonder so many beauties like him. If I were a woman, I'm afraid I would be fascinated by him. Isn't this too handsome? Little White, be careful. The sword slave is coming. Dainu, it's the same for you. The assassins from the Devil Sect are here too." In this short instant, the Devil Sect generals and the 16-soul palace sword slaves instantly surrounded Big Beard, Poison Widow, King Kong, and Morong Bai. It could be said that it was 1 against 4. The figures of the other 3 sword slaves disappeared. Luolan smiled coldly and said, "Even if you are the reincarnation of Emperor R'lyeh, it is useless. You will die today. Luo Tian, you must die." The Venerable of Scorching Sun also jumped to the side and looked around. He stood next to Violet and said respectfully, "Madam, don't worry. Luo Tian won't be able to escape today, even if he grows wings. Just wait and see, ha ha ha," he smiled. Violet Orchid also smiled. Luo Tian laughed. The presence of a demon king spread out. He coldly looked at Violet and Scorching Sun Jinren and said with disdain, "I don't know who gave you the confidence to be so arrogant in front of me. Just these people. Not enough for me to kill." As soon as he finished, Luo Tian frowned and roared heavily, "Power of the Demon King, explode for me!" Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Level 9 Berserk, explode for me. 10,000 Devil Grey Technique, explode for me. This Demon King disdains the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, these low-level bloodlines. Boom! Boom! As if being crushed by the Demon King's aura, the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise instantly rushed out. The 3 phantoms were like living creatures as they supported the Demon King's body. After being stimulated by the Demon King's power, they became even more ferocious and valiant. It was shocking and intimidating for 1,000,000 kilometers. Some of the demon beasts were directly shattered into pieces. A strong storm of energy also erupted from Luo Tian's body. The storm swept out and directly razed the southern heaven gate to the ground. It was 10,000 times stronger than the mushroom cloud from the explosion of a nuclear bomb. All of a sudden, everything within a radius of 10,000 miles was dead silent. After Luo Tian released all of his power, the dragon blade moved and he grinned sinisterly. The idea sensed for extremely dangerous powers, and when they entered the range set by Luo Tian suddenly laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha! Eternal Kingdom! Black Moon Barrier! Descend for me! Buzz! Buzz!" 2 streaks of spatial energy were released. Suddenly, Lu Qingfeng's figure was exposed, and the figures of the 3 sword slaves were exposed. They looked at each other and suddenly realized that their movements seemed to have slowed down, and their speed seemed to have become like ants. It wasn't as if. In fact, that was the case. Kill. Critical strike / Luo Tian did not hesitate at all. In these 2 spatial barriers, he was the ruler, he was the god. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. A blade slashed at Lu Qingfeng's chest, causing blood to spurt out. Bam! The moment the dragon blade fell, it exploded with an extremely powerful explosive force. A bright red number immediately appeared above Lu Qingfeng's head. 103333287. Terrifying. Terrifying to the extreme. A damage value of more than 10 million was simply heaven-defying. Lu Qingfeng's chest was torn apart, and the holy artifact armor on his body was directly shattered by the blade. He was unable to withstand Luo Tian's critical strike / at all, and spat out a large mouthful of black blood as his body was sent flying. At this moment, Luo Tian's speed changed as he stared coldly at the 3 sword slaves. He sneered and said, "Luolan, watch carefully for me. Watch how I trample your people to death." Death God's profound meaning. Buzz! Within the sea of consciousness, the power of the Death God's way exploded out. The Death God's body was added to Luo Tian's body. Luo Tian held onto the blade, and he also held onto the blade. When Luo Tian moved, he also moved. At this moment, Luo Tian had become the death god, and the death god had become Luo Tian. Whoosh! 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 The three blades were like lightning, as if the death god was harvesting. Bang, bang, bang! The three sword slaves did not have any room to resist at all. Their chests were split open, and it was burning hot. With the dark power of the death god, it was crazily devouring the power in their bodies. 19,189,000,000, 1,899,000, an extremely terrifying amount of damage. However, this did not take their lives. They were all experts at the peak of the 8th stage of the profound God stage. Their health had reached 100 million, so they could not be killed in an instant. The three of them were sent flying. Luo Tian's body followed closely behind. He did not chase after Lu Qingfeng, but rushed towards the three sword slaves. He wanted to let Zi Luolan have a good look. He wanted to ruthlessly slap Zi Luolan's face and let her know how strong he, Luo Tian, was. Broken moon. Swish. It landed in an instant. He stepped on the wound of a sword slave, causing the sword slave to spit out a mouthful of black blood. His face was ice cold, and there was no expression on his face. Luo Tian stared coldly at Zi Luolan and laughed maniacally. Don't think that just because you are Er's mother, I won't dare to touch you. If you provoke me, even if it's the Heavenly King, I will still kill you. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The dragon blade moved and directly chopped off the sword slave's head. Die. Thank you, brothers, for your rewards. The old cow loves you all. The old cow wants to rest for a period of time. During this period of time, I will write 3 chapters a day, and the chapters that I still owe will be recorded in my small notebook. When the time comes, I will compensate you all. Thank you for your support. Chapter 751. Luo Tian, you dare! Zi Luolan roared. Luo Tian laughed maniacally. There's nothing I don't dare to do. Finished. A sword servant's head was chopped off with a single slash. This attack was not something that could be calculated by the damage value. It was a one-hit kill. With his head cut off, how could he not die? Of course, the primordial spirit would not die. However, Luo Tian would not give him any chance. With a move of the idea, the dragon blade slightly touched the head that was rolling on the ground. With a frown, a wave of energy came from within his hand, from his hand to the dragon blade, and explosive power exploded. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The sword servant's head exploded, and even the primordial spirit was annihilated. Luo Tian grinned, revealing a sinister smile. He looked at Zi Luolan coldly and laughed. Do I dare? There's nothing I don't dare to do. Whoever dares to touch me, I will kill them. Suddenly, Luo Tian moved again and said in a deep voice, You want to run? Lie down. He slashed out with his blade. The explosive power burst forth, directly cutting the other sword servant's body into 2 halves. It instantly died, and the system immediately sounded out a notification. Ding! Luo Tian did not care. He did not have the mood to care about this right now. The only thing he wanted to do now was to kill all of these people. Since the Devil's Sect had joined in, and so had the Soul Palace, then everything would be trampled under his feet. Luo Tian's entire body released an arrogant and overbearing aura. The aura of the Devil Emperor King on Devil Emperor Xing Tian's body caused the surroundings to feel abnormally oppressed. Zi Luolan's eyes were bloodshot, and he was so angry that he was about to go crazy. The Sword Servant was the strongest organization in the Soul Palace. They were the 10 strongest killers in the Soul Palace, but she never thought that they would be killed by Luo Tian in 2 moves. This made her feel exceptionally angry. Looking at Luo Tian's arrogant appearance, the anger in her heart roared out, and she wished that she could use her hands to scratch Luo Tian's arrogant face. She was truly angry, very angry. However, he couldn't vent his anger. He gritted his teeth and was so angry that smoke rose from his head. Ah, a Jew? Self-destruct, your primordial spirit. Buzz! The other injured sword slave pounced towards Luo Tian without any hesitation. Its entire body was scarlet red. The power in his body collided and squeezed like a powerful bomb. Luo Tian had seen this kind of power before. Back in the primordial battlefield, the 5 spirit elders had self-destructed to help him and the 7 luminaries divine lord. If it weren't for their help, Luo Tian wouldn't have been able to kill the 7 brilliance demon sovereign. At that time, the 5 spirits' old ancestor was only at the peak of the profound emperor realm, and his power was already unbelievably strong. This sword slave was an 8th order profound god realm expert. How terrifying was the power contained in the primordial spirit. Luo Tian's face darkened, and he said in a deep voice, King Kong, Morong Bai, poisonous widow, big beard, run, run. A sword slave was a death warrior. He would carry out any order without any hesitation. Once Zi Luolan gave the order, he didn't hesitate at all and pounced towards Luo Tian crazily. His speed was extremely fast, and even Luo Tian wouldn't be able to dodge in a short period of time. The primordial spirit self-destructed. Holy *T. Boss, run. Sir. The 4 of them turned around and saw that the sword slave was already very close to Luo Tian. Even if they used their bodies to block it, they wouldn't have the time. They could only scream. The 4 of them instantly had their hearts in their throats. At this moment, everyone fled madly without even thinking, including Zi Luolan. She was the first to fly out and landed in the sky more than 10 miles away. She revealed a smug smile and said, "No matter how strong you are, even if you reach the early stage of the profound emperor realm, you won't be able to escape death. The self-destruction of an 8th order profound god realm is too strong. Luo Tian, just wait for your death. Ha ha ha." In another place, spiritual master Liang also ran away in an instant, thinking in his heart, Soul Palace's sword slave is indeed worthy of his reputation. He is completely a death warrior. If he says, primordial spirit, self-destruct, then primordial spirit, self-destruct, without the slightest bit of hesitation. At this moment, in spiritual master Liang's eyes, Luo Tian was already dead. Lu Qingfeng's face darkened slightly and immediately shouted, "Devil General, retreat!" Whoosh! Whoosh! The Devil Sect's Devil General's reaction was extremely fast. Adding that Vajra and the others did not forcefully hold them back, they escaped more than 10 miles away in a short moment. Everyone was floating in the air. He looked coldly at Luo Tian with a complacent smile on his face. He's going to die. At this time, there won't be a Luo Tian anymore. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, in the end, you still died. Ah. The self-destruction of an 8th order, profound god, realm, primordial spirit was too strong. Unstoppable power. The results of thousands of years of cultivation exploded out in an instant. This kind of power was unstoppable. However, once the primordial spirit self-destructed, it would disappear from this world forever. Boss! Sir! The 4 of them did not leave. The big-bearded man's idea sank, and the remaining 8 broken puppets behind him went up to block it. Before they could even get close, they were sent flying by the sword slave's blazing power. He was like a bomb with a lit fuse, about to explode. Let's go. Luo Tian roared once again. He did not know if he could trigger Demon Emperor Xing Tian's Invincible attribute, because at that time his head was broken, which triggered Xing Tian's Invincible attribute. Right now, he was facing the self-destruction of his primordial spirit. Could he withstand it? He didn't know. Could the power imprint left in his body by the Hua Shan ancestor be able to withstand it? Luo Tian did not know either. Because he did not know how strong the self-destruction of his primordial spirit was, or how long it could last. Titan defense. Golden bell cover. Power of black tortoise. With 3 layers of defense on his body, his gaze darkened. He did not stay where he was, but instead rushed forward and roared, "Level 9 Berserk!" Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! At this moment, Luo Tian thought of one of Naruto's heavy Kakashi skills, which could draw attacks into a different time and space, and thought to himself, if only I was rewarded with this kind of cultivation technique, then I wouldn't have to worry about the self-destruction of my primordial spirit. It was useless to say anything now. The only thing Luo Tian could do was to attack and defend. Ha ha ha! King Kong laughed out loud, and at the same time he rushed forward and roared, "Boss, following you for a few months is the best time of my life. If there is a next life, I still want to be your little brother, ha ha ha." The big bearded man followed closely behind. Morong Bai smiled slightly and said, "How can you leave me out at a time like this? If you're going to die, then let's die together, ha ha ha." The Poison Widow also smiled evilly, revealing an incomparably charming smile, and said softly, "Sir, if there is a next life, I will definitely be your first woman, hee hee." The four of them were fearless. Luo Tian also laughed wildly. "With a brother like this accompanying me, even on the road to the Yellow Springs, I won't be lonely." He gave up on using the power imprint of the Hua Shan ancestor. The five of them rushed towards the sword, slaved together. Zi Luolan sneered complacently and said in disdain, "A bunch of idiots." It was also at this moment an 8-clawed golden dragon descended from the clouds. Chapter 752. Live together. Die together. Everything was just like the movie. It was hard to imagine. Luo Tian dreamed of having such a group of brothers. He had also had them in the game before, but that was only in the game. After dying, they could be revived, and most of them were tempted by huge benefits, so they did not have any brothers to speak of. Even if they were blood brothers, they would still stab them a few times. In this world, Luo Tian had such a group of brothers. Even if he died, it would not be in vain for him to come to this world. It was a great blessing in life. So, after arriving, Luo Tian did not release the power imprint given to him by the Hua Shan patriarch, but rushed up with King Kong and the others. It was also at this moment an 8-clawed golden dragon descended from the sky, the dragon's might surging. The dragon god's power completely erupted, as if it was pulling the power of the 9 heavens, ruthlessly crushing down. Erdan opened his huge mouth and roared, "I'm coming!" "Boss, how can you not call me for this kind of thing?" Erdan sent the 4 girls to a relatively safe place and immediately returned. No matter what, he would not leave Luo Tian. Even if he died, he would die together, seeing the sword slave's primordial spirit self-destruct. He had already made up his mind. The moment Luo Tian rushed up, he took the first step, opened his mouth, and sucked in, the golden energy from his body shooting out in all directions. Erdan was fierce. He swallowed the sword slave in one gulp. Too fast. Everything happened too suddenly. Not only Luo Tian, but also Zi Luolan, Lu Chengfeng, and Liang Jinren did not have time to react. Jie Cha. Luo Tian suddenly stopped, his eyes flashing, and his heart sank again and again. That was the power of the self-destruction of the 8th order profound god, and it was swallowed by Erdan. This was going to blow him into pieces. "Erdan, you're crazy. Spit it out quickly." Second brother. King Kong, Morong Bai, and the bearded man roared. Erdan grinned and said, "Boss, I'll be leaving first." "Thank you. Thank you for bringing me so many happy times. Thank you for taking care of a foodie like me. I'll be leaving." After that, Erdan's eyes widened in rage as it swung its tail. It turned into a bolt of lightning and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it charged into the clouds, reaching a height of 10,000 meters. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A muffled explosion sounded like a thunderclap as it exploded within the thick layers of clouds and resounded throughout the entire profound sky continent. Vigorous energy shot out in all directions. Luo Tian's body slightly shook. His heart was aching. He couldn't care less. He raised his eyes and stared at Luolan like the god of death. Luolan. Ah, a shrill roar was heard. Luo Tian's figure was like a bolt of lightning as he charged forward with rage. Erdan was dead. His heart was in so much pain. The pain was indescribable. He just wanted to kill all of them, including Violet. He wouldn't let any of them go. Luolan was slightly stunned. Looking at Luo Tian's cold and murderous eyes, she felt a chill in her heart. She sneered disdainfully and said, "The death of a beast can make you so angry. You are indeed a wild boy from a poor village. You don't deserve to marry my daughter. You are not qualified at all." After saying that coldly, Luolan frowned and shouted, "Alu Achi, explode your primordial spirits and kill Luo Tian." Yes, without any hesitation, they released their primordial spirits from their bodies. Their bodies immediately turned red. Luolan didn't have any sympathy. It seemed she didn't treat the sword slaves as humans. In her eyes, they had never been humans. They were just tools in her hands. For her goal, any tool could die. As long as her goal was achieved, she wouldn't have any sympathy for anyone who died. A cold-blooded woman, as vicious as snakes and scorpions. Boss, damn this vicious woman. How could a female phoenix have such a mother? I really doubt that she is the biological mother of a female phoenix. Otherwise, how could one be so kind and the other so vicious? Don't say so much. This time, 2 primordial spirits exploded. While talking, King Kong and Big Beard looked at each other and nodded slightly. Then, King Kong and Big Beard looked at Morong Bai at the same time and said in a deep voice, "Senior brother." Morong Bai's face suddenly changed, and he said heavily, "Good. If there is an afterlife, we will be brothers. Brothers of life and death." In an instant, the white feather sword in Morong Bai's hand suddenly flew out and turned into a flying sword. King Kong and Big Beard jumped on it instantly. Morong Bai exerted his strength to the peak and roared. Sword controlling technique, 10,000 miles in a single thought come out. Buzz! His strength was completely unleashed, and his entire body was covered in sweat. His clothes were instantly drenched, but he didn't care about any of this. What he wanted to do was to block King Kong and Big Beard Tian Luo Tian, the 2 sword slaves who had exploded their primordial spirit. Whoosh! The white feather sword was like lightning. Big Beard and King Kong laughed wildly and roared, "Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Boss, we still want to follow you in our next life, ha ha ha! No!" Suddenly, seeing Big Beard and King Kong rushing in front of him, Luo Tian felt an indescribable pain in his heart and said heavily, "Broken moon!" His speed increased once again. He couldn't let his brother die for him. As the boss, if he couldn't even take care of his own brothers, what qualifications did he have to be the boss? If he couldn't even protect the people around him, how could he lead them to the peak of the world? No matter what, Luo Tian was desperately trying to block King Kong and the others with all his might. Ha ha ha! What a fool! You actually rushed to your death. Luo Tian, oh Luo Tian, even if you don't die today, you won't live for long. Brotherhood? Life and death? Ha ha ha! This is too funny. Venerable Lai Yang sneered. Lu Chengfeng also revealed a disdainful sneer and said, "Is there something wrong with this Luo Tian's brain? His disciples are the same. All of them are risking their lives to die. Don't they know that their own lives are the most important?" Luolan also sneered disdainfully and said disdainfully, "I'd like to see how many of your brothers will die for you. Asan, Asi, get ready." They couldn't understand, because they had never had such a life and death friend. Therefore, they couldn't understand. In their eyes, Luo Tian, King Kong, Big Beard, and the others were a group of fools. They actually risked their lives to protect the people around them. If this wasn't a fool, then what was? The young golden dragon was already dead. The power of the primordial spirit's self-destruction was enough to explain everything. Anyone who blocked it would die. Still rushing up? He was simply courting death. Luolan looked at Luo Tian and sneered, "Die." And it was at this moment. The sky suddenly shook, and a strong golden light shot through the clouds and directly penetrated down. An 8-clawed golden dragon that was a little bigger than before rushed down with incomparably arrogant power and grinned. "Ha! Boss, this time I'm really going to use my ultimate move."